Around the year 1333, the North African writer and traveller Ibn Battuta went on a journey around all of Asia that would take him to India and over the sea to Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, and eventually on to his final destination of China. But the first leg of this journey took him along the winding roads overland from Constantinople. He travelled past the shores of the Black and Caspian Seas, over vast grasslands, and on southwards through the deserts of Central Asia, in what is now Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. Ibn Battuta had heard marvellous stories about the opulent cities that lay along the vast trade route known as the Silk Road, which laced across the continent of Asia. These were the cities of Balkh, Bukhara, and Samarkand. First, he visited the city of Bukhara, once the jewel of Islamic learning, a city of enormous libraries and colleges. But to his disappointment, when he arrived, he found the city a much reduced place, as he wrote in his journal.
ثم سرنا في بساتين متصلة وأنهار وأشجار وعمارات يوما كاملا.
We travelled for a whole day through contiguous orchards with streams, trees, and habitations, and arrived at the city of Bukhara. This city was formerly the capital of the lands beyond the river Jain, but was laid in ruins, so at the present time its mosques, colleges, and bazaars are in ruins, all but a few, and its inhabitants are looked down upon. There is not one person in it today who possesses any religious learning, or who shows any concern for acquiring it.
Surprised at the sorry sight of the once great city of Bukhara, Ibn Battuta continued on to the opulent metropolis of Samarkand.
I journeyed to the city of Samarkand, once one of the greatest and finest of cities, and most perfect of them in beauty. It is built on the bank of the river called the Wad al-Wasarin, along which there are water wheels to supply water to the orchards.
But when he arrived at the oasis of Samarkand, he found it too was in a much diminished state. The city was sparsely inhabited, its legendary walls torn down long ago, and its grand buildings standing in ruins.
وكانت على شاطئه قصور عظيمة وعمارة تنبئ عن.
There were formerly great palaces on the riverbank, and constructions which bear witness to the lofty aspirations of the townsfolk. But most of this is obliterated, and most of the city itself has also fallen into ruin. It has no city wall, and no gates, and there is vegetation growing inside it.
وفي داخلها البساتين.
Ibn Battuta soon left that melancholy place and continued on his journey. Finally, he passed through the city of Balkh, now in northern Afghanistan. This had once been another wealthy trade hub and a center for the Zoroastrian religion. From a distance, he could see its tall buildings rising out of the river plains. But as he got closer, he saw no smoke of cooking fires, no animals in the fields, no traffic of people in its streets. An eerie feeling must have crept up on him.
ثم جزنا نهر جيحون إلى بلاد خراسان وسرنا بعد انصرافنا من ترمذ وإجازة.
Next, we crossed the river Jain into the land of Khorasan and marched for a day and a half, crossing the river through uninhabited desert and sands to the city of Balkh. It is completely dilapidated and uninhabited, but anyone seeing it would think it to still be inhabited because of the solidity of its construction, for it was a vast and important city. Its mosques and colleges preserve their outward appearance even now, with the inscriptions on their buildings incised with lapis blue paints.
As he passed through this devastated region, he heard stories about other ruined cities lying out in the desert, now so empty of life that they could offer no shelter to travelers.
ومدن خراسان العظيمة 4 اثنتان عامرتان.
The great cities of Khorasan are 4. 2 of them are inhabited, namely Herat and Nishapur, and 2 are in ruins, namely Balkh and Merv.
وهما بلخ ومرو.
Had he journeyed out to the city of Merv, he would have found an even more devastated ruin, just a series of jagged earthen remains rising out of the cracked salt flats of the desert, home only to owls and wild dogs, where once a city of 500,000 people had stood. Everywhere across this region, the cities bore the scars of one of the Middle Ages' most momentous and world-changing events. This was the uniting of a nomadic people who called themselves the Mongols. From their homeland far away in the steppe grasslands of East Asia, the Mongols had fused their anarchic pastoral culture into a war machine that has had few equals in history, and forged an empire that would stretch across much of the landmass of Asia, the largest continuous land empire in history. In almost every land they touched, they would bring destruction and death, fear and anguish. But in places, they also laid the foundation for our modern world. As Ibn Battuta stood in the abandoned streets of Balkh, Samarkand and Bukhara, he must have wondered at the unlikely story of these strange nomadic conquerors. He must have wondered those ruined palaces and crumbled places of worship, those empty markets and dilapidated houses, and asked himself, where had these mysterious conquerors come from? What did they want? And why had no one been able to stop them? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to tell one of the most remarkable and unlikely stories from medieval history, the story of the Mongol Empire. I want to show how this group of nomadic horse riders united the peoples of the Mongolian steppe and forged them into a truly unique kind of state. I want to describe how they conquered much of the lands of Eurasia and brought the distant cultures of China, Persia, the Middle East and Europe into contact. And I want to tell the story of how the world's largest land empire finally came apart and left the world as we know it in its wake. The Eurasian steppe is the largest grassland on Earth. It's a vast corridor of seasonal savannas that run virtually the entire length of Asia and covers around 7% of the planet's land surface. It stretches from Hungary and Poland in Eastern Europe more than 8,000 kilometers, passing over mountain ranges and rolling hills, past salty inland seas and sandy deserts, and over countless rivers, until it reaches northern China and the forests of Manchuria on the Pacific coast. The word steppe entered English from the Russian language, with its origin possibly rooted in the Old Slavic word sutepi, which means a place that is flat and bare. The Russian author Anton Chekhov describes the landscape of the steppe.
A plain, broad, boundless, girdled by a chain of hills, lies stretched before the traveller's eyes. The hills merge into rising ground, extending to the very horizon and disappearing into the lilac-hued far distance. On and on you travel, but where it all begins and where it ends, you just cannot make out. Coarse steppe grass, milkwood, wild hemp, all are drenched in dew and caressed by the sun.
The green forested lands of China and Europe receive moisture from the winds blowing in from the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, meaning that they can support large trees, forests, and all manner of crops. But the lands of the steppe receive most of their airflow from the north, from the frozen polar ocean of the Arctic. Cold air cannot hold much moisture, and what little it contains falls as rain in the northern mountains, where the great frozen pine forests of Siberia stretch. The low rainfall on the steppe means that trees cannot survive, and even species of long grasses find it difficult to take root. As a result, all that remains here are the hardiest species of short grasses. For this reason, the steppe has always supported massive herds of grazing animals. The first humans to set foot on the steppe arrived about 40,000 years ago. They were hunter-gatherers who lived off what the land provided. In its rolling grassland, they hunted mammoths. Then, once those had died out, boar, antelope, goats, and aurochs, and one animal that lived in the steppe in abundance: the wild horse. Horses evolved in North America around 4 million years ago, but had crossed over to Asia during one of the last ice ages, when a land bridge existed between Alaska and eastern Russia. Humans and horses would one day form one of the most successful partnerships in history, but our fascination with them goes back even further. Horses are the animal most frequently depicted in the oldest prehistoric cave paintings, even in those of Chauvet Cave in France, which are more than 30,000 years old and predate the domestication of the horse by 25 millennia. For all these thousands of years, humankind had looked on the horse as a symbol of power, grace, and perhaps also freedom. When people arrived on the Eurasian steppe, they initially hunted horses for food like any other animal, with horse bones showing up in slaughter sites from at least 10,000 years ago. But sometime around 6,000 years ago, they began to be kept as livestock. Humans first used horses for milk and meat, alongside their cattle, sheep, and goats. But over the following 1,000 years or so, humans learned that if a horse was sufficiently tamed, it would allow a human to ride on its back. We will never know which daring young man or woman first leapt up onto the back of a horse and braved the inevitable bucking and kicking that every horsebreaker must learn to endure. But when they did, they changed the course of human history. Around 5,000 years ago, we begin to see evidence of horse riding on the Eurasian steppe. One burial site in Botai in northern Kazakhstan contains the bones of horses, with the earliest signs of wear on the teeth and jawbones that suggest they had worn a metal bit in their mouths for much of their life, which could be attached to reins for a rider. This development occurred at a momentous time in human history. Around the world, the earliest cities were just then coalescing in Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, and elsewhere, and a new way of human life was taking shape. This new lifestyle was based on the planting of grain, the making of pottery, and the building of fixed dwellings. Soon came hierarchies and religions, priests and kings, armies and city walls. From this settled way of life, the first written words would be set down, cut into clay tablets in the Sumerian cities of Ur and Uruk, carved into the stone temples of Egypt, and into shoulder bones and tortoise shells in China. But it's clear that in the vast expanse of the Eurasian steppe, an equally dramatic revolution was taking place. It's around this time that the first mention of horses begins to appear in the written texts of the Sumerians. They would call them by the name Anshe Kura, meaning donkey of the mountains, since they first arrived from the mountainous north. One Sumerian text written more than 4,000 years ago is one of the first to mention this new animal, describing the hero god Lugalbanda as being as swift as a mountain horse.
Holy Lugalbanda came out from the mountain cave, and from that spot he sped away like a horse of the mountains. Like a lone wild ass, he darted over the mountains. Like a large, powerful donkey he raced. A slim donkey, eager to run, he bounded along.
Human life had just sped up considerably, and the domestication of the horse would change life on the steppe forever. A herder travelling by foot can cover a maximum of only about 30 kilometers a day, which limits how large his flock can be and how far he could range in search of new grazing lands. But riding on the back of a horse meant you could cover more than 100 kilometers at a push, and you could travel at 5 times the speed over a short distance. With greater ability to cover large areas, you could also effectively manage much larger herds, and with more food available, you could establish ever bigger families and social groups. While all around the world, other peoples were settling down into ever larger cities, built of mud, brick, and stone, the people of the steppe were developing a parallel way of life, a life constantly on the move. After the horse, people in the western steppe also likely invented the wheel, allowing them to transport bigger loads, as well as their families, the elderly, and children too young to ride. Whole communities could now become completely mobile, living their lives from birth to death without ever settling in one place. This alternative way of life would meet with remarkable success. One legacy of that success is the language that many of us speak today. Beginning perhaps around 4000 BC, an enigmatic population known only as the Proto-Indo-Europeans rode out of the western portion of the steppe in all directions. They brought their horses, their wagons and chariots with them. Wherever they went, from India to Persia, Greece and Northern Europe, they conquered or settled, and left their language behind. Their lost dialect is the ancestor of 445 languages that survive to this day, from Hindi, Sinhala, Punjabi and Farsi to Russian, Spanish, French, German, and English. And in all of these languages, they left traces of their way of life. Many languages in the Indo-European family use similar words derived from Proto-Indo-European for objects like wheel, axle, wagon, chariot, and of course, horse. It's believed the Proto-Indo-Europeans had 2 words for horses, which have been reconstructed to something like equos and marcos, possibly to differentiate between a wild horse and a tamed horse. Equos entered Latin as equus, from which we get equestrian, and it entered ancient Greek as hippos, from which we get hippodrome and hippopotamus. And the word marcos has survived in English as the word for a female horse, a mare. This English word can be found echoing on the other side of the world in Mongolia, where a single horse is called mor, and even in the non-Indo-European language of Mandarin Chinese, where a horse is called ma. Today, these words connect people on every side of the globe, and nearly half of the world's population speaks a language descended from the Indo-European family. The Proto-Indo-Europeans were the first nomads to ride out of the steppe and leave their mark on history, but they were far from the last. Still, there were drawbacks to the nomadic lifestyle. While the settled peoples of the world developed alphabets and writing systems that allowed them to keep records and recount their histories, the peoples of the steppe did not develop their own system of writing. For this reason, for much of their history, we can only detect their presence through the writings of others, who often feared and hated them. In the 5th century BC, the Greek historian Herodotus would write one account of the horse-riding nomads who lived in the steppe around the Black Sea and increasingly made armed raids into Central Europe, a people the Greeks called the Scythians.
Rather than build cities or walls, they all carry their homes around with them on wagons, practice their archery from horseback, and depend for their living on cattle, rather than the fruits of the plough. How, then, could they fail to defy every effort made to conquer them, or to pin them down?
Already the settled peoples of the world were encountering a paradox, that despite all the technological advancement that agricultural society had brought, these steppe peoples were still exceptionally difficult to fight. More than 800 years later, the struggling Roman Empire was limping through the remains of the 4th century, rocked by crisis and civil war. It was at this point that they were menaced by a new threat, a nomadic people who rode out of the steppe and sent waves of refugees fleeing in their wake. They would be known as the Huns. The Roman writer Ammianus Marcellinus wrote with distaste about these frighteningly rootless nomads.
The Huns are a race savage beyond all parallel. They grow up without beards, with closely knit and strong limbs. They are all without fixed abode or settled mode of life. None of their offspring, when asked, can tell you where he comes from, since he was conceived in one place, born far from there, and brought up still farther away.
The arrival of the Huns was a major factor that contributed to the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. In the decades that followed, under the rule of their leader Attila, the Huns would remake the balance of power in Europe. They fleetingly captured large areas up to the banks of the Rhine and left fire and destruction in their wake. Part of the reason for the Huns' success was their innovative use of the technological development of the composite bow. Bows made of a single piece of wood had a natural limit to their power, but on the steppe, a good bow could mean the difference between life and death, and so people had poured immense energy into developing them. By the time of the Huns, these were already intricate constructions, combining multiple materials, a core of maple wood, bone and antelope horn, knotted with sinew, deer gut and leather, all held together with a fish-based glue. The combination of these materials created a bow with immense elasticity, capable of hurtling an arrow at tremendous speeds and over great distances, reportedly as far as 300 meters. If these accounts are accurate, then these bows could shoot further than an English longbow, which stood taller than a man, but crucially was compact enough to be drawn from horseback. The combination of horse and composite bow would make the steppe horse archer the deadliest single entity on the planet, and in Europe these weapons would come to be known with fear and reverence as Hun bows. The people of China struggled no less with their nomadic neighbors. During the period of the Han Dynasty, a people they knew as the Xiongnu constantly menaced their borders for much of the first millennium, and may even have been the same people as the European Huns. One Han period Chinese writer, Sima Qian, describes their way of life.
The Xiongnu are mountain barbarians. They move in search of water and pasture, and have no walled cities or fixed dwellings. Nor do they engage in any kind of agriculture. They wear clothes of hide or wraps made of fur or felt. They have no writing, and even their promises and agreements are only verbal. The little boys start out by learning to ride sheep and shoot birds and rats with a bow. Thus, all the young men are able to act as armed cavalry in time of war.
Around the 4th century, these peoples also introduced the stirrup, straps for the rider's feet that help them stay in the saddle and allow them even greater control of their horses. One medieval Chinese writer describes the sight of a steppe horse warrior in action.
When they ride at a gallop, they always stand in the stirrups rather than sit in the saddle. They are swift as the onrush of a gale and strong as the weight of a mountain. Wheeling left and cutting right like wings in flight, they shoot with power enough to pierce armor.
For the civilizations that lived on the borders of the steppe, in China, India, Persia, the Middle East and Eastern Europe, these nomadic peoples could be alien, frightening and primitive. While they were divided, they could be contained, controlled, and violently put down. But every few hundred years, they would unite into a force large enough to flood out of the steppe. They would come to conquer and settle, to wreak havoc and sow destruction, but every time to change the course of history. The most dramatic of these stories would take place as the 12th century came to a close, and the memory of Attila's Huns had faded to just another ghost story from classical history. It would come in the form of a people who were perhaps the most unlikely of conquerors. When our story starts, they had many names, but soon they would become known as the Mongols. To find the location of the beginning of this story, we must travel to the east, along the wide expanse of the Eurasian steppe. For thousands of kilometers, we would see only grassland and seasonal deserts. Then we pass over the Altai Mountains, home to wolves, curly-horned ibex and eagles. Finally, we would reach the far eastern steppe on a high plateau of what is today Mongolia. At the end of the 12th century, the Mongols were just one of countless groups that existed in this land, speaking Turkic languages like Uyghur and dialects of Mongolian, and worshipping any number of gods. But despite this variation, many of them followed a similar way of life. Life on the steppe meant following the natural cycles of the world. In the warm summers, the rains come, and the grassland flushes green. During these months, the nomads' herds of cattle, goats, sheep, camels, and horses have plenty to eat, and they graze in their summer pastures on the open grassland. But as the cold, dry winters descend, herders would move to their winter pastures in the north, where the green valleys at the foot of the mountains remain shaded, and there are still grasses growing. This natural cycle dictated every aspect of steppe life, as one medieval Chinese writer, Zhao Gong, describes.
In their custom, each time the grass grows green is 1 year. So if someone asks one of them his age, he says how many times the grass has greened. Also, once when I asked one of them what month and day he was born, he laughed and replied, "I can't remember, nor did I ever know it in the first place."
Winter on the steppe is harsh. During these months, the wind blows straight from Siberia, and a layer of ice can often cover the grasslands completely. When the grass is frozen, steppe peoples would allow their horses to graze ahead of the other animals. They would use their hooves to crack the ice, and then other livestock like sheep could follow. In the flat, featureless landscape, people navigated primarily using rivers, which interlace the steppe in countless waterways. Among them, the Orkhon, the Selenga, and the Onon. By riding up and down these rivers, the steppe peoples could find their way, and would never be far from water for their horses. The knowledge of these river paths were passed on from person to person by word of mouth, through poems and songs. The primary mode of shelter in the steppe was the tent. One Chinese writer of the time, named Li Xinchuan, describes these habitations.
They have neither walls nor moats, nor houses nor mansions, but instead make felt tents, for which they choose dwelling places that have the most beneficial water and grass.
In English, these tents are often called yurts, derived from a Turkic word, but in Mongolian they are known as gir. Their structures are made of lattice of light but strong willow wands, and their walls are made of felt, a material created by pressing together layer upon layer of sheep's wool. These tents are warm during winter and cool during summer, and they are also fully mobile, designed to be dismantled and rebuilt every day if necessary, and carried from place to place on the back of carts. The Chinese observer Peng Daya wrote the following description of seeing steppe people moving across the landscape.
The yurts, that is, felt tents in which they live, have neither walls nor roof beams. They move them to follow the grass and water, never staying for long. Cattle, horses, or camels are used to pull their carts, on which it is roomy enough to sit or recline. These carts are dispatched in groups of 5, looking like columns of ants as they wind along, extending out for 5 miles.
Some of these carts could be huge, designed to carry the tents of nobles on their back. One European visitor to Mongolia in the Middle Ages, William of Rubruck, described seeing carts as large as 10 meters wide, about the length of a London bus.
These dwellings are constructed of such a size as to be on occasions 30 feet across. I myself once measured a breadth of 20 feet between the wheel tracks of a wagon, and when the dwelling was on the wagon, it protruded beyond the wheels by at least 5 feet on either side. The wagon's axle was as large as a ship's mast. I have counted 22 oxen to one wagon.
These carts were insulated from the changeable weather of the steppe, and those used to transport valuables were protected by a special kind of felt that had been soaked in waxy tallow to keep out the rain. When their day's travelling was done, the steppe peoples would fortify their camp by placing their carts in a ring, making a makeshift wall to keep out raiders and thieves. Their gir tents were always erected facing south, so that the sun would shine in through the doorway. The heads of the house and people of high status would always sit on the north side of the tent, facing the door, while more junior members of the clan would sit in the south. In the centre of the gir was a hearth fire made from burning pieces of dried dung. This was a resource in infinite abundance among herders, but usually goat dung was preferred, since it burned cleanly and gave off a pleasant smell like burning leaves. Above this fire there was a smoke hole cut in the felt roof. These smoke holes had a practical purpose as a chimney, but they also held a kind of spiritual significance. The fire and the hole in the tent were considered to be a means to communicate with the clan's ancestors, and was a ceremonial space for rituals. We can imagine a Mongol family sitting around this fire, with the vast darkness of the steppe at night outside, watching the sparks of their fire drift out through the hole in the roof, as the howling steppe wind outside batters the felt walls of the tent. For those nomads who lived on the open grasslands of the steppe, life was good. Their vast herds turned the virtually infinite supply of grass into ample meat and milk, from which they could make a variety of cheese, yogurts, and other dairy products, and into dung that could be burned in their fires. The steppe gave them everything they needed to survive, and for everything else, they could trade with the lands of China to the south. Nomadic peoples would buy silk, fine silver items, and carved furniture, along with all the comforts of sophisticated society. And in return, they would trade northern goods, like furs, of which the most valued was the delicate dark pelt of the sable, a kind of small pine marten, along with leather, bone and antler for carving, herd animals like cattle and sheep, and majestic tame hunting birds like the golden eagle, taken from the forest as fledglings and trained to hunt small game. But above all, they traded the thing that settled societies needed most, and nomads had in enormous supply: horses. As a result, these clans in the south of the Mongolian steppe, like the Tatars and the Kerait, were richer and lived more comfortable lives, and they defended their enviable positions with extreme ferocity. In contrast, for much of their history, the Mongols were among the losers of the steppe world. While other nomads thrived on the southern grasslands, the Mongols subsisted in the harsh north, on the edge of the mountains and the endless Siberian forests, home to wolves, bears, and wild forest peoples like the Murkit. Here, the grasses were meager and couldn't support large herds. As a result, the Mongols supplemented their diets by hunting deer and small mammals like marmots, gathering pine nuts in the forests, and fishing in the rivers. The medieval Persian historian Atamalik Juvaini writes about the sorry state of this people.
They had no chief or ruler. Each tribe lived separately. They were not united with one another, and there was constant fighting and hostility between them. Their clothing was of the skins of dogs and mice, and their food was the flesh of those animals and other dead things. Their wine was mare's milk, and their dessert, the fruit of a tree shaped like a pine. The sign of a great king amongst them was that his stirrups were made of iron. From that, one can form a picture of their other luxuries.
Part of the reason for their poor situation was that the Mongols were among the most divided peoples of the steppe, constantly fighting amongst themselves. Other steppe peoples had long ago formed large confederations and adapted to the cultures of more settled societies around them, even taking on their religions. Some, like the Khitan, had adopted Buddhism, while others had converted to Islam, which had arrived in the southern steppe some centuries before, usually with traders passing through. Others still, like the Kerait and the Naiman, had even converted to the cult of a powerful shaman from a faraway land who was rumored to have risen from the dead, a man named Jesus Christ. Word of his teachings had been brought to Mongolia by Assyrian Nestorian missionaries around the 11th century, and had appealed to many people there, since the name Jesus reminded them of the word Yesu, which in Mongolian means the number 9, a number considered to be sacred and to bring good luck. But the Mongols on the edge of the Siberian forests had adopted no such beliefs. They maintained the ancient beliefs of their ancestors, worshipping the Earth Mother Goddess and their ancient god of the great blue sky, who they named Tengri. The 11th century Muslim scholar Mahmud al-Kashgari describes the worship of this god.
Tengri means God. The infidel nomads call heaven Tengri, and likewise everything natural that impresses them, for example a high mountain or a large tree. They worship such things, and they call a wise man Tengri Khan.
The god Tengri was believed to reside particularly in the region of a vast freshwater lake known as Lake Baikal, and it's here that the mythology of the Mongols begins. In the Mongol conception of their own history, their story began when a Siberian wolf mated with a roe deer and gave birth to the first of their royal line. This founding myth is recounted in the enigmatic document known as the Secret History of the Mongols.
There was a blue-grey wolf born with a destiny from heaven above. His wife was a beautiful red fallow doe. They came crossing the sea. They made their home at the headwaters of the Onan River.
With a surface area of more than 30,000 square kilometers, Lake Baikal is slightly larger than the country of Belgium and is the largest freshwater lake in Eurasia. And sitting as it does on a tectonic rift, it is also by far the deepest on the planet, plunging to a depth of more than 1,600 meters. As a result, it is also the world's largest lake in volume, containing more than all the American Great Lakes combined. In fact, this one lake is estimated to contain somewhere between a quarter to a fifth of all the surface fresh water on planet Earth. For most people of the steppe, this was the largest body of water they would ever see, and on account of this, the Mongols would often simply refer to it as the sea. When winter comes to the Siberian wastes, Lake Baikal freezes solid, with ice many meters thick, and the snows blow in chaotic patterns over its surface. According to the story, 11 generations after this unnatural coupling of wolf and deer on the shore of Lake Baikal, a woman known as Alan Gua, or Alan the Beautiful, would give birth to 5 sons. And from these 5 men were supposed to have descended the royal lineage of the Mongols. One day, the legend says, Alan the Beautiful found her 5 sons arguing with one another. She gathered them together and taught them a lesson that has passed into legend.
She gave them each an arrow shaft and told them to break it. Each one was broken and let fall. Then she took 5 arrow shafts bundled together, gave the shafts to them, and told them to break them. All 5 of them, one after another, took the 5 arrow shafts joined together, but were unable to do as she said and break it. Then their mother Alan the Beautiful spoke words of admonition to her 5 sons. You, my 5 sons, were born from a single womb. You are just like the 5 arrow shafts. If you are alone, one by one, you will be easily broken by anyone. But if you are joined in accord as one, then how could you be broken by anyone?
This story was told to generations of Mongol children, and it contained a powerful truth about life on the steppe. Out there, family was the most powerful connection that anyone had, and without it, you were left alone, hungry, and defenseless. Mongols thought of their kin relationships as a kind of branching tree or river. They traced their ancestry back to real ancestors, a relationship known as Uruk. But the Mongol elite also held to a kind of mythical kinship, in which every person was descended from one or other semi-mythical character who lived in the vague and distant past, often one of the sons of Alan the Beautiful. In this way, Mongols considered themselves to belong to a wider clan group that often had little to do with their actual heritage. These they called their obok. Accompanied with these 2 systems of relationship was a third, one that people could freely choose to enter into. This was known as Anda, a kind of blood brother. In this ritual, 2 close friends could swear an eternal allegiance, essentially becoming family, and this relationship was taken just as seriously as any connection of kinship. One Mongol text of the time records the depth of this bond.
Ахас дээдсийн үгийг сонсвол альва хүн харилцан анд нөхөр бололчвол ам биедээ арч болж.
If we listen to the words of the elders and the ancients, this is the way in which Anda love each other. People who are Anda are as if they have one life without any separation, and are lifelong saviors to each other.
To survive in the harsh world of the steppe, people had to be tough, but they also had to come together. To get a sense of the reality of this life, there is no better example than the upbringing of one man born here on the steppe, whose story we know in unprecedented detail. A man who would rise from the humblest beginnings imaginable to change the course of world history. His name was Temujin, but that is not the name that history would know him by. It's worth mentioning that all of the story you are about to hear was very nearly lost to history. But in 1866, a Russian monk working in the archives of China uncovered a remarkable manuscript. It was a Chinese copy of a copy of a copy of a lost Mongolian document, written by an unknown author sometime in the 13th century. This book used Chinese characters to recreate the phonetic sounds of the Mongolian language and was used as a kind of textbook to help Chinese scholars who were learning Mongolian. For this reason, its characters appeared to be nonsense in Chinese, and so it was lost among the archives. But once its contents were deciphered, it transformed our understanding of this period. It was a document written only for the eyes of the Mongolian royal family, telling in unprecedented detail the ups and downs of their story, and for this reason it came to be known as the secret history of the Mongols. It's the first and most important source ever written in the Mongolian language, and it blends narrative history with flourishes of vaulting epic poetry. The story of the man named Temujin begins in the second half of the 12th century with his mother, a young woman named Oğulun. She was from the eastern Mongolian steppe, to the southeast of Lake Baikal, and was probably no more than a teenager. She had just married a man named Chiledu, of the Merkit people. This young couple was in love, and she was now travelling back to his homeland with him to live with his family in their camp. But things would not go according to the young lovers' plan. On their fateful journey home, they passed through the lands of a warrior named Yesugei, the leader of a small Mongol band on the great Onon River. Yesugei had once been a powerful leader, but had recently fallen on tough times. That day, he was out hunting with his hawk when he saw the marriage procession pass by and caught sight of the beautiful face of Oğulun. Yesugei already had a wife, but upon seeing Oğulun, he became overcome with desire for her. And as a Mongol warrior, he was used to taking what he desired. He rode back to his camp and gathered his two brothers, and together they chased after the wedding party, with murder in their hearts. When Oğulun and her husband saw the warrior brothers bearing down on them, she begged her husband to flee and save his life, as the secret history recalls.
His bride, Madame Oğulun, said to him, Have you understood what those three men are about? Their looks say they want your life. As long as you have your life at least, you will find a woman to wed. Save your life.
Chiledu listened to her pleas and fled across the grasslands, leaving Oğulun to be captured. The two of them would never see each other again.
The three riders chased him from behind over 7 ridges until they drove him off. They came back, and Yesugei took Madame Oğulun by the tether, and she wailed in a great voice. She wailed until the Onon River echoed it, and the wooded valley rang with it.
We don't know what happened to Owalunn's husband, Chiledu, but it seems he never made any attempt to recapture her. In the harsh world of the steppe, a man only had rights to what he could defend, and Owalunn was now no longer considered his wife. As for Owalunn, her heartbreak must have been overwhelming, but she seems to have accepted her fate and settled into the new life that Yesugei had forced upon her at the edge of the mountains and the great Siberian forest. Here, she would have to be tough to survive. Yesugei already had a wife, and by then this woman had borne him a son named Begta. Soon Owalunn too became pregnant and gave Yesugei their first child together. This child was a boy, and it said that when he came screaming into the world, he was clutching a tiny but fearsome omen in his little hand.
When Madame Olun was big with child, just then, when they were at Deli-on Boldak on the Onon River, he was born. When he was born clutching a clot of blood in his right hand, the size of a knucklebone.
To the Mongols, this was an unmistakable sign that the boy would grow up to be a warrior. The year was around 1162, in the Chinese calendar, the year of the horse. At the time, the Mongols were at war with another, much more powerful steppe people, the Tatars, who lived closer to the border with northern China. Yesugei had recently captured a Tatar warrior named Temujin Uga in battle, and in celebration of this feat, he decided to name the new baby boy after his captured enemy. The name Temujin likely meant blacksmith or iron worker, but in time it would come to gain a different association, the Iron One, or the Man of Iron. This captured man may even have been executed at the naming ceremony, and his strength ritually given to the new baby boy. From this bloody beginning, Temujin's childhood was a tough one, but it forged him into the man he would become. Living at Yesugei's camp on the banks of the Onon River, he would have learned to hunt and fish, and of course how to ride a horse from a young age. One Chinese writer describes the life of a steppe child.
Even 3-year-old toddlers are secured to the saddle with rope and given something to grasp with their hands so they can follow along as the rest dash about on horseback. In their 4th and 5th years, they carry under one arm a small bow and short arrows, and when grown, they occupy themselves during all 4 seasons with hunting game.
Hunting on the steppe was done using a system known as the Nerj or noose, and these grand hunts would take place every year and involve large numbers of different families and kin groups. Every Mongol learned from a young age how to work together with other riders across a vast distance, encircling a huge area of land and driving all the wild animals within it into the center of their ring. Then the noose tightened. They would drive the animals closer and closer together until there was nowhere left to run. Then they would begin to fire hundreds of arrows into the mass of terrified prey. Yesugei would have taught his young sons this skill from a young age. But Temujin's relationship with his kidnapper of a father may have been a strained one. Yesugei already had an oldest son by another woman, the boy named Begta, and Begta seems to have enjoyed reminding Temujin of his place. When Temujin was 9 years old, his father clearly worried about the divisions in his family. He decided to take the young boy to find a wife of his own. They travelled out together and met with the ruler of a nearby clan, who was also something of a shaman. He told Yasuge that the boy who rode beside him was destined for great things.
This boy of yours is a boy with flame in his eyes and fire in his face. Last night I dreamt a dream. A white falcon flew towards me, clutching the sun and the moon, and alighted on my hand. This dream of mine was showing me that you would come leading this boy of yours.
The chief gave the young boy the hand of one of his daughters, a girl named Borta. She was a year older than him, and at the first sight of her, Temujin fell in love, a love that would never leave him. On his way home, his father Yasuge must have been satisfied. He had found a good wife for his young son and could now head home to a family made at peace. But fate would conspire against him. That night he stopped at a camp belonging to some Tatar men. By this time, the Tatars and the Mongols were no longer at war, but they were still bitter rivals. The customs on the steppe stated that whenever someone stopped at your camp, you were required to set your differences aside and offer them hospitality. But these Tatars had other ideas, as the secret history recounts.
Remembering their early grudge, they plotted murder and mixed in poison for him. Feeling sick on the way, he went for 3 days and arrived at his ger and felt worse. Yasuge said, "My insides feel sick. I fell victim to a plot and now I feel sick inside." Having spoken, he died.
Hearing of this treachery from a rider sent by his dying father, Temujin rode hard across the steppe, heading home to be with his mother, and left his betrothed Borta behind. The death of Yasuge left this vulnerable family exposed and alone in the cruel world of steppe politics. Yasuge's clan had been a mixture of different peoples, including families of Mongols known as the Borjigin and Tayechut, and they had little holding them together other than Yasuge's leadership. Now they split into separate parts and departed in all directions, and none of them had any room for a widowed woman and her hungry children. They left Oulun and her children behind, alone, destitute, and starving on the banks of the Onon River, as the secret history records.
The Tayechut brethren moved camp down along the Onon River to leave behind on the range Madame Oulun the widow, the little ones and boys, the mothers and children.
The Tayechut took their livestock, their goats and their sheep, and left them with only the few horses they owned. This was practically a death sentence. When winter came to the steppe, this feeble group would no doubt freeze and run out of food. But remarkably, that's not what happened. That's because Oulun refused to let her children starve.
Madame Oulun, born both womanly and wise, finding food for her small boys, fixing up her flowing skirts, flying up and down the Onon River's flood, finding wild fruits, crabapples and cherries, filled she the night and day their famished throats. They were well raised on wild garlic and onion, lily bulbs, leeks, and onion leaves.
At night, while they ate these meager foods, she told them the stories of her ancestors, the stories that had been passed down to her from her parents, the stories of Alan the Beautiful and her 5 unruly sons, and the parable of the 5 arrows that could not be broken so long as they stayed together. At first, the boys seemed to have taken these lessons to heart.
Их эжний тэжээсэн хөвгүүд эрс сайт болон өсөж, эрх омог төвлөр болж, их онны
saying to each other, "We must feed our mother." They sat on Mother Onon's muddy banks and mastered metal hooks and lures, catching maimed and motley fish. Turning needles into hooks, they hooked trout and little whitefish. They sifted pools for silver minnows, and so they served back their mother's love.
Авахтай усыг шүүрдэн байж, жагас жарахыг гохтон барьж, жаяад ихэ тэжээх болов.
It was around this time that Temujin met another boy of the same age, whose family would often camp near to their own settlement. This boy's name was Jamuka. The 2 boys hunted and fished together and became good friends. In fact, they became so close that they swore to enter into that bond of chosen kinship and became what the Mongols called Anda, a kind of blood brother. They most likely spilled a drop of their blood into a cup of fermented mare's milk and both drank from it, swearing an oath of eternal brotherhood and always to fight on one another's behalf. It must have been hard to imagine at the time, watching these 2 skinny boys playing in the hills or at games of knucklebones beside the great river. But one day they would fight one another in a bitter civil war over who would rule all the people of the Mongols. Soon winter came to the steppe. Snow fell and the Onon River froze solid. The now reduced family must have come close to death. But finally, spring arrived on the steppe and the ice on the grasslands thawed. But by this time, all was not well among this lonely family. Despite their mother's stories warning them to stay united, a bitter rivalry had always existed between Temujin and Yesugei's oldest son, Begta, who had been born of another mother. This rivalry would only grow bitterer as their situation worsened and hunger set in. As the older and larger boy, Begta often took for himself the best of the fish and birds that they caught, until eventually Temujin had had enough. He and his younger brother Kasar soon plotted to kill their older brother. It wasn't just Begta's selfishness that motivated this decision. With their father dead, their mother Oelun was an unmarried woman. As a result, she was considered available for marriage, and though it might seem strange to us, the most likely candidate may have been her young stepson, Begta. Travelling to Mongolia a century later, the Venetian explorer Marco Polo noted this peculiarity of Mongol marriage laws.
The marriage customs of Tartars are as follows. Any man may take 100 wives if he so please, and if he be able to keep them. But the first wife is ever held most in honor, and as the most legitimate. They may marry their cousins, and if a father dies, his son may take any of the wives, his mother always excepted. That is to say, the eldest son may do this, but no other.
If Begta married Oelun, he would secure his position as the undisputed head of the family. Temujin and Kasar were determined not to let that happen. The pair of them chose their moment carefully. They took their bows and crept up on Begta while he sat on the hill, drawing their bowstrings taut. When he saw them, he briefly pleaded for his life, but they didn't listen. Temujin and Kasar shot him with their arrows and left his body to lie in the long grass of the steppe. When they returned to their tent, their mother saw the murder in their eyes.
Тэмүүжин хасар хоёр гэр дирж орох өжин их хоёр хөвгүүнийхэн чараагийг хармагч дараа учрыг мэдэж.
When they came back into the gear, the Madame Mother understood it all from the faces of her two children. "Murderers!" she shouted. When bursting out from my hot womb, he wielded in his hand a black blood clot, like a hound that devours its own, like a panther that pounces against a cliff, like a lion that cannot restrain its wrath, like a wolf that stalks in the whirling blizzard. You killed your own brother.
When summer came again that year, their old tribe, the Tayechut, returned, following their seasonal route as always. They must have expected to find nothing but a collection of whitened bones littering the steppe, where they had left the family of Oalun and her children to die. But they were astonished and a little concerned to find these young men and their mother still living by the side of the river. Somehow, they had clung to life. This could turn out to be a problem for the Tayechut. These boys were becoming stronger each year, and maybe one day they would be strong enough to take revenge for abandoning them. Perhaps when the Tayechut heard of Temujin's killing of Begta, they used this as an excuse to hunt him down as an outlaw. Temujin ran, and they chased him high up into the mountains. Fleeing for his life, he made for one peak in particular that held a great significance, the sacred mountain named Burkan Khaldun. Among the rocky slopes strewn with scree, there grow forests of Siberian larch and pine, where it was possible for him to hide. For a while he evaded them among the forest's shady depths, but the Tayechut posted guards in a wide circle and slowly closed the net around him. Eventually they cornered him and dragged him back to their camp as a prisoner. At first the Tayechut planned to execute Temujin, but they soon changed their minds. A young, strong boy like him would make a good worker, and so they brought the young man back to live as a slave in their camp. To humiliate him, they forced him to wear a heavy wooden board around his neck. This prevented him from eating or sleeping comfortably, and made his status as a slave known to everyone. It's not known how long he was held captive here, but all that time, Temujin must have been thinking of his bride, Borta, and dreaming that they would one day be reunited. Eventually, he saw his chance to escape.
Жунай тэргүүн сарын 16-ны улаан тэргэл өдөр Тайчууд онны ирэг дээр хормолж.
One night, the Tayechut feasted on the Red Disk Day, the 16th of the first moon of summer, on the banks of the Onon, as the sun went down. A feeble youth brought to him to that feast. As the fellows at the feast were being sent away, he grabbed the wooden board away from the feeble boy, struck him on the head once with it, and ran. He lay down on his back on the river's edge, the moonlight bright as day.
With the Tayechut guards combing the steppe for him, Temujin saw only one chance to escape. He leapt into the icy river, and the heavy wooden board acted as a flotation device. When he climbed out of the water some way downstream, he found a family of herdsmen who helped him to remove the lock on the heavy piece of wood, and he limped back home to his family. Owain and his siblings must have been overjoyed to see him when he returned, but he had other things on his mind. The first thing he did when he returned was to ride out to claim his bride Borta. He must have feared the worst, that her father had gone back on his word and given her to someone else, but perhaps the old shaman had remembered his vision and the fire he had seen in the eyes of that young boy. All those years, he had kept his daughter for the man she was promised to. She and Temujin were married. They had a daughter and lived together happily on the banks of the Onon River. And that is where the story of Temujin might have ended, with a happy family, with children and grandchildren, with a quiet death in a gir tent in the middle of the steppe, and we would never know his name. But history had other plans, and the steppe was no place for a quiet life. One day, a raiding party of the northern forest people known as the Merkit swept down on their camp while Temujin was out hunting. This raid was a perfect example of the tangled world of steppe rivalries and blood feuds. For in fact, these men were the brothers of Chiledu, the man that Temujin's mother Owain had once married, and who had lost his wife to Yesugei. With Yesugei dead, these brothers of Chiledu were taking their revenge on the man's son instead. They burned his tents and took away his animals and what possessions he had, and just as Yesugei had once stolen Owain, these Merkit raiders now stole his wife Borta away and retreated with her back to the cover of the Siberian forests. With his small band, Temujin had little hope of reclaiming her. But he did have one chance. That was to reach out to the man who had once been his childhood friend on the banks of the Onon River. A man who was now a rising warrior in the nearby clan of the Kerait, his Anda blood brother, Jamuka. When Jamuka saw his old friend after so many years, he was overjoyed, but he must have seen the pain in Temujin's face. And when Temujin told him what had happened, Jamuka flew into a rage. The secret history records him giving the following promise.
Одоо би хараа ихэд тугаан дахиж хар бухын арсаар бүрсэн
A black leather war drum with its booming bellow I have beaten. A steed with swift steps have I saddled. A steel shirt have I worn. A solid spear have I seized. A stinging arrow on my string have I strung. To slaughter all the savage Merkit I set out.
Хаад мэрэгдийг халдан довтолж хатгалдан байлдахаар мордов би.
The lord that Jamuka served was a man named Toghril Khan, the Khan of the Kerait people, and he agreed to help Temujin get his wife back. They spent that year building an army and set out in the autumn with a host over 30,000 strong, riding north into the hostile forests where the Merkit lived. They waited until nightfall, and then, under cover of darkness, they swept down on the Merkit camp in a surprise attack. The secret history records what happened next.
Мэрэгдийн муудас дөрвж хэрсэн сэлэнгийг уруухан дутаа. Манай чиргүүд дөрвсөн мэрэгдийг нэхэж доо.
They swarmed in to seize his girls in a sudden swoop. They plundered his kingdom mercilessly. As the Merkit folk fled down the Selenge River in the night, as our soldiers dogged the heels of the fugitive Merkit through the night, plundering and looting, and as Temujin called out, "Borta! Borta! They met. Madame Borta was there among the fugitives. She recognized Temujin's voice, got down from the wagon and ran towards him, and they hugged each other in welcome.
Хэрэгнээс бүр Хуагчин эмгэн хоёр гүйж ирээд Темүжиний жолоо чолгоорыг ярьж авав.
There was only one complication. Temujin soon found out that his wife Borta had become pregnant. Since she had been captured and forcibly married to a Merkit lord, Temujin could never know whether the child was his. Perhaps for this reason, when his firstborn son came into the world, Temujin gave him the name Jochi, which in Mongolian means guest, perhaps alluding to the question of his fatherhood. But they all agreed to put the issue behind them, and Temujin accepted Jochi the guest as his eldest son. After this experience, it was now clear to Temujin that a life of peace was impossible on the steppe. For protection, he and his family joined Jamuka's camp, and the pair of Anda blood brothers rode together as equals for a year and a half. They hunted and fought together, and perhaps even played knucklebones together the way they had as boys. Jamuka also introduced Temujin to his lord and patron, the ruler of the Kerayit clan, the man named Toghril Khan. This time would have been crucial for Temujin. During his upbringing, he had known only hardship and poverty, whereas Jamuka had become an experienced warrior and leader. He must have taught Temujin all he knew. For a while, everything seemed to be going well. But eventually, Temujin began to detect a hint of resentment from his blood brother, perhaps even a glimmer of contempt. One day, Jamuka ordered him to stay home and protect the clan's sheep herds, a clear sign that things were beginning to sour between these old friends. The two quarreled, and Temujin's wife Borta advised him to leave his friend and start out on his own.
Бүрдүжин үгэл рүү Жамуухан дамархан вайддаг гэдэг үлээ. Одоо биднээс вайдаг чаган болсон бич.
Madame Borta said, Jamuka Anda is said to be a person who easily gets tired of things. Now the time has come that he has become tired of us. Let us not pitch camp. Let us make a clean break and move away through the night.
Энэ хөдөлсөөр шулуухан жамхаас хагчиж сүн туж явъя гэв.
With a heavy heart, Temujin agreed, and he and his family prepared to leave. He would now be starting again from the beginning, alone on the steppe. He expected to leave with just his wife and his small children, but to his surprise, he had gained a great deal of popularity among Jamuka's people. In fact, when Temujin made to leave Jamuka's camp, half of his blood brother's followers asked to go with him. The loyalty that Temujin clearly inspired was partly due to his reputation for generosity. When dividing up the loot from a successful raid, steppe peoples had for thousands of years adhered to an ancient system by which the elites and nobles took all the best plunder for themselves and then divided the rest among the other men as they saw fit. Common people were usually left out of this system. In the harsh world of the steppe, strength was everything, and the strong took the lion's share. But Temujin appears to have been different. He had grown up on the freezing bank of the Onon River with his siblings and learned to share everything in common. He had once killed his older brother Begta, partly for taking the best food for himself, and since then must have harbored a distaste for this ancient system. And perhaps he had learned that inspiring loyalty in those around him was worth any amount of gold or any number of horses. As a result, he pioneered a new and somewhat radical system in the world of the steppe. In his party, loot would be shared according to merit, and those who did well in battle were given a greater share, even if they were just common people. Among his followers, he also, at times, introduced a kind of insurance policy, decreeing that any soldier who was killed in battle would have their share of the loot given to their widow and orphaned children, a policy perhaps inspired by his own experience of losing his father and being plunged into poverty as a child. A certain amount of loot was also distributed to the elderly and disabled. All of this meant that when he left Jamuka's camp, a number of men wanted to follow him. But in taking half of his blood brother's people, Temujin had also gained a powerful enemy. Throughout this time, the Mongols were still a fractured and divided people. But now these two rival warriors both desired to make themselves ruler over all the Mongols, a title that had long been known as Khan. In the summer of 1189, Temujin decided to take his chance. He summoned a meeting of the clans, known as a Kurultai. A Kurultai was a riotous event, part political rally and part festival. This one took place on the shores of a place on the steppe known as the Blue Lake. Here, the air would be filled with the sound of horses, laughter, and perhaps the mesmerizing sound of Mongolian throat singing, a unique vocal form in which the singers summon sound from deep in their larynx, with such precision that they are able to sing two notes at once. The Kurultai would have included games and feasts, the so-called three manly pursuits of horse races, wrestling, and archery tournaments, and of course, the consumption of vast quantities of alcohol. It's likely the attendants would have drunk airak or kumis, the alcoholic drink made from fermented mare's milk. One Chinese diplomat named Zhao Gong, who attended a Mongol feast in the early 1220s, even records a kind of Mongol drinking game.
They do not end their banqueting until everyone is roaring drunk. Every time they drink wine, it is their custom that those who sit next to each other should, after tasting, exchange cups. If one's counterpart holds the cup with one hand, it means that I must taste a mouthful, and only then will he dare to drink. If he holds the cup in both hands, then he wishes to switch cups with me. Then I have to drink his wine to the bottom and pour wine to toast him. This made it very easy to get drunk. Whenever they see a foreign guest talk uproariously, make noise, and act rudely in a drunken state, or else vomit or fall asleep, then they are very happy and say the guest gets drunk, so his heart is one with ours.
But despite the revelry, the Kurultai had a very serious purpose. By holding this gathering of the clans, Temujin was declaring his intention to become Khan of the Mongols. This was not a particularly prestigious title. The Mongols were a weak and divided people, and any Khan who led them would still pay tribute to the much more powerful Togrel Khan of the Karaits. But it was still a clear declaration of war against the more likely claimant to the title, and the man who commanded the support of most Mongol nobles, his own blood brother Jamuka. When Jamuka heard news about this Kurultai, he must have been enraged. Clashes between the two men's followers intensified, until one day one of Jamuka's relatives was killed in a cattle raid. This was the excuse he was looking for, to finally go to war and crush his blood brother Temujin. The two sides gathered their forces. Temujin would finally meet his blood brother in battle at a place called Dalan Baljut. The Mongol horsemen would have wheeled around each other in great thundering packs, hailing one another with arrows before closing in and clashing with their long lances. We can imagine the thundering of the hooves, the cries of the dying men and horses, the whoops and battle cries, and the angry buzzing of arrows through the air. But here, Jamuka's greater experience and years of warrior training easily overpowered the inexperienced Temujin. The Secret History reports this loss in few words.
13 хүрээнээсээ 3 түмэн чиргийг авч Жамхыг ухтан мордоод.
They formed up into 3 units, rode against Jamuka. He was forced back then by Jamuka and escaped into the Jiran Gorge on the Onan River.
Чингис хаан Жамхад шахагдж онон мөрнө Зээрэн гэдэх хавчэлд шургаж оров.
With Temujin defeated, the wrath of Jamuka was terrible. In retribution for siding with the upstart, Jamuka ordered that 70 princes of the Chinoa clan be boiled alive in great iron cauldrons. One leader's head was cut off, and Jamuka tied it to his horse's tail and dragged it behind him as he rode. Temujin's situation was now worse than ever. He was now an outlaw and fled for his life with the riders of Jamuka hot on his heels. He would not return to the steppe for another 10 years, and those years are a gap in his biography. But some historians think it likely that he went south, to the lands that lay across the great expanse of the Gobi Desert, a domain of large, wealthy cities, artists, merchants, poets, and emperors, the lands of China. China at the end of the 12th century was a divided land. Since the days of the first emperors of the Qin and Han dynasty, the settled people who lived in the floodplains around the Yangtze and Yellow rivers had fought bitterly with the nomadic horse-riding peoples of the steppe. And since that time, China's emperors had built numerous defences on their northern border that would become known as the Great Wall. In the nearly 10 centuries since the time of the Han dynasty, the Tang were the first to unite the area of the central Chinese plains. But after the collapse of that dynasty, a period of chaos and dissolution followed, known as the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period. Eventually, around the year 1000, the plains of China united once more under the Song dynasty. The Song were ethnically Han Chinese, the majority ethnic group of China, and under their reign the people of the Central Plains had flourished. Over the next 100 years, China's population would double, so that by the year 1100, more than 100 million people, or 1/3 of the planet's entire human population, could be found there. China at this time was the undisputed center of the world, and technologically the most advanced civilization on Earth. But in the 1120s, disaster struck. The Jurchen were a people from the oak and pine forests of Manchuria, near the border with Korea, where Siberian tigers were known to roam. And to the Chinese in the south, these Jurchen were considered barbarians. They were mostly not nomadic, and lived in villages, but they were a horse-rearing people, and they rode and fought as horse archers in much the same way as the Mongols. Once subservient to another Manchurian people known as the Khitan, they had overthrown their former masters and now swept across northern China in a tide of conquest. The Chinese Sung dynasty, weakened by internal divisions and taken by surprise, could do little to stop them. In a disaster that the Sung would rue for centuries, Jurchen horsemen swept south and seized the lands around the northern Yellow River, pushing south and even capturing the former Sung capital of Kaifang. From this point onwards, the lands of northern China would be ruled by these Jurchen, and their new emperor would crown himself with a title that elevated him above the other peoples of the steppe. He was now the Golden Khan, and his empire would be known as the Jin, or Golden Empire. The Jurchen Jin dynasty of northern China was what has been called a conquest dynasty, that is, one founded by outside invaders. But throughout Chinese history, these kinds of conquerors had always learned that military might was not the only kind of power, that culture too had its own kind of force. Over time, the founders of these conquest dynasties often adopted the Chinese language, began to live by Confucian ideals and dress in Chinese clothes, intermarry with the locals, and gradually become every bit as Chinese as the Chinese. The Jurchen were no different. In fact, over the century that they ruled northern China, they adopted the Chinese language so enthusiastically that very few written texts in the Jurchen language have survived. Just 30 years after their conquest, one Jin emperor known as the Prince of Hailing even began writing Chinese poetry and drinking Chinese tea, something that his hardy forebears would have mocked. But no matter how many Chinese manners or customs they adopted, the Jin would always be considered outside barbarians by the Sung Chinese in the south, who referred to them as slaves and dog sheep, and dreamed of one day retaking their lost lands and uniting China once more. For the next 2 centuries, China would be divided into these 2 halves, the Chinese Sung in the rugged and tropical south, and the Jurchen Jin in the dry and arid north, with their border along the Huai River, roughly halfway between the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers. There was almost constant warfare between them, as they seized forts and border towns from one another whenever the opportunity arose, but neither side was ever able to gain the upper hand. Since they themselves had once swept out of the wilderness and seized the cities of China, the Jurchen rulers of the Jin dynasty knew all too well how quickly a new threat could develop in those wild lands, and they were determined not to be caught by surprise, as the Sung had been. As a result, the Jin operated a policy of using nomads to fight nomads. On their frontier, the Jin dynasty employed what were called Juyin. These were their border guards, vassals and subject states, along with mercenaries who they paid handsomely to create a buffer zone between them and the other peoples of the north. These Juyin border guards would raid and plunder other steppe peoples whenever they became too powerful, and suppressed any chance of a united power emerging in the Mongolian steppe. And when any one group of Juyin themselves became too powerful, the Jin would shift their support to a different people and bring them tumbling down in turn. The southern Chinese writer Zhao Gong recounts this practice with the usual Sung contempt for their northern rivals.
When the Tartars were in their original countries, during the Jin coward's reign, there was a rumour spoken The Tartars are coming. Every 3 years, they would dispatch troops to the farthest frontiers and wastes of the north to destroy and kill, and called it decreasing the number of fighting men. The Tartars fled and concealed themselves in the sandy deserts, and hatred entered the marrow of their bones.
This brutal policy had been remarkably successful. Constantly beset by punitive raids, the peoples of the north, like the Mongols, had remained bitterly divided, crippled by blood feuds and rivalries, of which the life of Temujin gives just a glimpse. Zhao Gong describes the chaotic state of the steppe during this time.
At present, the Tartars are very simple and wild, and they have almost no institutions. I have studied and researched this, and have found that they prosper and decline, rise and are destroyed with no regularity.
The brutal Jin policy had created immense hardship, but they also provided something of a safety net. For any group facing extinction in the steppe, there always remained this one way of surviving: to enter the service of the Jin and defend the borders of their empire. It's thought that after losing his battle with Jamukha, Temujin may have fled south into the borderlands of the Jin Empire with what remained of his followers, and there sold his services as a Juyin. If this is where Temujin spent those 10 years, then it's here that he would hone his skills as a leader and strategist. And he would learn lessons in brutality. In the winter of 1196, the Jin paid him to attack the wealthy steppe people known as the Tatars. The Tatars had actually been Juyin border guards themselves, and had grown rich from all the loot they had plundered on behalf of the Jin. But now, the Jin dynasty feared that their loyal attack dogs had become too powerful. They employed Temujin's Mongols and their overlords, the powerful Karayit people, to attack the Tatars and reduce any threat they might eventually pose. Since the Tatars had once poisoned his father, Temujin must have been all too happy to accept, as the secret history recalls.
When he learned the news, Temujin said, "From days of old, the Tartars have been a hateful folk who murdered their grandfathers and fathers. In this opportunity, let us join in on this attack."
The ruler of the Karayits, Toghril Khan, also had reason to hate the Tatars. He had once been the Anda or blood brother of Temujin's murdered father Yasuge, and in this period would become something of a father figure to Temujin. Together they rode out against their joint enemy, and in a surprise attack swept into Tatar lands and plundered them mercilessly. The Mongols were amazed by the rich trade goods they seized from the tents and treasure carts of the Tatars. They noticed that even the children of the Tatars had gold rings in their noses and wore sable cloaks stitched with gold. The Jin dynasty were delighted with Temujin's work and promoted him to the rank of Jutao, or pacification officer. Looting the Tatars brought his band great wealth, and doubtless more followers too, and it solidified his relationship with the powerful Toghril Khan. From this point on, Temujin became his right-hand man, and his power began to grow. One people known as the Jurkin had raided some of Temujin's camps while he was away on his war with the Tatars, and so when he returned home, he rounded on them. But instead of simply taking their animals and chasing them off, as was usually the way on the steppe, he rounded up their leadership and executed every one. Then, to the common people of the Jurkin, he gave an offer: to join the Mongols not as slaves, as would have been usual, but as members of the clan. He even gave his mother an orphan Jurchen boy to adopt, symbolically accepting him as his brother. The Jurchen must have been perplexed, but many of them accepted his deal. This was a new way of doing things on the steppe, and suddenly the established elite of Mongolia began to get nervous. These old, powerful Khans rallied around the one person they thought could challenge Temujin. In fact, the only man who had ever beaten him in battle, his own blood brother, Jamukha. These old Khans gathered and crowned Jamukha with an ancient and powerful title, Gur Khan, meaning something like Khan over Khans. The only thing standing between Jamukha and his final victory was Temujin. When Temujin and Jamukha met in battle for the final time, the year was 1201. Both sides gathered their horsemen, who by now would have numbered in the many thousands. Wars in Mongolia were fought with horse and spear, with bow and arrow and sword. One Chinese chronicler, Peng Daya, writes an account of the typical equipment of a Mongol warrior.
Their weapons and armor consist of scale armor, chainmail with leather 6 layers deep, and tough sheephorn bows. They whittle wood for the shafts and take down birds of prey for the feathers. Their scimitars follow the Westerners' style, light and sharp. They have long and short spears with tips like drills, so that what is speared does not slip off, and they can penetrate heavy armor. They have defensive shields of short-stemmed bamboo, or else of willow, tied with leather.
But as well as these physical weapons, battles in Mongolia were also fought with magic. Both sides would bring their most powerful shamans to the battlefield, and these holy men were considered to have exceptional abilities at their disposal, to turn away enemy arrows, cause their shields and bowstrings to break, and even use enchanted stones to control the weather. The great respect that all Mongols held for these shamans meant that they actually had a very real psychological effect on the battlefield. In a narrow contest that could go either way, an impressive display of shamanic power could even make the difference between an army standing and fighting, or panicking and running, between victory and defeat. On the day of the battle, as the horsemen clashed and arrows flew in angry swarms through the air, it was Temujin's shamans who seemed to win the day. As the battle wore on, the clouds darkened, and a great steppe storm swept down over the blood-stained grasslands.
When they were pushing each other back and forth, up and down the slope, and reforming their own ranks, at that very moment the shamans of Jamukha performed the Weatherstone magic. But the weather magic reversed, and the magic fell on themselves. Then, saying to each other, "Heaven is not pleased with us," they scattered.
Jamukha now fled, just as Temujin once had. Over the next few years, he would regroup with some of his men, but many could now see which way the wind was blowing. Some of Jamukha's followers betrayed him, hoping that if they handed him over to Temujin, they would curry favor with the new ascendant lord of the steppe. When they came to Temujin with their captive, however, they were disappointed. For their reward, Temujin had them all put to death, condemning them in the following terms.
People who laid hands on their own ruler, how can they be allowed to live? Who would befriend such people? Execute them all, down to their offspring.
But his rival Jamuka could not be allowed to live. Despite their sworn bond, Temujin ordered that he be killed. Perhaps as a sign of the love they had once held for one another, the deed was done in the most noble manner according to Mongol tradition, that is, without shedding any of his blood. Jamuka was likely strangled or his back broken, and his body was buried. With the killing of Jamuka, Temujin's childhood died too, and a new man was born. The war of the Khans had come to an end, and now Temujin's claim to be Khan of all the Mongols faced no opposition. Before long, other peoples of the steppe fell before his horsemen, the Naiman, the Jadaran, the Oirat, the Taichut, and the Tatars. In each clan that fell to him, the elites and nobles were killed, but as with the Jurkin, the commoners were absorbed into the Mongol army. And Temujin's mother, Oğulun, would ceremoniously adopt an orphaned child of their people as Temujin's brother. As a system, it was immensely symbolic and ruthlessly effective. Eventually, even his mentor Togrel, the Khan of the Kereit, recognized how powerful his protege had become. He turned on Temujin and tried to have him killed, but he too was swept aside. Now, around the age of 70, Togril was defeated at a clash remembered as the Battle of the Burning Sands. Now there was no one left to stand in Temujin's way. Temujin was the undisputed overlord of virtually all the peoples of Mongolia, and the commander of as many as 100,000 horsemen. In a grand Kurultai ceremony in the year 1206, he gathered all the peoples he had conquered and declared himself the emperor of the eastern steppe. When he was crowned, he chose to rule not with the old traditional title of Gur Khan that Jamuka had chosen, but with a new title. This title would symbolize that things in the world of the steppe were about to change, that Temujin would be the kind of ruler that Asia had never seen before. The meaning of this title is much debated and meant something like Great Khan, Righteous King, or Oceanic Emperor. But soon it would be known all around the world, a title that in the Mongolian language was pronounced Genghis Khan. The title that Temujin chose to rule under has suffered much from translation through the ages. From Mongolian, it entered the Persian language relatively unscathed as Chengiz Khan, but when these sources were translated into Arabic, the confusion began. Arabic has no ch sound, and so they used their letter J to make it Genghis Khan. European scholars would later translate these sources into Latin and eventually into English in the 19th century, at which time the translators used the letter G to denote a soft sound like in general or German. But due to the ambiguous pronunciation of the letter G in English, this soon led to an extremely common mispronunciation. Genghis Khan. The mispronunciation is so widespread today that Genghis Khan has arguably become the standard way that the name is pronounced in English. But for the sake of correctness, in this episode, I will pronounce the name Chinggis, as it is said in Mongolia today. Beyond the pronunciation of his name, much else is mysterious about the figure of Chinggis Khan, not least his appearance. No artistic representations were ever made of him during his life, or by anyone who met him. As a result, those imaginary depictions we do have are deeply influenced by the artist's cultural background. In one Chinese portrait of the Great Khan, made after his death, he appears painted like a Chinese emperor, wearing a white Mongolian-style robe. Meanwhile, in the Persian miniature paintings, he is depicted wearing a great golden crown, or later as a Persian prince with a feathered turban, necklaces of pearls, or dressed in fine silk and brocades. In Europe too, he would be depicted with European features, with fine fur cloaks and a gown of flowing silk, sporting a handsome moustache. Written descriptions of him could be no less fragmentary. The Chinese writer Zhao Gong writes one rare account of his appearance.
On the whole, the Tartars are not very tall, the tallest not exceeding 5 feet and 3 or 4 inches. They grow extremely little facial hair. The Tartar Lord Temujin differs in that he is of a large and noble bearing, with a broad forehead and long whiskers, and cuts a heroic, robust figure.
The 13th century Persian writer Minhaj al-Siraj Juzjani writes another rare description of what he looked like, although he got his account third-hand and never saw the great Khan himself.
A man of tall stature, of vigorous build, robust in body, the hair on his face scanty and turned white, with cat's eyes, possessed of dedicated energy, discernment, genius, and understanding, awe-striking, a butcher, just, resolute, an overthrower of enemies, intrepid, bloodthirsty and cruel. He was adept at magic and deception, and some of the devils were his friends.
Historians have never settled exactly what Juzjani means when he says that Chinggis Khan had cat's eyes. This may have referred to the epicanthic folds that are typical of the faces of Mongolians and many peoples in East Asia, and may have been worthy of mention to the Persian chronicler. But it may also indicate that Chinggis Khan had a striking and unusual eye color, perhaps a bright yellow that occurs in rare cases, with a higher incidence in East Asia. Throughout these sources, Chinggis Khan is elusive, insubstantial, and mysterious, but the changes he brought about in the world would be immense. And after conquering much of the world of the steppe, the man who was once Temujin began the work of building a state. The empire that Chinggis Khan would forge, he would call the Yeke Mongol Ulus, or the Great Mongol State. But he also referred to it informally and affectionately as the people of the felt walls, referring to the felt tents that characterized the nomadic way of life. The empire was a vast confederation, covering a land area roughly the size of Western Europe, and comprising at least 1 million people, and probably 20 million herd animals. But it was an empire of grass, an empire without cities, without governors or administrators. To make sense of this organizational nightmare, Chinggis Khan embarked on a dramatic restructuring of Mongol society. He would tear out the old system of clan loyalties and replace it with one based around the military. He organized his warriors according to an old decimal system that had been used for centuries on the steppe, going back to the time of the Xiongnu. His soldiers were placed into squads of 10 men called an arban, who lived together and fought as brothers. These squads were typically led by the eldest man. 10 of these arban joined together to make a zagun, or 100 men, and these 100 voted to choose its leader. 10 zagun made a mingan, or 1,000 men, and 10 mingan made a tumen, an army of 10,000 Mongol horsemen. This was considered to be a practical size, large enough to be effective in battle, but not so large that it could not move quickly or ran into problems with supply. The leaders of these tumen were chosen by Temujin personally. In this way, the old, messy clan system, which had fostered infighting and backstabbing, had been replaced by a regimented system that promoted coordination and cooperation. The Persian scholar Atamalik Juvaini, writing in the service of the Mongols in the 1250s, gushes about the great success of these reforms.
God Almighty in wisdom and intelligence distinguished Chinggis Khan in alertness of mind and absoluteness of power, and exalted him above all the kings of the world, so that all that had been recorded touching the ways of the pharaohs and Caesars was by Chinggis Khan invented from the page of his own mind. He established a rule for every occasion and a regulation for every circumstance, while for every crime he fixed a penalty.
Every Mongol of all ages and genders were now required to give 1 day a week of public service, either in the army or working on public projects. These could be herding animals and collecting milk, gathering dung for fuel, or making felt from wool. Sometimes their service could simply be to serve food at a feast, or to sing and entertain the troops. Chinggis Khan worked to end the feuding that had for centuries defined the harsh reality of Mongol life. Previously, the only justice on the steppe was the vengeance you could exact on those who wronged you, which had the tendency to bring about cycles of reprisal and violence that echoed down the generations. But Temujin introduced a series of laws that he would call the Great Law, or Yasa. Since the Mongols had no written script, they adopted the writing system of the nearby Uyghur people and copied these laws down in a series of books with bright blue bindings, as the Persian scholar Juvaini recalls.
These rolls are called the Great Book of the Yasa, and are kept in the treasury of the chief princes. Whenever a Khan ascends the throne, or a great army is mobilized, or the princes assemble and begin to consult together concerning affairs of state and the administration thereof, they produce these rolls and model their actions thereon.
Each one of the new laws that Chinggis Khan wrote seemed to be directly influenced by his own experiences in earlier life. One of his first laws was to forbid the kidnapping of women on the Mongol steppe. He had come close to losing his wife Bota in this way and knew the pain of it firsthand, and his own mother Oalun had been kidnapped by his father. In this way, it must have been a deeply personal issue, but kidnapping was also one of the main causes of friction on the steppe, and had sparked countless bitter feuds. Outlawing it completely would bring peace where before there had been only conflict. He also outlawed the taking of other Mongols as slaves. After being kept as a slave by the Tayechut, this issue seems to have arisen from his own bitter memories, although there would be no law against taking slaves from other steppe peoples. He also outlawed the theft of animals and brought in regulations on when people could hunt, banning hunting throughout the breeding season so that stocks of game animals would not become depleted. Finally, he began the introduction of what would become a law that guaranteed a degree of religious protection to his subjects, perhaps the first law of its kind in the Middle Ages, as Giovanni records.
Being the adherent of no religion and the follower of no creed, he rejected bigotry and the preference of one faith to another and the placing of some above others. Rather, he honored and respected the learned and the pious of every sect, recognizing such conduct as the way to the court of God.
These laws may sound idealistic to us today, but they were also pragmatic. Religious conflicts could cause ruptures between different families and clans, and damage the cohesion of the empire. But now all the steppe peoples, whether Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, or like him a worshipper of Tengri and the great blue sky, would all share equal protection under the law. Certain religious practices, like the slaughter of halal meat, were outlawed, sometimes on penalty of death, so it has been contested how much we can really call this religious freedom, but it was still a radical new vision for what kind of state the Mongol Empire could be. On top of these reforms, Chinggis Khan created a new inner heartland for the empire. This was the original homeland of the Mongols, the region where the rivers Onon, Khelen, and Tul found their source, and where he had once sheltered from the Tayechut warriors who had hunted him. This was the land centered around the mountain Burkhan Khaldun. Only members of his close family and inner court were allowed to venture into this private land, and it was here that Mongol royalty would bury their dead for centuries to come. At the head of Mongol society sat Chinggis Khan and his inner court, which in Mongolian was known as an ordu, a word that means something like great tent, and is the origin of the English word horde. The word Mongol itself has a somewhat uncertain origin, perhaps deriving from the Mongolian phrase Monke Tengri Gal, meaning eternal sky fire, or from the word Mongu, meaning silver. It had been used for some time about all the scattered clans like Yesugeis and Temujins, but now everyone who lived in the empire was considered a Mongol citizen. But much to the Mongols' frustration, they struggled to get anyone outside of the steppe to call them by that name. For much of their history, people in China, Persia, the Middle East, and Europe all insisted on calling them by the name of what had been, up until then, the largest and most powerful of the steppe peoples, the Tatars. They did this sometimes out of calculated disrespect, and sometimes out of genuine confusion, and despite Mongol insistence that they were not Tatars, but Mongols, the name stuck. Still, despite all the reforms of Chinggis Khan, Mongol society still remained a fragile entity, and its people still lived lives of poverty and subsistence in the harsh land of the steppe. Chinggis Khan knew that his people would remain united only as long as they had an enemy to fight together, and if no such enemy arose, they would return to their old ways, fight one another, and tear his new empire apart. Partly for this reason, he began to cast his gaze beyond the high plateau of the Mongolian steppe and hunger for wars of conquest and the riches they could bring. While the Jin and Sung divided the river plains of China between them, there was a third smaller kingdom to their west, known as the Western Xia. This was located partly in the hilly upper reaches of the Yellow River and the dry desert regions to the north of the Tibetan Plateau, known as the He Corridor. This had been a strategic trade route for the past 1,000 years, since the time of the Han Dynasty, and it's through this narrow passage that the vast majority of Silk Road goods passed on huge caravans of Bactrian camels. Like the Jin, the Western Xia were a conquest dynasty, ruled by a people known as the Tanguts, nomadic Buddhists from the region of Tibet. Their society was a hybrid, including both nomadic herders, not unlike the Mongols, and settled cities full of Chinese, Turkic, and Tibetan peoples, with a booming economy based on Silk Road trade. This was the smallest and weakest kingdom bordering the steppe, and it had recently sheltered some enemies of Chinggis Khan who had fled from his conquest. For this reason, the Tanguts were the first prey upon which he set his sights. At first, the Mongols initiated a series of raids on their border forts, testing their defences. But in the year 1209, Chinggis Khan gathered his horde and descended on their borders. When they got news that the Khan was marching on their lands, the Tanguts sent out messengers, begging for help from their neighbours, the powerful Jin and Sung dynasties in the south. But neither the Jin nor the Sung sent any aid. The ruler of the Jin dynasty, known as Prince Shao of Wei, is even recorded to have sent the following dismissive reply.
It is to our advantage when our enemies attack one another. Wherein lies the danger to us?
As we will see, this pattern would repeat itself in almost all the lands that the Mongols arrived in. At various points, a coordinated and united response might have stopped their advance, but everywhere, local rivalries prevented anyone from uniting against them. In the desert regions, the Mongols easily overwhelmed the Tangut armies, but the walled cities of Western Xia proved to be a much greater obstacle. The Mongols had no siege equipment, no ladders or battering rams, no catapults or engineers, and so all they could do was surround the fortresses, gaze up at their towering walls, and try to starve the Tangut people into surrender. This was highly unpalatable for Mongol warriors, who delighted in moving quickly, striking fast, and always finding new grasslands for their horses. The Mongols encircled the Tanguts in their capital of Yinchuan, but it was a powerful fortress, guarded by an army of 150,000 soldiers. At the sight of the Mongol army, the Tanguts simply disappeared behind their walls and refused to be baited out for battle. In an act of desperation, at one point the Mongols even attempted to dam the Yellow River in the hope of redirecting it into the city, flooding it and undermining the foundations of its walls. But the river instead flooded the Mongols' camp. Still, the Tanguts had had enough of the destruction. and soon sued for peace. The secret history of the Mongols records their plea to the great Khan.
Хаан Чингис соёорхвол хамаг тангууд улс өндөр дээрснээ нүмерд өсөгсөн олон тэмээ.
If Genghis Khan shows us favor, then we, the Tangut people, shall bring forth many camels reared in the shelter of the tall feather grass. We shall weave woolen material and make satin, and then we shall give them to you. Training falcons to fly lucid game, we shall gather them, and all the best ones we shall send to you.
Арга жидлаар сургасан анж шонкор шуудын айд сайныг нь хүргэе.
Sources in southern Sung China recorded the subjugation of the Tanguts with a mixture of contempt and amusement. From their perspective, a hated rival had been bested by mere barbarians. The Sung writer Li Xinchuan records this event with a sneer.
The Black Tartars became increasingly powerful. Having gradually unified the clan lands, they then raised a great army and attacked Hershey. Within several years, all the districts and prefectures of Hershey had been sacked. They even forcibly carried off a false princess of the Xia kingdom in departing, and the Xia actually had to serve them as vassals.
In the decades that followed, the situation would not seem so amusing to the Sung. The conquest of the Western Xia had proven the effectiveness of the Mongol war machine, but it had also exposed a number of glaring weaknesses. Walled cities had frustrated and slowed the Mongol advance, and it became clear that if they hoped to tackle even larger prey, something would have to change. One Chinese writer, Su Ting, records how the Mongol conquest of the Tanguts set the stage for ever greater expansion.
The Tartars in the beginning were primitively ignorant and lacked even a single of the known crafts. Only later, when they conquered the Westerners, did they begin to have products, craftsmen and mechanisms. The craftsmanship of the Westerners is extremely refined. Especially fine are their instruments of siege warfare.
But the Tanguts simply ruled over the trade corridor that transported the goods from east to west. Chinggis Khan knew that even greater wealth could be found in the lands where those goods were actually produced, the lands of China. All he needed was an excuse for war, and that would come with the death of the Golden Khan of the Jin dynasty in the year 1208 AD. When the old Golden Khan of the Jin died, his young son, Prince Shao of Wei, took the throne. This young man had heard of the rise of Chinggis Khan to the north of the Gobi Desert, the mysterious character who had united the peoples of the steppe. But it had so far not particularly troubled him, other than the annoying fact that this new ruler had stopped paying him tribute. The new Golden Khan ruled a sprawling empire of more than 50 million people, perhaps the most populous and powerful in the world at the time. Their armies totaled 600,000 men, mostly comprised of armoured pikemen and crossbowmen. They commanded perhaps the most technologically advanced forces on Earth, even experimenting with early gunpowder weaponry. And on top of that, their steppe roots in the region of Manchuria meant that they still fielded a mighty cavalry force of more than 150,000 horsemen, dispersed as cavalry divisions among their various armies. The Mongols looked weak in comparison. Their forces totaled no more than about 100,000 horse archers, with not a single foot soldier among them, and the Jin were confident that no one could lead an army across the Gobi Desert large enough to threaten them. For this reason, this young Jin emperor had every reason to be confident. One Sung Chinese writer, Zhao Gong, recalls their attitude.
The Jin said about the Tartars, "Our country is like the sea. Your country is like 2 handfuls of sand. How could you shake us?" The Tartars to this day, young and old, can all remember these words.
It's perhaps this confidence that would lead to the terrible mistake he would make in the year 1210 AD. Every new emperor began his reign by sending out envoys to the empire's subjects, those kingdoms and peoples who had sworn allegiance to his father, to ask them to swear loyalty to him in turn, and recommit to whatever tribute they had previously been paying. As part of this process, he sent one envoy across the Gobi Desert to demand that their previous Zhuyin border guard, Chinggis Khan, come south and make a gesture of loyalty and submission to the new Golden Khan of the Jin. When the envoys arrived, they would have met with Chinggis Khan, who was now nearly 50 years old. If he had ever seen the value in bowing and scraping to the lords of the south, those days were now very much behind him. When the Chinese envoys met him, they asked him to send word of his submission to the Jin. The later Chinese source, the Yuan Shi, describes what happened next.
Chinggis Khan asked the Jin messengers, "Who is the new emperor?" The messengers of the emperor replied, "The Prince of Wei." Chinggis Khan turned his face to the south, spat in that direction, and said, "I thought that the emperor of the Middle Kingdom should be a man blessed by heaven. Can he be such an ordinary and weak man? Why should I show him respect?" Then he mounted his horse and rode to the north.
The Jin envoys left, shaken at their encounter, and Chinggis Khan deliberated on his course of action. His insult to the Jin would likely bring a military response. That is, unless he moved first. But he must have been full of doubts and fears about taking on such a powerful enemy. To find the best course of action, he would need to speak to his god. To do this, he climbed up the slopes of the sacred mountain Burkhan Khaldun, through the forests of larch and elegant Siberian pine, and there on its stony peak, surrounded by twisted rock formations, he prayed to Tengri, the god of the great blue sky, to ask him what to do. According to the secret history, when the sun rose on the 4th day, Chinggis Khan emerged with his answer.
The eternal blue sky has promised us victory and vengeance.
In the spring of 1211, the vast horde of the Mongols gathered and set out on its march south across the Gobi Desert. The sight of this force would have been terrifying. Overhead, pennants and banners flew, and at the head of the army flew the great spirit banner of Chinggis Khan, woven from the tail hairs of hundreds of black horses. Every Mongol warrior rode with 5 spare mounts at a time, so with an army of 100,000 horsemen, they would have brought with them an extra 500,000 horses, and probably the same number of sheep and goats. With them also came giant supply carts, pulled by as many as 20 oxen and thousands of Bactrian camels, some carrying enormous drums that were beaten to signal the men and rally them for battle. This was an invasion force, but it was also a mass migration, an enormous travelling city designed to flatten everything in its path. The people who would have stood and watched this pandemonium approaching across the desert in a great cloud of dust were known as the Ongut. They were a desert people that for years had been serving as Juyin border guards for the Jin, keeping their empire safe from steppe raiders. But upon seeing the enormous Mongol army approaching, the Ongut reassessed their position. These border nomads welcomed the Mongols as brothers, and even showed them the most direct route south through the narrow mountain passes, right into the heart of the Jin lands. The invasion of China had begun. The Mongols' strategy was always to attack in multiple places at once, sowing maximum fear and confusion, and giving the appearance that their forces were much more numerous than they were. For this reason, while Genghis Khan led his forces in the west, his general Jebe led an army into the east. The Sung Chinese writer Zhao Gong describes what happened next.
Temujin, indignant over their bullying and insults, invaded the frontier. The frontier prefectures were all conquered and their people killed.
The Mongols took these border forts and then crossed through the mountains. They first met Jin resistance at a place called Badger's Mouth Pass, and there they smashed the Jin army sent to face them. The Mongols broke through the mountains by autumn of 1211 and spilled out into the Chinese heartland. For the next 3 years, the Mongols pillaged the entire North China plain, and for much of this time, the Jin were powerless to stop them. Part of the reason for this was the immense mobility of Mongol armies. Jin armies were enormous and well equipped, but they were also slow. Typically containing twice as many infantry as cavalry, they lumbered across the land at a snail's pace and needed to be constantly supplied with food brought by wagon along precarious supply routes. Meanwhile, the Mongols could disappear and reappear anywhere they liked, allowing them to ambush and destroy whole Jin armies in the field. And everything the Mongols needed, they brought with them. Their horseback armies lived on milk and meat from their animals, and in times of difficulty would even open up a vein on their horses' necks and drink the blood directly from their mounts. They would place strips of raw meat under their saddles in the morning, so that the flesh was tenderized throughout the day of riding, so that it could be eaten raw in the evening. In this way, they could camp without lighting fires that would give away their position to enemy scouts. One Jin officer, Tu Shanyi, gave the following appraisal of the desperate situation.
Since the Mongolian army is on horseback, it goes into the plain in only one body. But we defend ourselves divided. Our defeat is certain.
The Mongols relied on surprise and deception in a way that completely blindsided the Jin generals, who conducted their wars according to a long-established system of martial honor. One Sung Chinese writer named Peng Daya describes their array of inventive and unscrupulous tactics.
The Tartars do things that are not addressed in the ancient techniques. If the enemy puts up a strong defense that all the Tartars' plans fail to penetrate, they drive cattle at them, or lash wild horses toward them, using animals to disturb the enemy's ranks. Seldom does it fail to defeat them. When their own troops are few, sometimes the Tartars will drag branches behind them, making dust rise to the heavens, and leading the enemy to suspect that their troops are many. When victorious, they dog the enemy's tail until the last man is killed, not permitting any to escape. But if they are the ones defeated, they scatter in all four directions, beyond pursuit.
The Mongols had learned how to turn the Jin's great strengths against them. One of these strengths was their large population, and the other their powerful walled cities. But these could also be weaknesses. The Mongols exploited these by borrowing tactics that they had learned hunting animals on the steppe. They would devastate the countryside for miles around, which drove vast numbers of refugees towards the only safe places left, the walled cities. Soon they would be flooded with desperate and hungry people, and their storehouses ran out of food. These mighty fortresses now became tombs from which no one could escape. The Mongols also rounded up huge numbers of peasants from the countryside and forced them to work, filling in defensive ditches and moats, pushing siege engines, and dismantling the city's defenses. Each Mongol warrior was tasked with gathering up 10 peasants for this purpose. The defenders on the city walls were left with the brutal choice of allowing their defenses to be destroyed by these unwilling laborers, or using up their arrows to slaughter their own people. The Chinese writer Li Xinchuan describes this ruthless tactic.
In the cities, villagers were drafted as soldiers and sent up onto the walls to defend them. The Tartars drove their family members onto the attack, and fathers and sons and older and younger brothers would often shout at each other from afar in mutual recognition. For this reason, the people had no will to fight, and all the walled towns that the Tartars reached surrendered at the first drum roll.
Prisoners of war were also conscripted to fight for their Mongol captors, with the promise that if they proved themselves in battle, they would be freed and allowed to join the Mongol army. But despite their reputation for brutality, Genghis Khan and his warriors also practiced the judicious use of restraint. Sieges were costly and time-consuming, and he hoped that by showing mercy to those cities that surrendered without a fight, he would increase the likelihood of others doing the same. Cities that opened their gates to the Mongols were thoroughly looted of their treasure, but their people were spared. Still, those cities that resisted were slaughtered mercilessly, and in the countryside, the death and destruction was rampant, as Li Xinchuan describes.
The massacre of the people was almost total. Gold, silk, boys, girls, cattle, sheep, horses, and other livestock, all were rolled up like a mat and carried off. Houses and cottages were burned down. The walls and ramparts became deserted ruins.
It's likely that the Mongols had not intended to undertake a full invasion of China, but more like a series of large raids into these wealthy lands. But the more success they met with, the longer they decided to stay. As the war entered its second and third years, and the Mongol armies still rampaged unchecked, the Jin became desperate. They began drafting civilians into their army en masse, and even pardoned any criminal who would take up arms and fight. But the Mongols could not be stopped. Soon they were pushing far enough south to reach the Jin capital on the site of modern Beijing, then known as Zhongdu. They laid eyes on the walls of the city in the year 1214, 3 years after the war had started. Beijing at the time was among the largest cities on Earth. Records show that it had a population of nearly 1 million people and was defended by an 18-kilometer rectangle of rammed earth walls, rising up to 12 meters high, broken by 12 gates and 900 guard towers, ringed by a triple moat. Its walls were topped with powerful crossbows and trebuchets capable of hurling projectiles more than 300 meters. The Mongols laid siege of the city, but had little success in breaking through its defenses. Even for them, this final prize must have seemed like a step too far. They were now dangerously overstretched, a long way from home, and facing some of the world's most formidable fortifications. On top of that, the climate didn't suit them. Summer in this part of the world was hot, and plague was beginning to spread among their army. Their men and horses were exhausted, and they increasingly longed to return to the cool lands of Mongolia. Chinggis Khan sent word to the Jin emperor that he was willing to accept terms for peace with the following demands for tribute.
God has made you so weak that should I further molest you, I fear how heaven would judge me. I am willing to withdraw my army. What provision will you make to still the demands of my officers?
Many in the Jin court urged the emperor to keep fighting. They argued that the shame of surrendering to these barbarians would be too great for the dynasty to bear, and the city of Beijing could never be taken while a determined force defended it. But luckily for the Mongols, the political situation in the Jin Empire was rapidly disintegrating. Having lost the confidence of his court after 2 years of failure, the young Golden Khan of the Jin, the Prince of Wei, had been assassinated the year earlier, and his nephew was placed on the throne by a military coup. This man, named Xuanzong of Jin, was now facing another plot in the palace that threatened to topple him. Rather than deal with both the Mongols and his own treacherous courtiers, he decided to finally sue for peace. He accepted a humiliating series of conditions, recognizing himself as a vassal to Chinggis Khan, giving the Khan one of his daughters to marry, and massive amounts of gold, silver, and silk, along with 500 young men and women of the court to take away as slaves. With these crushing terms, the war came to an end. The lands of northern China breathed a sigh of relief, and the Mongols rode north towards the Gobi Desert and home. The Jin Emperor had seemingly averted further disaster, but he would soon make a critical mistake. Summer was still here, and the Gobi Desert was too hot to cross. For that reason, Chinggis Khan camped on the southern side of the desert and waited for the cool months to come before they could return to Mongolia with the vast treasure of their successful raid in tow. But then the Khan got news of something that would send him flying into a rage. Word reached him that the new Jin Emperor was fleeing Beijing. The embattled ruler was taking his forces and what remained of his treasury with him, and retreating far into the south, to the old fortress of Kaifang, on the other side of the Yellow River, an obstacle that the Mongols had not yet been able to cross. This seemed like a clear sign that the Jin did not intend to keep their word. One chronicler recalls the enraged words of Chinggis Khan.
The Jin Emperor made an agreement with me, but now he has moved his capital south. Evidently, he mistrusts my word and has used the peace to deceive me.
Instead of crossing the desert and returning to his own lands, Chinggis Khan wheeled his forces back around and marched once again to the capital of Beijing. The writer Li Xinchuan describes what happened next.
In Moon 5, the Jin ruler moved the capital to Kaifang. The Tatars heard about this and said, "To move right away after making peace? This shows they are suspicious and still harbor resentment. They purposefully talked peace only as a means to forestall us." In the autumn, Moon 8, they again led troops to attack the counties and prefectures of the Central Plains.
With the emperor gone, along with all his personal troops, the city's people were left all but defenseless. The remaining citizens' garrison of Beijing held out for 8 agonizing months of siege. Starvation soon spread. The Jin made several attempts to relieve the city from the south, but each army they sent was intercepted and ambushed on the road. For the city's defenders, it soon became clear that no reinforcements would be coming. On this realization, whole divisions of Jin soldiers, particularly of the semi-nomadic Khitan people, simply switched sides and joined the Mongols. On the 1st of June 1215, the Mongols finally broke through the walls. As a punishment for holding out so long, and for the betrayal of the Jin emperor, the Mongols sacked the city, and huge numbers of its people were put to the sword. The writer Li Xinchuan describes the destruction.
The grandeur and beauty of Beijing's palaces were the crowning achievement of ancient and modern times. When the Tatars saw them, they were so stunned and frightened they did not dare look up. Yet, not long afterward, the fires set by their soldiers would burn for over a month.
What had once been the Golden Jin Empire now fractured into countless feuding warlords fighting over territory, some loyal to the Mongols, others defecting to the Sung Chinese in the south, and many others still simply out for themselves. All imperial authority north of the Yellow River collapsed. One Jin dynasty poet, a blind man named Zhao Yuan, wrote a poem about this time that he called The Song of Helplessness.
The eastern barbarians charge and raid the fields of the western mountains. God willing, they will fester. But how so, I do not ever know. As I sip wine and watch the years fleet by, I stumble, drunk, atop the plateau, and sing the song of helplessness.
With Beijing in ruins, Chinggis Khan left one of his generals behind in China to mop up the remnants of the Jin. But it would not be as easy as he thought, and the final conquest of northern China would take many more years. In the south, the Sung Chinese watched the destruction with delight. Their old enemies had been utterly smashed, and with the delightful irony that it had come at the hands of another barbarian people. The writer Zhao Gong describes with amusement how members of the former Jin government and royal family were now reduced to the level of manual labourers.
There are great men of the vanquished Jin who have gotten mixed up in odd jobs, falling as low as butchering and peddling, or leaving to become bandits. All of them are still referred to by their old government titles. One family has a number of men who push carts around the towns, and who still call themselves Commissioner of Transport.
The destruction of the Mongol invasion left its marks everywhere in the landscape. City walls had been torn down. In places, crops had been destroyed, since the Mongols deliberately rode their horses over the fields so that the land could return to pastures for their animals. And the event sent reverberations around the world. Sometime afterwards, a delegation of diplomats travelled to China from the region of Central Asia to investigate what had happened. They arrived at the ruins of Beijing, and the scenes of carnage that they witnessed, they later related to the Persian scholar Juzjani, who recounts them like something out of a nightmare.
When we arrived near to the seat of the government of the Golden Khan, from a considerable distance a high white mound appeared in sight. We supposed that that white eminence was perhaps a hill of snow, and we made inquiries of the guides and the people of that part about it. They replied, "The whole of it is the bones of men slain." When we had proceeded onwards another stage, the ground had become so greasy and dark from human fat that it was necessary for us to advance another 3 stages on that same road until we came to dry ground again. Through the infections arising from that ground, some of our party became ill, and some perished.
When they reached the city walls, they found similar scenes of slaughter.
On reaching the gate of the city, we perceived, in a place under a bastion of the citadel, an immense quantity of human bones collected. Inquiry was made, and people replied that, on the day the city was captured, 60,000 young girls threw themselves from this bastion of the fortress and destroyed themselves, in order that they might not fall captive into the hands of the Mongol forces, and that all these were their bones.
The scholar Juzjani was a fierce critic of the Mongols, and has been criticized for his colorful exaggerations that occur throughout his writings. He didn't witness these scenes himself and may have exaggerated stories told to him, but either way, it's clear that the destruction of the Jin dynasty left a terrible human toll. When summer ended, Chinggis Khan rode back across the Gobi Desert with all the gold and assorted riches of northern China packed on the backs of his camels, leaving untold suffering behind him. The bounty of silk alone was so great that Mongol soldiers ran out of uses for it. They began to use it as packing material and rope to tie up their horses, and used silver jugs as water troughs for their animals. Precious metals, slaves, and other treasure poured north back to Mongolia in a river of gold that seemed never to end. The year was 1215, in the Chinese calendar, the year of the pig, and the Mongol Empire was now among the wealthiest on earth. History has remembered Chinggis Khan as a bloodthirsty conqueror, a man hell-bent on subjugating the known world. But in fact, most sources suggest that when he left China, conquest was not the first thing on his mind. In fact, he seemed satisfied. He had made his people wealthier than they had ever dreamed, and destroyed all nearby rivals. He now controlled a vast swathe of territory that covered almost the entire length of the Mongolian steppe, and the Silk Road trade that flowed across it. The Persian scholar Atta Malik Juvayni eulogizes this time of relative peace.
In the latter part of his reign, he had brought about complete peace and quiet, and security and tranquility, and had achieved the extreme of prosperity and well-being. The roads were secure and disturbances allayed, so that whatever profit or gain was displayed in the uppermost west or the furthermost east, there merchants would bend their steps.
Chinggis Khan's empire now connected the wealthy production areas of Sung China with the rich markets of Persia, Central Asia and the Near East, and he wanted to make the most of this profitable route. When it came to the settled societies that bordered him, he seems to have treated his neighbours not as enemies to be conquered, but as potential future customers. For years now, he had been exchanging diplomatic missions with his neighbours to the west, and in the year 1218, this culminated in the sending of a great trade delegation. This was a caravan of hundreds of Bactrian camels, along with 450 merchants, led by an Indian man named Jafar, who were ordered to head into the west and contact the wealthy empires that existed there in what is today Iran, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. With them, they brought an enormous wealth of goods to trade, as Juzjani recounts, with perhaps some of his characteristic exaggeration.
Among the rarities and presents that the Chengiz Khan sent was a nugget of pure gold as big as a camel's neck. Also, he dispatched 500 camels laden with gold, silver and silks, beaver furs, sable and elegant and ingenious things of China and the desert regions.
This trade delegation was a clear statement of the new empire's power and wealth, all of it looted from the coffers of northern China. It's likely that a large portion of the Mongol elite had invested their treasure in this expedition and had bet heavily on its success. For this reason, Chinggis Khan's reputation among the Mongol lords was also at stake. During the cooler autumn months, this trade caravan travelled for several weeks through Mongolia, across the Altai Mountains, and over the grasslands and deserts of what is today Kazakhstan. Finally, in November, they arrived at the border of what was then the largest Muslim kingdom in the world, the Empire of Khwarezm. Khwarezm was a relatively new power. Only a century earlier, it had been a small kingdom centered on the powerful city of Gurganch in the Khwarezmian oasis. Here, the lands are watered by the two great rivers, Sir Darya and Amu Darya, which flow down from the Tian Shan mountains of Kyrgyzstan and the Pamir mountains north of the Hindu Kush. The oasis cities along these two rivers, Balkh and Bukhara, Samarkand and Merv, were enticing stops after the long weeks on the desert roads, and for centuries they had swelled with wealth from Silk Road trade. With these riches, they had irrigated their arid lands until they bloomed and fed vast and thriving populations. But over the preceding century, the Turkic rulers of Gurganch had formed a fruitful partnership with the nomadic people known as the Kipchaks, and had recently used their powerful cavalry armies to expand into Turkmenistan and Afghanistan, and spilled south into the mountains of Persia. The Khwarezmian Empire was now the largest and wealthiest Muslim power on the planet. The Persian scholar Atamalik Juvaini records the beauty of this region.
Khorasma to me is the best of lands. May its rain-giving clouds never be blown away. It was the site of the throne of the sultans of the world. Its corners supported the shoulders of the great men of the age. Its mansions were resplendent with every kind of lofty idea, and its regions and districts were so many rose gardens. Such was the state of that country.
The ruler of the new empire of Khwarezm was known as the Khwarezm Shah, and his name was Ala ad-Din Muhammad. He was a warrior and a conqueror, and proud of it. He had inherited a powerful kingdom from his father, and over the last 2 decades had expanded its borders even further into a true empire. Some in his court even flattered him that he was the new Alexander, that legends of his conquests would be told for centuries to come. This flattery made him bold, but also rash and impulsive. This proud Shah had agreed to receive the Mongol trade delegation, along with Chinggis Khan's offer of friendship, as Juzjani recalls.
The Chinggis Khan sent a great number of offerings and said, "Say unto the Khwarezm Shah, I am the sovereign of the sunrise, and thou the sovereign of the sunset. Let there be between us a firm treaty of friendship and peace, and let traders and caravans on both sides come and go."
But when the merchants arrived in the borderlands of Khwarezm, they ran into trouble. The first Khwarezmian town they arrived in was named Otrar. It sat in the middle of an oasis on the Sir Darya River, and as a crucial junction of several major roads, it was a quintessential Silk Road trading town. If you walked its streets during this time, they would have been heaving with merchant traffic. Sounds of prayer from the mosques, vendors crying their wares, and the sounds of camels noisily watering after long days on the desert roads. But the governor of Otrar had a foolhardy nature. His name was Inalchuk, and he was an uncle of the Khwarezm Shah, the brother of the Shah's mother, and this gave him a great deal of power. The Shah Ala ad-Din Muhammad had a complicated relationship with his mother, and she had amassed a great deal of influence at court. Some even whispered that she was the real power behind the throne. And so her brother Inalchuk may have believed he could do whatever he pleased. When he saw the Mongol caravan passing through his lands, packed with gold and fine silks, Inalchuk hungered after their cargo. Some sources claim that he acted on the orders of the Shah himself, while others say that he acted alone. But we know that when the caravan passed through Otrar, Inalchuk accused the merchants of being spies. He ordered that they be arrested immediately and their goods seized. In the struggle, the merchants were killed, and their gold and silks and other goods were taken to the great market town of Bukhara, where they were sold. And the governor, Inalchuk of Otrar, took his cut. He had just become a great deal richer, he might have thought. And what were a bunch of barbarian horsemen 3,000 kilometers away going to do about it? Atamalik Juvaini describes the magnitude of this man's mistake.
In executing his command, he deprived these men of their lives and possessions. Nay, rather he desolated and laid waste a whole world. For every drop of their blood there would flow a whole river. In retribution for every hair on their heads, 100,000 heads would roll in the dust at every crossroad. In exchange for every dinar, 1,000 were exacted.
Far away in the Mongol heartlands, on the banks of the Onon River, a storm was brewing in the court of the Khan. Chinggis Khan was naturally offended when he got word of the attack on his merchants, but he assumed there must have been some mistake. He sent an envoy of 3 ambassadors to seek an audience with the Khwarezm Shah and to ask for his uncle Inalchuk to be handed over for punishment. But the Khwarezm Shah, perhaps feeling his mother breathing down his neck, refused the Khan's demands. And to make matters worse, he attempted what he must have hoped would look like a show of strength. When the Khan's ambassadors came before him, he had one of them killed on the spot. Then he rounded on the other 2. He ordered that their beards be shaved, and that they be sent back to Mongolia with their humiliation as an answer to the Khan. When these ambassadors returned to Mongolia with their faces shorn and the Shah's words on their lips, Chinggis Khan's rage was seismic. Just as he had done before his invasion of China, he climbed to the top of the sacred mountain Burkhan Khaldun, up through the broken stones and whispering pine needles, and there, with the Mongolian wind battering around him, asked the god of the great blue sky what he should do. The secret history records what answer he received.
These tidings had such an effect upon the Khan's mind that the whirlwind of anger flared up with such a flame that it could be quenched only by the shedding of blood. In this fever, Chinggis Khan went up alone to the summit of a hill, bared his head, turned his face towards the earth, and for 3 days and nights offered up prayer, saying, "I was not the author of this trouble. Grant me strength to exact vengeance." Thereupon, he descended from the hill, meditating action and making ready for war.
In the year 1219, Chinggis Khan gathered a vast force of warriors. At perhaps as many as 200,000 men, it may have been twice the size of the force that had devastated Jin China. Along with his usual horde of nomadic horsemen, he brought powerful new units of Chinese siege engineers, experts at cracking open city walls with a variety of ingenious engines. And with that horde, he marched west. Ahead of him was a journey of thousands of kilometers over deserts and mountains. But steadily, the doom of the Khwarezmian Empire drew near. Giovanni describes the sight that the governor of Otrar saw, arriving one day in December in a thunderous cataclysm outside his city walls.
He bit the back of his hand in amazement at the unexpected sight, for he perceived that the plain had become a tossing sea of countless hosts and splendid troops, while the air was full of clamour and uproar and the neighing of armoured horses and the roaring of mail-clad lions. The air became blue, the earth ebony, the sea boiled with the noise of the drums. With his fingers he pointed to the army on the plain, a host to which there was no end.
The Khwarezm Shah had expected the arrival of the Mongol forces, but he had dramatically miscalculated the kind of response that Chinggis Khan would give him. He himself commanded a force of perhaps 400,000 men, twice the size of the Mongol armies, and his cities were among the most fortified in the world. He was sure that if he shut up his armies in his great walled fortresses, the Mongols would soon run out of farms to burn and sheep herders to rob, and would eventually go home. But this would not turn out to be the case. The moment the Mongols arrived, their Chinese siege engineers began to build their engines. Otra's defences were formidable, but even these didn't hold out for long. The Persian scholar Juzjani, a citizen of the Khwarezmian Empire who would flee to India after the Mongol invasion, writes about what happened next.
In a short time, they took Otra. They put both small and great, young and old, to the sword, and left not a soul alive. They martyred the whole of them.
The governor of Otra, Inalchuk, was taken alive. To punish him for his greed in seizing the merchant's gold, Chinggis Khan ordered that he be executed with a cruelly fitting punishment. He had a great quantity of silver melted down, reaching temperatures of nearly 1,000 degrees, and then poured the searing molten metal into the man's mouth, eyes, and ears. The city of Otra was destroyed and its people slaughtered, its remains a shattered sight rising from the arid plains in ragged heaps of fallen stone. But the rage of the Khan had only just begun. Otra sat on the Sir Daria River, which formed the northernmost border of the Khwarezmian Empire. Several hundred kilometers to the south, another river, the Amu Daria, ran almost parallel to it, and on its banks stood the wealthiest cities of the region, the booming metropolis of Samarkand, and the scholarly religious heart of Bukhara. The 10th century Iranian author Istakhri, who travelled in the region, provides a vivid description of its pleasant landscape.
I know no place in it, or in Samarkand itself, where if one ascends some elevated ground, one does not see greenery and a pleasant place. The land extends 8 days' travel through unbroken greenery and gardens along both sides of the river. And beyond these fields is pasture for flocks. Every town and settlement has a fortress. It is the most fruitful of all the countries of Allah. In it are the best trees and fruits. In every home are gardens, cisterns, and flowing water.
It was on these cities that Chinggis Khan now set his sights. But reaching these wealthy cities would be no easy feat. Between the Mongol armies and the walls of Samarkand and Bukhara lay more than 500 kilometers of sandy desert known as the Kizil Kum, a name which means red sands in Turkic languages. This desert was baking hot, and even trade caravans would skirt around its edges rather than risk death in the wastes. The citizens of Bukhara and Samarkand had heard about the arrival of the Mongols in the north, but they were not particularly worried. Tribal nomads had raided along the northern riverlands before, but no large army could cross the Kizil Kum desert. But they had severely underestimated the Mongols. Chinggis Khan left his two middle sons, Chagatai and Ogadai, to finish up the siege of Otrar, with his eldest son Jochi taking an army north towards the Aral Sea. Meanwhile, he sent two small armies southward into the Fergana Valley, with instructions to hunt down and kill the Shah Muhammad. But Chinggis Khan himself, accompanied by his youngest son Tolui, was determined to do what others had considered impossible, to cross the Kizilkum Desert with 30,000 horses and strike right at the heart of the empire, the religious center of Bukhara. The crossing would have been hard. Chinggis Khan employed local men who knew the hidden paths through the wastes and the best time of year to make the journey. In the colder winter months, dew would sometimes form on the ground in certain places, and small plants could grow. With this help, the army successfully made the crossing and arrived on the other side on the 7th of February, 1220. Atamalik Juvaini describes the sight that the citizens of Bukhara saw outside their city walls.
In the morning, Chinggis Khan arrived unexpectedly before the town. When the inhabitants, unaware, beheld the surrounding countryside choked with horsemen and the air black as night with the dust of cavalry, fright and panic overcame them, and fear and dread prevailed. His troops were more numerous than ants or locusts, being in their multitude beyond estimation or computation. Detachment after detachment arrived, each like a billowing sea, and encamped round about the town.
At the sight of this force, the 20,000 or so soldiers stationed at Bukhara lost all hope of defending their city. When night fell, they attempted to flee under cover of darkness, but the Mongols spotted them and simply chased them down on the plains. By the light of the moon, the Mongol horsemen hunted and killed every single soldier, as though chasing deer on the steppe. The city of Bukhara surrendered within 3 days and opened its gates, with only a determined corps of soldiers holed up in its inner citadel. Intriguingly, it's in this moment that we have the only purported instance of Chinggis Khan ever setting foot inside a city. Usually when it became clear that a settlement was about to fall to his soldiers, the Khan would leave one of his generals to loot the place, while he would return to his camp and his felt-walled tent, his job done. It's clear he had a powerful distaste for cities and for anyone who would voluntarily imprison themselves within their walls and foul-smelling streets. But when Bukhara opened its great gate, the Persian sources describe him riding into its streets. Bukhara was one of the religious centers of the Muslim world at the time, and its reputation was known far and wide. But the Khan likely hated what he saw. We can imagine him wrinkling his nose at the pungent aromas of the medieval city, the rats scuttling through the sewers and fish markets and tanneries, the clouds of flies circling over rotting midden heaps and dung hills, all of it so different to the fresh, open grasslands that he knew and loved. He went straight to the largest and grandest building, the great mosque of the city, which was famed across the Muslim world for its size and opulence. This, he assumed, must be the house of the king, as Atamalik Juvaini recounts.
Chinggis Khan asked those present whether this was the place of the Sultan. They replied that it was the house of God. Then he too got down from the horse and, mounting 2 or 3 steps of the pulpit, he exclaimed, "The countryside is empty of food. Fill our horses' bellies." and the Mongols brought the cases in which the Qurans were kept out into the courtyard of the mosque, where they cast the Qurans right and left and turned the cases into mangers for their horses.
Then Chinggis Khan gathered the common people of the city in the great mosque of Bukhara, with the pages of the Qurans still littering the floor. The people must have been terrified, shaking with fear, praying and weeping softly. Then, over their heads, the great Khan's voice rang out.
He mounted the pulpit in the festival prayer space and said, "O people, know that you are great sinners, and your leaders are at the head of the pack in sin. You ask me why I say this. I say it because I am the scourge of God. If great sins had not been committed by you, the great God would not have sent you one like me as a torment."
We don't know if this event truly took place as Giovanni describes. He was not old enough to witness it himself, but may have heard it second-hand. Or perhaps this episode was an invention of the writer, designed to make sense of what happened and explain the destruction of the Mongol invasion in terms that his Muslim readers could understand, as a judgment of God. But either way, we know what happened next. The citizens of Bukhara were rounded up and driven towards the citadel where the Shah's forces were still resisting. Just as in China, the citizens were forced to dismantle their own city's defenses and their bodies piled up below the walls. Against this onslaught, the citadel of Bukhara didn't last long. Chinggis Khan now wielded an army that combined the strength and mobility of the steppe warrior with the technological ingenuity of the Chinese. The combination was terrifying, as Giovanni describes.
On the outside, catapults were erected, bows bent and stones and arrows discharged, and on the inside, ballistas and pots of naphtha were set in motion. It was like a red-hot furnace fed from without by hard sticks, while from the belly of the furnace sparks shoot into the air. For days they fought in this manner.
When the citadel finally fell, Chinggis Khan ordered the city walls to be demolished utterly, and all the soldiers inside were slaughtered. But in return for their speedy surrender, the citizens of the wider city were spared. Giovanni recalls the simple proposition he offered to the Khwarezmian people.
Let the emirs and great ones and the numerous common people know this, that all the face of the earth, from the going up of the sun to his going down, I have given unto the Khan. Whosoever shall submit, mercy shall be shown to him and to his wives and children and household. But whosoever shall not submit shall perish together with all his wives and children and kinsmen.
This strategy of calculated leniency and brutality was ruthlessly effective, but it could only work if word got around. For this reason, Chinggis Khan would always allow refugees to flood into other cities around the region, filling people's heads with stories of the vast destruction visited on all who opposed the Khan, and his mercy to those who bent the knee. The Arab writer Ibn al-Athir, living in Mosul at the time, recounts the effect of these increasingly outlandish rumors.
These Tartars, may God confound them, came from the east, and wrought deeds which horrify all who hear of them. Stories have been related to me, which the hearer can scarcely credit, as to the terror of the Tartars, which God Almighty cast into men's heart.
This was one of the most effective propaganda campaigns in history, and the strategy paid off. With the siege of Bukhara completed, Chinggis Khan now swung around and bore down on the wealthy metropolis of Samarkand. Samarkand was not just a booming trade hub, it was also a mighty fortress, and considered by many to be impregnable. It was defended by a large army, even including 20 war elephants brought from India. But at the sight of the Mongol force approaching, and with refugees in its streets spreading tales of terror, the army tasked with guarding its walls simply threw down their spears and surrendered.
At the time of prayer, they opened the gate and closed the door of resistance. The Mongols then entered and that day busied themselves with the destruction of the town and its defenses. The inhabitants drew their feet beneath the skirt of security, and the Mongols in no way molested them.
The fall of Samarkand provided uncountable amounts of loot, and the Mongols now found themselves the new owners of some exotic novelties. The 20 Indian war elephants that the Shah had used in his army. But Chinggis Khan had little use for these beasts.
The elephant handlers brought their elephants to Chinggis Khan and demanded elephant food. He asked them what the elephants had lived on before they fell into captivity. They replied, "The grass of the plains." When he heard this, he ordered the elephants be set free to forage for themselves. They were accordingly released, and in the end, perished of hunger.
In return for surrendering, the citizens of Samarkand were spared a massacre. But in other places that surrendered, the Mongols' restraint was misinterpreted as weakness. This was when things could get ugly. One such example was the Khwarezmian city of Nishapur. Nishapur was the largest metropolitan city on the Silk Road, a vast and wealthy place in what is today northeastern Iran. It sat in a fertile plain at the foot of the Binalud mountain range, in a region known as Khorasan. Juvaini describes its beauty.
If the earth may be compared to the heavens, then the lands are like its stars, and Nishapur among these stars is like the fair Venus of the skies. What are men doing in Baghdad and Kufa, seeing that Nishapur is upon the earth? For if there be a paradise on the face of the earth, it is this. And if it is not a paradise, then there is no paradise at all.
The Mongols arrived at Nishapur in 1221 AD, and at first the city took the Khan's deal. It opened its gates and its treasuries to the Mongols. But then the Mongol army departed with their riches and left behind only a handful of governors to keep their hold on the city. The citizens of Nishapur took this withdrawal as a sign that the Mongols didn't intend to hold it. They soon revolted, killed the small number of Mongol governors, and locked their gates. When they got word of this, the Khan's armies swung back around and laid siege to the city. Still, its fate was not entirely sealed. That was until a single arrow flew down from the city walls and struck one of the Mongol attackers, killing him. Unfortunately for the people of Nishapur, he was the husband of one of Chinggis Khan's daughters, the great Khan's son-in-law, a man named Tokachar.
Until the third day they fought fiercely from the tower of Karakush and discharged quarrels and arrows from the walls and ramparts. By an evil chance which was to be the bane of all that people, an arrow was let fly whereby Tokachar fell lifeless, the townsmen having made an end of him without recognizing his person.
The death of a member of the Mongol royal bloodline was something that Chinggis Khan took extremely seriously. When the city finally fell, he called upon his widowed daughter and told her that she would be allowed to decide the fate of Nishapur. In her grief and rage, she ordered that the city be utterly destroyed and every living thing within its walls put to death.
They then drove all the survivors, men and women, out onto the plain. And in order to avenge Tokachar, it was commanded that the town should be laid waste in such a manner that the site could be ploughed upon, and that in the exaction of vengeance, not even cats and dogs would be left alive.
The destruction of the city was total, and the vengeance of the Khan remorseless in its totality.
They severed the heads of the slain from their bodies and heaped them up in piles, keeping those of the men separate from those of the women and children. Abodes and dwelling places were leveled with the dust. Rose gardens became furnaces.
After the fall of the empire's most powerful fortress of Samarkand, the Khwarezmian Shah truly began to panic. As his cities fell one by one, the Shah Ala ad-Din Muhammad turned tail and fled. He rode from fortress to fortress as the Mongol armies pursued him, and as he did, he slipped into a deep depression. Juvayni recounts that he began to be plagued with nightmares. He began drinking heavily and spent all his time in the pursuit of pleasures.
The terror of the last day was apparent in his condition, and fear and dread were manifest in his speech. For the remainder of his life, he constantly applied himself to the quaffing of cups of purple wine. One night in his sleep, the Sultan saw luminous persons, their faces scratched, their hair disordered and disheveled, clad in black robes like mourners, who smote their heads and made lamentation. He asked them who they were, and they replied, "We are Islam."
Eventually, with his nightmares and the Mongol horsemen chasing close behind him, the Shah escaped to the most remote hideout he could manage. He took a boat out onto a small island off the coast of the Caspian Sea and hid there.
Whenever he halted for a day, the Mongols would overtake him. The Sultan sent for certain emirs and consulted them. They thought it best for him to seek asylum in one of the islands of the Sea of Abaskun. He went to one of these islands, where he remained for a while. Then when the report of his presence on the island was spread about, he took the precaution of removing to another island.
Finally, the Mongols captured the Shah's capital of Gurganch, and his family fell into the hands of Chinggis Khan.
When the dreadful news reached the Sultan, and he learnt that his small sons had been put to the sword, that his veiled womanfolk had been in the clutches of strangers, and that all of his wedded wives had fallen into the embraces of other men, his head grew dizzy. The world grew dark before his eyes. Then was the pain past remedy, and threatened his very existence, and he preferred death to life. He writhed in this anguish and agitation, and bemoaned this calamity and disaster, until he delivered up his soul to God, and was released from the sorrow of his life and the trickery of the revolving heavens.
Alone on his tiny island, the Shah of the Khwarezmian Empire, Ala ad-Din Muhammad, died, possibly of dysentery, in the year 1220. He was buried wrapped in a torn white shirt for a shroud. His empire, now utterly destroyed, passed into the hands of the Mongols. His eldest son, an accomplished warrior named Jalal ad-Din, evaded capture and led a sizable force south in the direction of India, where he intended to continue his resistance. But he was finally caught by the pursuing Mongol force in the autumn of 1221, and his army was utterly destroyed. Legend has it that Jalal ad-Din only escaped death by leaping his horse into the Indus River and swimming for safety across the rushing torrent of its waters. The geographer Yaqut al-Hamawi, a citizen of the city of Merv, who fled the advance of the Mongols, wrote about the destruction they left in their wake.
Those infidels and heathens roamed through those abodes, so that palaces were erased off the earth, as lines of writing are effaced from paper, and cities became a dwelling for the owl and the raven. In those places, the screech owls answer each other. They are filled with sadness. The devil himself would bewail the great catastrophe. It was an event enough to turn grey the hair of children.
The Arab writer Ibn al-Athir also wrote with palpable sorrow about the horror of those days.
With one stroke, a world which billowed with fertility was laid desolate, and the regions thereof became a desert, and the greater part of the living, dead and their skin and bones, crumbling dust, and the mighty were humbled. For some years, I continued averse from mentioning this event, deeming it so horrible that I shrank from recording it. Oh, would that my mother had not borne me, or that I had died and become a forgotten thing before this bevel. Nay, it is unlikely that mankind will see the like of this calamity until the world comes to an end and perishes.
The conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire had taken 4 years. It had wiped some of the world's largest cities off the map and cost countless lives. And by the end of it, Chinggis Khan's empire was the largest that the world had ever seen. By this time, Chinggis Khan was in his 60s, and he was beginning to think with increasing trepidation about his own mortality. During his campaign in Persia, he invited a Chinese Taoist monk named Master Chang Chun to visit him, in the hopes that this wise man might have some answer about how a man could live forever. This holy man's journey is recorded in a text called The Account of the Perfect Master Chang Chun's Journey to the West. In it, he describes his journey over the Mongolian steppe.
On the 5th day of the 3rd month, we began travelling in a northeasterly direction. All around us we saw human habitation. Nothing but black carts and white tents, and herders following the grass and water to pasture their animals. When we passed out of the marshy plains, there was not even the smallest tree or shrub. Only yellow dust clouds and white grasses were in sight.
On his journey, he saw everywhere the signs of the great war that was unfolding, and passed by a number of battlefields, left by the passage of the Mongol armies into the west.
The stony gorge on the south was unbearably alarming. On both sides, precipices held up the towering sky, and the chilly surge of a mountain stream flowed and rolled over the ground. People covered their noses because of corpses strewn about the narrow path. But it was the long-eared donkeys drowned in the stream that sickened my heart. War has raged for 10 years and over huge distances.
When he finally arrived in Samarkand after months of travel, he found the city half empty. Many of its inhabitants fled, and its walls and defences torn down.
In the second month of winter, on the 18th day, we crossed a large river and reached north of the city of Samarkand. Before the Sultan was defeated, there were more than 100,000 households in the city. Since the fall of the city, only 1 in 4 remains.
Finally, he reached the court of the great Khan. When he arrived, Chinggis Khan had one question on his mind.
Refreshments and drinks were served, and then the emperor asked, "Now that you have come all this way, what secret elixir for long life can you provide me?"
But the Taoist master would disappoint him.
The master replied, "There is the way of good health, but I can give you no elixir for long life." His Majesty appreciated the master's candour and ordered 2 tents to be erected to the east of his residence in which we would stay.
It's clear from this that Chinggis Khan was beginning to fear that he did not have long left. A hunting accident also seems to have frightened him and brought the question of his mortality to the forefront of his mind.
On the 8th day, the emperor went hunting in the foothills of the eastern mountains and shot at a large boar. His horse tripped and he lost control. The boar stood nearby, not daring to advance, until his entourage rushed in with another horse. The hunt was called off, and the emperor returned. When the master heard about the incident, he went to remonstrate with the emperor, saying, "Your falling from your horse is a warning from heaven." The emperor responded, saying, "I have already come to this deep realization." For 2 months thereafter, he did not go out to hunt.
The man who had brought so much death to other lands now felt its icy hand on his own shoulder. Chinggis Khan's concern wasn't just for his own life. Now, in his 60s, he began to realize too late that he had not sufficiently prepared for the inevitable question of his succession. He would pass on to his heirs the largest land empire that history would ever know. But when he looked at his 4 sons by his chief empress Bota, he found them totally unprepared to take on such a burden. It's likely that his plan was a simple one. His empire would be divided into a kaleidoscope of different provinces, and over these 3 of his sons would rule. But he would ensure that each held possessions in the other's lands, so that none would be tempted to go to war. Above these three brothers would sit the fourth son, who would rule the entire empire in his place as the Great Khan. The system was well conceived, but it would depend on the cooperation of every one of his sons, and for a number of reasons, that is the one thing that Chinggis Khan did not have. He had brought his four sons, Jochi, Chagatai, Ogedei, and Tolui, with him on the Khwarezmian campaign, and they had each led armies and fought bravely. But throughout the war, trouble had been brewing. Just as he and his half-brother Begta had once quarrelled over fish and rabbits, now his sons fought over cities and kingdoms. First, let's take a look at the character of each of his sons. The eldest of Chinggis Khan's sons was Jochi, but his life had been lived under a cloud of suspicion. He was the son whose name meant guest, as though he was simply a visitor who was being shown courtesy by the rest of the family. He had been born shortly after Chinggis Khan's wife Borta was kidnapped by the Merkit forest people, and no one could know for sure whether Chinggis Khan was truly his father. Still, the Khan had all his life treated Jochi as one of his sons, and Jochi also had the strongest desire to prove himself. He was a courageous leader who always charged right into the heart of the fight. Whatever the truth of his fatherhood, he had spent his life living up to the reputation of his father. But while Chinggis Khan seems to have set the issue of his parenthood aside, his other sons couldn't forget it so readily. Next in line was Chinggis Khan's second son, Chagatai. Chagatai was hot-headed and proud, and all his life had resented his older brother Jochi. When Chinggis Khan looked at Jochi and Chagatai, it's hard to imagine that he didn't see the similarity between himself and his older brother Begta, and remember, perhaps now with a little sadness, how that story had ended, with Begta lying dead in the long grass of the steppe. All his life, Chagatai had felt sure that Jochi was not his father's son, and he treated his older brother with contempt. Silently, he feared that the throne of the Great Khan would be given to his older brother, in his eyes a usurper, and the son of the Merkit who raped his mother. In hope of mending the relationship between these two brothers, Chinggis Khan had given them a joint mission in the last war, to capture the Khwarezm Shah's capital of Gurganch. But the plan had been a disaster. The defenders of the city put up a fearsome resistance that lasted 6 months, and the brothers were forced to burn it down in order to push them back. Since the city would belong to Jochi once it was captured, Chagatai cared little about how much damage was done to it, whereas Jochi wished to protect its buildings, even at the cost of Mongol lives. Chinggis Khan had hoped to capture the jewel of this empire intact, but now Gurganch was a ruin, and the city would never regain its former splendor. This episode seems to have been just another point of bitter contention between the two brothers, and a warning about the burning resentments smouldering between them. The third brother was named Ogedei. He was charismatic and larger than life, a barrel-chested man with an unusually large beard for a Mongol. He had a jovial personality and a love of feasting and drinking. He was a capable general, but he did have one overriding weakness. That was his raging alcoholism. Like many Mongols, Ogedei was a big drinker. But even by Mongol standards, his habit went too far. At one point, his older brother Chagatai had appointed an official to monitor Ogedei's drinking, but it was no good. Ogedei evaded his watcher and drank himself silly regardless. One common story about him describes how he promised his brothers that he would halve the number of cups he drank every night. But he simply ordered a new cup to be made that was twice the size, and so his drinking went on. Still, Ogedei was diplomatic and generous, and as a result was well liked by all. The final brother was Tolui. He was the youngest of the four, a calculating and formidable warrior, and he had a famed streak of cruelty. During the conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire, he had been sent to pacify the region of Khorasan, and passed through the region dealing out death on a scale that was unusual even for Mongols. He had been leading the army responsible for the massacre at Nishapur, and he repeated the same genocidal violence at the great cities of Merv and Herat. At these settlements, he promised the inhabitants that he would spare them if they surrendered. But, unlike his father, he went back on his word. When they opened the gates, he ordered that every living person be put to the sword. Interestingly, Mongol tradition often held that the youngest son should inherit his father's property as a kind of social welfare. It was assumed that by the time their father died, the older brothers would have already amassed their own wealth, whereas the youngest had the most need of an inheritance. This rule had never been applied to titles which were supposed to be appointed to the most worthy candidate, but it must have been playing on everyone's minds as the question of the Khan's succession became ever more pressing. It was these four sons that Chinggis Khan summoned to a fateful Kurultai, a meeting of the clans in 1223 at a region called Kulanbashi in modern Kazakhstan. Jochi, the man of uncertain fatherhood, Chagatai, the hot-headed and embittered would-be older brother, Ogedei, the stocky, wine-soaked drinker, and Tolui, the cold-hearted warrior. And in the smoke-filled atmosphere of his great tent, he told them that there they would decide who would rule the empire after he was gone. The secret history records that one of his wives, Yesui, urged him to choose his successor in the following words.
Хаан өндөр давааг давж өргөн мөрнийг хэтэлж урд аянд морд.
Living beings who are born to this world are not eternal. When your body, like a great old tree, will fall down, to whom will you give your people, which is like tangled hemp? When your body, like the stone base of a pillar, will collapse, to whom will you bequeath your people, which is like a flock of birds? Of your four sons, the heroes whom you have begotten, which one will you designate as your successor?
But the Kurultai got off to a bad start. First, Chinggis Khan asked his oldest son, Jochi, to speak, and this sign of apparent favor enraged his hot-headed younger brother, Chagatai.
He said, "The eldest of my sons is Jochi. What do you, Jochi, say? Speak up!" But before Jochi could utter a sound, Chagatai said, "Do you mean that you will appoint Jochi as your successor? How can we let ourselves be ruled by this bastard son of a Merkit?"
The effect of this pronouncement was explosive.
At these words, Jochi rose and, grabbing Chagatai by the collar, said, "I have never been told by my father the Khan that I was different from my brothers. How can you discriminate against me? In what skill are you better than I? Only in your pig-headedness could you possibly exceed me."
Chinggis Khan watched his sons fighting in silence. Seeing the flames of the hearth fire dance in their eyes, perhaps he remembered the words of his mother Oelun on the day that he and Kasar had killed their brother Begta. Suddenly, his great voice boomed out, trembling with anger.
"Before you were born, the starry sky was turning upon itself. The many people of the felt tents were in turmoil. They fought against each other. At such time, your mother was abducted. It was not her wish. It happened at a time when one man slew another. She was not in love with someone else. You speak so as to harden the butter of your mother's affection, so as to sour the milk of that lady's heart. Were you too not born from the same belly? Were you too not issued from a single womb?"
These were almost the same words that his mother Oelun had once used on him, the same words that the legendary Alan the Beautiful had said to her quarreling sons. The brothers were chastened, and perhaps realizing that they had harmed both of their own chances, Chagatai suggested another candidate that everyone could agree on.
"I shall not dispute Jochi's strength, nor shall I reply to his claims of skill. But it is Ogedei among us who is steady and reliable. Let us, therefore, agree on Ogedei." So he spoke, and at these words, Chinggis Khan said, "What do you say, Jochi? Speak up." Whereupon Jochi said, "Chagatai has just said it. Chagatai and I shall, in cooperation with each other, serve the Khan. Let us agree on Ogedei."
From this moment on, the drunken but charismatic Ogedei would be the heir to the Mongol Empire. After that explosive meeting, the brothers rode off in all directions, never to be reunited. The oldest son, Jochi, was most wounded by Chinggis Khan's decision and would never see his father again. Wearied by this conflict in his family, the great Khan set out back to Mongolia, arriving there in spring of 1225. Perhaps those who saw him there felt a change come over him. The life of the great Khan was coming to an end. In the year 1225, Chinggis Khan set out on what would be his final military campaign. It would be against the Tanguts of Western Xia, the Tibetan Buddhists he had already conquered on his way to northern China. In the years since, they had become unreliable allies and were beginning to rebel against his rule. With the Khwarezmian Empire conquered, he now wanted to punish the Tanguts for their impudence. He marched into their lands and laid waste to them. But on this campaign, while travelling through the hot deserts of the western regions, Chinggis Khan fell from his horse, as the secret history records.
Авал ихэд Чингис хаан Жосод бур морийг унаж явв. Олон хулан дайрж ирэхэд Жосод бур морь үргэж
Chinggis Khan, riding his steed named Red Earth Grey, on the way hunted the many wild asses of Arbuka. When the wild asses passed close by them, his horse took fright. Chinggis Khan fell, and his body being in great pain, he halted at Chokat. He spent that night there, and the following morning his wife, Yisui Khatun, said, "Princes and commanders, consult each other on what to do. The Khan has spent the night, his body hot with fever."
The summer heat made the Khan's condition worse, and so his men took him up into the nearby mountains of Liupan, densely forested with Chinese pine and dragon spruce, just beginning to turn to their autumn colours. Not long after, the great Khan's illness worsened, and he died at the end of August in the year 1227. The secret history of the Mongols records his passing in brief terms.
Тангууд улсыг сөнгөөн дараад гахай жилд Чингис хаан тэнгэрт халив.
Genghis Khan came back, and in the year of the pig, ascended to heaven.
There is much debate over what exactly killed Chinggis Khan. There are several outlandish myths that circulate around the circumstances of his death. Some more colourful versions fill his passing with dramatic irony, imagining a Tangut princess killing and castrating him when he tries to force her into bed. But most chronicles simply mention an illness that fell on him suddenly. Among them, the Persian historian Atamalik Juvaini.
When Chinggis Khan returned from the lands of the west to his old encampment in the east, he was overcome by an incurable disease arising from the unpleasantness of the climate.
Some modern scholars have even suggested that he was an early casualty of the bubonic plague, which would soon spread westwards across Eurasia and cause death and destruction on an unprecedented scale. The Chinese language source, the History of Yuan, or Yuan Shi, records that on the 18th of August the Khan felt unwell with a fever, and 8 days later he died. Such a rapid pace of decline could point to the Black Death being the cause. Whatever the cause of his death, the Khan's body was soon prepared for burial. Mongols of this time held a great taboo around speaking about death, and so we actually know little about the deaths of many of the characters in this story. Some, like Chinggis Khan's wife, Borta, simply disappear from records altogether, and we have no information about when or how she died. As for the Khan, some believe that he was probably buried close to where his army was situated, somewhere in Ningxia, among the Liupan Mountains. But other sources record a more dramatic version of events. The Venetian explorer Marco Polo, who travelled to Mongolia nearly half a century later, wrote the following account that was told to him.
All the Grand Khans and all the descendants of Chinggis, their first lord, are carried to a mountain to be interred. Wherever so the sovereign may die, he is carried to his burial in that mountain with his predecessors, no matter if the place of his death were 100 days' journey distant. There must he be carried to his burial.
Mongol religious beliefs held that the bodies of the dead should never be disturbed. For this reason, Marco Polo also recounts that the Mongols were determined that no one should ever find the grave of the great Khan, that his body would forever lie undisturbed, and that they went to extraordinary lengths to make sure its location remained a secret.
when they are carrying the body of any emperor to be buried with the others, the convoy that goes with the body puts to the sword all whom they fall in with on the road. They do the same too with horses. For when the emperor dies, they kill all his best horses in order that he may have the use of them in the other world, as they believe. And I tell you as a certain truth that when one Khan died, more than 20,000 persons who chanced to meet the body on its way were slain in the manner I have told.
While these accounts may be an exaggeration, what is sure is that the Mongol soldiers fenced off a large area of land around the sacred mountain Burkhan Khaldun, marking it with a fence of arrows stuck in the ground. Other than the closest royal family of the Khan, no one was allowed to enter this forbidden zone, on pain of death, with guards permanently stationed on its perimeter. The later Mongol historian Sagang Setchen describes the body of Chinggis Khan being removed to his native Mongolia on a two-wheeled wagon, escorted by his great army. On the way, one of the Khan's old friends began to sing a mournful song.
Kilukan Bahadur of the Sunid tribe lifted up his voice and sang. Once you did swoop like a falcon, but now a rumbling wagon trundles you off. O my king, have you in truth then forsaken your wife and your children, and the rule of your people? O my king, circling in pride like an eagle once you did lead us, O my king, but now you have stumbled and fallen like a wild horse. O my king.
Today, it's thought that the most likely place for the Khan's burial is in this area, somewhere around the mountain of Burkhan Khaldun, the holy peak that he had always climbed whenever he needed to hear the voice of his god and to be close to the great sky above. Now, between Chinggis Khan and the great blue sky, there was only silence. After the death of Chinggis Khan, the Mongol Empire went into a state of some shock, and its wars of conquest were largely put on hold. But the immense respect he had won during his life carried over into his death, and the plan he had put in place for his succession was carried out. For the next 2 years, the empire was held in a kind of regency by his youngest son, Tolui, and at the end of that period, once the time of mourning had passed, Ogedei took his position as Great Khan on the 13th of September, 1229, as the secret history records.
Чингис хааны гэрээс исэн жарлагын ёсоор өгөөдэгийг хаан өргөмжлөв.
In accordance with the decree of Chinggis Khan, they installed Ogedei as Khan. The night guards, the quiver bearers, and the 8,000 day guards who had been protecting the precious life of their father, Chinggis Khan, the personal slaves, and the 10,000 guards who had been in close attendance on the person of his father, the Khan, were all handed over.
In fitting with his character, one of Ogedei's first acts as Khan was to hold a grand celebration. At this festival, feasts were held, songs were sung and games played, wrestling and hunting, archery and riding, and of course, enormous quantities of alcohol would have been consumed. The Iraq and black kumis, the Chinese rice wines and fine Persian grape wines would have flowed from silver goblets, and the revelry would have lasted for days. Ogedei loved to be liked, and he had always had a generous streak. To celebrate his coming to power, he opened his father's treasuries and distributed gifts and wealth to all the influential families of the Mongol steppe. This generosity gained him many friends, but the Persian scholar Atamalik Juvaini recounts his profligate behavior with a note of disapproval.
He was ever spreading the carpet of merrymaking and treading the path of excess, in constant application to wine and the company of angelic women. Being by nature extravagantly bountiful, he gave away everything that came in from the farthest and nearest parts of the empire without its being registered by accountant or inspector. No mortal returned from his presence without his lot or share, and no petitioner heard from his tongue the word no.
Ogedei was for the most part a successful ruler, but he also had a quite different vision for the Mongol Empire to that of his father. Chinggis Khan had always maintained his dislike and distrust of settled peoples and city dwellers. He had envisioned his empire as the people of the Felt Walls, a pure confederation of nomadic peoples that would stand up for the pastoralist lifestyle against the corruptions of the settled world. But Ogedei had seen the great cities of China and Persia. He had looked with envious eyes upon the great walls of Beijing and Samarkand, and had brought advisors from northern China to help him rule. One of these, a Khitan man named Yelu Chukai, is said to have given Ogedei the following piece of advice.
An empire won on horseback cannot be ruled on horseback.
For this reason, Ogedei now dreamed of departing from his father's policy and building a proper capital for the empire he had inherited. This capital would be complete with all the things a great city needed: buildings, streets, temples, workshops, and palaces. He ordered that this new city be built out in the middle of the steppe, at the same spot where his father had set up his main camp, a site where the canyon-like Orkhon River Valley spills out into the pastures below, right in the heart of Mongolia. Construction of this city happened quickly, with architects and craftsmen being brought primarily from the conquered regions of China. But Ogedei also brought some Persian builders to Mongolia to work on his palaces. Atamalik Juvaini gives an account of the new Mongol city.
There had previously been no town or village in that place except for the remains of a wall. The Khan caused a town to be built on it, which they called Ordu Balik, though it is better known as Kara Koram.
Karakorum in Mongolian means black castle or black stones. The city rose out of the bare steppe grasslands, with earthwork walls and 4 gates, and buildings lined with wooden pillars, built in the Chinese style with swooping pagoda roofs. At the 4 corners of the city, he had 4 stone tortoises carved, facing out in each direction. The tortoise was a symbol of stability and protection, and with their incredibly long lives, had become representations of eternity. These stone guardians watched over the city and formed a statement in stone that Karakorum was built to last. With the help of his foreign craftsmen, Ogedei built Karakorum into what he hoped would be a fitting capital for the world's largest empire, and a fitting venue for the world's most impressive parties.
Above the town, a garden was built for the Khan with 4 gates, and in the midst of that garden, artisans reared up a castle, and inside it a throne having 3 flights of steps for the Khan alone. The utensils were of gold and silver and studded with jewels. Twice in the year would the Khan alight in this pleasant abode. Whenever the sun entered the sign of Aries, and the world was glad, he would feast for a month in this residence, and as the bounty of the rain reaches both herbs and trees, so both great and small took part in the feasting.
Ogedei encouraged the empire's elites to build houses near his palace, but for the most part, Karakorum remained something of a halfway point between a Mongol camp and a true city. Much of the Mongol nobility continued to live in their gir tents, often pitching them outside the walls, and treated the city as something of an eccentric novelty. At its heart was the Central Secretariat, the main civilian governing body of the empire. This contained a large body of scribes who assessed tax registries and tribute, and translated orders to be sent to the various provinces of the empire. Other than this administrative hub and the palaces of the Khan, the city contained mostly warehouses for the vast treasures looted from all over Asia, and workshops where captured craftsmen toiled, as well as various houses of worship for all the different religions of the empire. The Flemish monk William of Rubruck, who passed through in the middle of the 13th century, was less than impressed with this imperial capital, and compared it unfavorably to the small town of Saint-Denis, just north of Paris.
Regarding the city of Karakorum, you should know that, discounting the Khan's palace, it is not even as fine as the town of Saint-Denis, and the monastery of Saint-Denis is worth 10 of the palace. It contains 2 quarters, one for the Saracens, where there are bazaars and where many traders gather. The other is the quarter of the Chinese, who are all craftsmen. Set apart from these quarters lie large palaces belonging to the court secretaries. There are 12 idol temples belonging to different peoples, 2 mosques where the religion of Muhammad is proclaimed, and 1 Christian church at the far end of the town. The town is enclosed by a mud wall and has 4 gates.
But despite its somewhat humble appearance, Karakorum was an expensive city to maintain. Sitting out in the middle of the steppe, its land was not fertile, and its people could grow few crops. For this reason, it was never self-sufficient, and its population had to be sustained by food brought over long distances from crop-growing regions in northern China. Ogedei had hoped that Karakorum would become a trading hub in its own right, and that its economy would become self-sustaining. To encourage this, he had trees planted along the roads that were used by trade caravans to help shelter them from the sun and rain, and to show where the roads were when the steppe was covered in winter snows. Ogedei also expanded one of the Mongols' most impressive achievements, their extensive postal system. This system, which became known as the Jam in Mongolian and Yam in Turkic, connected every corner of the empire with a system of postal stations where fresh horses and supplies were always kept. The Venetian explorer Marco Polo describes the remarkable functioning of this enormous piece of public infrastructure.
From each city proceed many roads and highways, leading to a variety of provinces, one to one province, another to another, and each road receives the name of the province to which it leads. The messengers of the emperor find at every 25 miles of the journey a station which they call Yam, in which they find all the rooms furnished with fine beds and all other necessary articles in rich silk. If even a king were to arrive at one of these, he would find himself well lodged.
At each of these stations, a full complement of fresh horses would be kept. When a messenger approached one of these stations, he would bang a drum so that the people working there would know to get his horse ready, and he could continue his journey with the minimum amount of delay.
At some of these stations, moreover, there shall be posted some 400 horses standing ready for the use of the messengers. At others, there shall be 200. On all these posts taken together, there are more than 300,000 horses kept up, especially for the use of the messengers. The thing is on a scale so wonderful and costly that it is hard to bring oneself to describe it.
The Mongols issued passports to travelers in the form of tablets called paisa, made of wood, bronze, silver, or gold, depending on the rank of the person carrying it. These conferred status on the traveler and allowed them to access the services of the Jam postal stations. But despite these measures to bring the vast empire closer together, the capital of Karakorum was some way off the main arteries of the Silk Road, and traders saw little reason to make the long journey out into the steppe, unless it could be made worth their while. To encourage them to keep coming to his new city, Ogedei decreed that they would be paid above the usual price for their goods, sometimes even twice as much as they were worth elsewhere. For a time, this strategy worked, and the merchants kept coming. But this system was obviously unsustainable, and soon the money began to run dry. By the year 1235, 6 years into Ogedei's rule, much of the vast wealth that had been amassed by Chinggis Khan had already been frittered away by his son. The dream of turning the nomadic empire of conquest into a settled empire of trade and commerce was looking ever more unlikely, and facing a potential bankruptcy in his future, Ogedei knew that the Mongol Empire would have to find new sources of gold. The Mongols would once more go to war. It's during Ogedei's reign that the Mongol Empire's ambitions grew. From the conquest of its neighbors and subjugation of other steppe peoples to a much more expansive vision, a belief that the whole world had been destined to live under Mongol rule, and that there was nowhere on earth that would escape their conquests. To decide where the Mongol armies should next descend, Ogedei summoned another Kurultai, a gathering of the clans, bringing together the entire family of Chinggis Khan, their wives and vassals and key commanders, and here a number of different options were raised. Some argued that the Mongols should march south to the lands of India, others that it was the turn of southern China and the Sung dynasty, who had watched with such glee as the northern Jin were destroyed. Others wanted to march into the Muslim lands and seize the great cities of Baghdad, Aleppo, and Damascus. But there was one final option that was raised by the general named Subadai. He had been one of Chinggis Khan's closest generals, and was now the last surviving member of that old guard, something that gave him immense respect. He suggested that the horde ride west, and toward a previously unexplored land that sat on the periphery of the world. A great peninsula jutting out of the Asian landmass about which the Mongols knew little. These were the lands of Europe. Europe, around the year 1200, was something of a backwater. It was home to about 70 million people, but although it produced textiles and fine metals, compared to other areas of the world, much of medieval Europe had low levels of urbanism. Other than the huge Byzantine capital of Constantinople, Europe had only a handful of cities that had even 50,000 inhabitants, and even fewer outside of Italy. Its position, somewhat removed from the Silk Road trading routes, meant that it was not a great beneficiary of the vast wealth that flowed along them. And as a result, Europeans were also among the last to hear news coming out of the East. For this reason, Europeans also had a somewhat confused idea of what the world beyond their borders looked like. It was widely believed in Europe at the time that a great Christian king ruled far in the east, a man that they called Prester John. It was supposed that this Christian emperor would one day ride west to help the Christians retake Jerusalem from the Saracens. When Mongol armies first arrived in Europe, there was at first some excitement. This was perhaps the coming of the great Prester John. But the reality would be quite different. The late 13th century Chronicle of Novgorod, one of the oldest Russian histories, describes the first arrival of these nomadic horsemen about 14 years earlier, in the year 1223.
The same year, 4 Arsins unknown tribes came. No one exactly knows who they are, nor whence they came, nor what their language is, nor of what race they are, nor what their faith is. But they call them the Tartars. We have heard that they have captured many countries, slaughtered a quantity of the godless peoples, and scattered others.
These perplexing foreigners were in fact a pair of Mongol armies, led by the generals of Chinggis Khan, Subadai and Jebe. They had been sent to destroy any remains of the Kipchak people, a large confederation of steppe nomads who occupied the area of the Volga River and who had fought on the side of the Khwarezmian Empire just a couple of years earlier. These were some of the last holdouts among the peoples of the steppe who had not yet bent the knee to the Mongols. Now, a large force of Kipchak Turks fled west to Russia and begged the help of the major power in that region, the settled kingdom of Kievan Rus. Centered around the city of Kiev in modern Ukraine, Kievan Rus was less of a kingdom and more a fractious collection of princely city-states that formed a belt across the European peninsula, from the Arctic White Sea in the north to the shores of the Black Sea in the south. And like the Khwarezmians, its people had often employed Kipchak nomads as mercenary cavalry in its armies. When the Kipchaks fled into Russia, they warned the Russians in no uncertain terms about what was coming, as the Novgorod Chronicle records.
To all the Russians they brought many gifts, horses and camels, buffaloes and girls. And they came saying this: "Our land they have taken away today, and yours will be taken tomorrow."
Frightened into action by this warning, the princes of Kievan Rus put together a grand coalition and massed a force of 80,000 men under the command of Grand Prince Mstislav III of Kiev. Together, they marched out to meet these barbarians. On the way, they encountered some Mongol envoys who told the Grand Prince that they meant him no harm, that they were only there to destroy the last remnants of the Kipchaks, who they contemptuously referred to as their slaves and horse herders. But the Kievan ruler would make exactly the same mistake as the Shah of Khwarezm, as the Chronicle of Novgorod recalls.
The Tatars sent envoys to the Russians, saying, "Behold, we hear that you are coming against us, but we have not occupied your land, nor your towns, nor your villages, nor is it against you we have come. But we have come sent by God against our rebellious horse herders." But the Russians did not listen to this, but killed all the envoys.
Still confident of victory, the Russians advanced to crush the Mongol invaders. At the sight of the European army, with its mass of peasant infantry, supported by colourful columns of heavily armed knights, their pennants flying and helmets gleaming, the Mongols appeared to retreat in panic. The Russians were encouraged, and so they gave chase. They pursued the Mongols for a whole day, and then another, and then another. But whenever they thought they were getting close, their quarry just managed to pull away. They became perturbed by the almost supernatural speed and endurance of these foreigners, how they never seemed to stop or slow down, never seemed to need supplies, never slept or lit campfires. Gradually, the Europeans ran out of steam. Their horses grew tired, and their foot soldiers too. It was at this point that the Mongol trap swung shut. On the 1st of April 1223, without warning, a second Mongol army swept out of the forests and began a massacre on the banks of the Kalka River, as the Novgorod Chronicle recalls.
There was a terrible and savage slaughter, and Mstislav, Duke of Kiev, seeing this evil, set up a stockade of posts about him and fought with them for 3 days. And of the rest of the troops, only every 10th returned to his home. A countless number of people perished, and there was lamentation and weeping and grief throughout towns and villages.
As the infantry was slaughtered, the princes of Kiev tried to flee the battlefield, but they were easily hunted down by the Mongols. A great part of the kingdom's aristocracy was wiped out in that single day of battle. It's recorded that several Kievan nobles were captured, and as a punishment for killing the Mongol ambassadors, they were stuffed under the floorboards of one of the Mongol tents. All night, the Mongol warriors feasted and celebrated their victory, their weight steadily crushing to death the nobles beneath the floor. Then, with their mission complete, the Mongols vanished. They had appeared, wiped out an entire army with ease, and then disappeared without a trace. The Novgorod Chronicle records the confusion that the event sowed.
The Tatars turned back from the river Dnieper, and we know not where they came from, nor where they hid themselves again. Only God knows where he fetched them against us for our sins.
To the medieval European mind, the meaning of this event was clear. It was a punishment from God. But little did they know that worse was on its way. It was the winter of 1237, on the frozen expanse of the Russian steppe, when the first Mongol horsemen once more appeared on the edge of Europe. But this time they came to stay. In his Chronica Majora, or Great Chronicle, the English writer Matthew Paris wrote about these newcomers in terms of utter condemnation.
An immense horde of that detestable race of Satan, the Tartars, rushed forth like demons loosed from hell. They are inhuman and of the nature of beasts, rather to be called monsters than man, thirsting after and drinking blood and tearing and devouring the flesh of dogs and human beings. They are invincible in battle. They have no human laws, know no mercy, and are crueler than lions or bears.
The Mongols had waited until the winter set in for their invasion so that the great rivers Volga and Dnieper would freeze over, turning them into a highway for their horses. Moving fast over the frozen ground, they once more easily encircled the Russian armies and utterly destroyed them. It wasn't just the speed of the invasion that took the Europeans by surprise. For people in Europe, the technologies that the Mongols brought with them were so advanced as to be indistinguishable from magic. In the city of Ryazan, the citizens were so terrified by the Mongols' incendiary weaponry, the Chinese fire lances and pots of flaming naphtha that they hurled from their catapults, that in the confusion they believed that the Mongols had brought with them trained dragons from the east. By 1240, virtually all the major cities of Russia had fallen to the Mongols. In December, they rounded on what was then the cultural, religious, and economic heart of the region, the great city on the Dnieper, the city of Kiev. Kiev held out for 9 days, during which the Mongol catapults bombarded it with stones and flaming projectiles. In terror, its population flooded towards the great stone Church of the Tithes that stood on the banks of the Dnieper River. They were desperate to get close to the shrine of the Virgin Mary, which they hoped would protect them, and climbed up onto the church's roof. But the weight of the crowd on the roof timbers caused them to collapse, and many of those sheltering within the church were crushed. The Mongol army soon flooded into the city and put its people to the sword. Of Kiev's 50,000 inhabitants, it's reported that only 2,000 or so survived. After the invasion, many Russian cities fell into ruin, and stone building stopped for many decades. Economic links between cities and nearby villages were broken, and famine spread, as the Novgorod Chronicle recounts.
For what is there to say, or what to speak of the punishment that came to us from God? How some of the common people killed the living and ate them. Others ate horseflesh, dogs and cats. Some fed on moss, snails, pine bark, lime and elm tree leaves, and whatever each could think of. And again, other wicked men began to burn the good people's houses where they suspected that there was grain.
Giovanni da Pian del Carpine, the Pope's envoy to the Mongol Great Khan, travelled through Kiev a few years later, in February 1246, and wrote the following description of the destruction.
When we were journeying through the land, we came across countless skulls and bones of dead men lying about on the ground. Kiev had been a very large and thickly populated town, but now it has been reduced almost to nothing. For there are at the present time scarce 200 houses there, and the inhabitants are kept in complete slavery.
In some places, it took more than 100 years for Russian cities to rebuild. But after devastating Russia, Ogedei's forces were just getting started. One Mongol army, perhaps 50,000 strong, headed west through the duchies of Poland, riding in the direction of Germany and the Holy Roman Empire. And from there, all of Western Europe was in their path. In all the cities of Europe, rumors ran rampant, and all anyone had to work with was a name: the Tatars. Some believed that the name must mean that the Mongols had actually come from hell itself, since it reminded them of the name for the deepest region of the underworld in Greek mythology, Tartarus. Others thought that the name reminded them of the biblical king of Tarshish mentioned in the Bible. Others still thought that the Mongols may have been one of the lost tribes of Israel, now returned to wreak havoc on Christendom, perhaps enraged by the theft of relics from the Holy Land during the Crusades. The English monk Matthew of Paris was especially responsible for spreading this idea, and tried to work his way around the inconvenient fact that the Mongols didn't appear to speak Hebrew or seem to be Jewish, as he wrote in his great chronicle.
In the time of the government of Moses, their rebellious hearts were perverted to an evil way of thinking, so that they followed after strange gods and unknown customs. Their heart and language was confused, and their life changed to that of the cruel and irrational wild beast.
Unable to beat the Mongols on the battlefield, people instead began to lash out against the defenseless Jewish communities in countless European cities, and a wave of deadly pogroms began. In 1239, a fiery comet passed by the earth, seeming to some to be a sign of God's judgment, and in 1241, the panic only increased as an eclipse blotted out the sun. People began to believe that the end of days might finally have arrived. But the northern Mongol force headed towards Germany was in fact just a distraction, a typical Mongol tactic to attack in multiple places at once. And in fact, their true goal was a land that was much more amenable to their lifestyle. That is, the rolling grasslands and river plains of Hungary, which sat on the edge of the Great Steppe, behind the wall of the Carpathian Mountains. Hungary, too, had given shelter to Kipchak Turks, fleeing from the Mongols, who had begged for shelter from the Hungarian king, Bela IV. The Mongols sent King Bela the following message.
I have learned that you keep the Kipchaks, my slaves, under your protection. I charge you that you do not make me your enemy on their account, for it is easier for them to escape than for you, since they, having no house and continually on the move with their tents, may possibly escape. But you, living in houses and possessing fortresses and cities, how can you flee from my grasp?
For a time, the Hungarian troops managed to hold off the Mongols on a narrow bridge on a crossing of the Sheyo River, but their resistance did not last long. One priest and writer, Thomas of Spalato, wrote an eyewitness account of the aftermath of the battle.
The dead fell to the right and to the left. like leaves in winter. The slain bodies of these miserable men were strewn across the whole route. Blood poured forth like torrents of rain. The miserable country, stained by the blood of its sons, was dyed red throughout its length and breadth.
From there, the Mongols poured into the great Hungarian plain. They wiped out the royal army and sacked towns and villages, rounding up huge numbers of skilled people who they took away with them, drafting others to take part in their human wave assaults of fortresses, just as they had in China and Persia, and killing countless others. The Hungarian king Bela fled south to the coastal regions of his kingdom in what is now Croatia, and like the Khwarezm Shah, he took a boat out into the Adriatic and took refuge on an island there. Archaeology paints a clear picture of the desperation of this time. The remains of many medieval Hungarian churches can be found with concentric rings of earthwork defences hurriedly constructed, and the earth around them is littered with arrowheads and the bones of the unfortunate defenders. A great number of buried coin hoards have also been uncovered from around this time, as the kingdom's wealthy rushed to hide their riches from the advancing Mongol tide. When the Mongols finally withdrew from Hungary in 1242, a year after they had arrived, they left behind a devastated land. One Italian bishop living in Hungary, named Roger of Torre Maggiore, wrote the following description of the desolation.
We climbed a tall tree and surveyed the land destroyed by the Tartars. What pain! We began to walk across the waste and abandoned land that they had destroyed while retreating. Church towers were our way signs, and the road they marked for us was rough. The roads and paths had vanished. Grass and thorn bushes had taken over.
The Mongols were now on the borders of both the Holy Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire, Europe's two major powers. It looked as though all of Europe would now fall, just like northern China and the Khwarezmian Empire before it. If it had, it's likely that the entire history of the world would have gone down another path. If the Mongols had devastated Florence, Venice, and Milan the way they had devastated Beijing and Samarkand, the Renaissance would likely never have taken place, and the modern world as we know it would have struggled to be born. But history, again, had other plans. One event would transpire that would save Europe from this fate. That was the death of the great Khan Ogedei. Ogedei had always been a great drinker, but in recent years his alcoholism had truly got out of control, partly due to tragedy in his personal life. His beloved brother Tolui had died a few years earlier, with some even whispering that Ogedei had had him poisoned, and his favourite son and heir Kochu had also died fighting in China, a mission that Ogedei himself had sent him on. From that point, with grief and guilt seemingly warring inside him, Ogedei seems to have sunk into a depression. He withdrew from government, increasingly losing his appetite for ruling, and all the while he drank and drank. On the 11th of December 1241, the great Khan Ogedei, the son of Chinggis Khan, died as he had lived, in a drunken stupor, after 13 years of rule and at the age of 55. The secret history contains a note supposedly written by Ogedei himself, but almost certainly penned by one of his successors, in which he notes his failures.
Эчгийн кенгих сууранд сууж, улас иргэнийг хөл хөсөр гар гажир тавиулж амар төвшин болгоо.
I have sat on the great throne of my Khan father. I made the nation live with their souls on the soil and their grip on the ground. Yet, although I carried forward on my back the teeming kingdom, it was an error of mine to be vanquished by grape wine. This was one of my errors.
With Jochi and Tolui by now all dead, and Chagatai dead soon after, the last surviving son of Chinggis Khan had passed away. But as a man who had lived every day in the moment and thought little of the future, crucially, since the death of his oldest son, Ogedei had named no successor. There was now no certainty at all over who would rule the empire. After his death, all of Ogedei's successors raised their claims to the throne of the great Khan, and even Chinggis Khan's surviving brother Temugei, now in his 70s, suggested that he should rule. Suddenly, all plans of advancing further west into Europe were forgotten. This power struggle would last for 10 years, and for 5 of these, the empire was ruled by a woman, the widow of Ogedei, named Toregana Khan. She performed all the duties of a Mongol Khan, minting coins, holding Kurultais, and ensured the succession of her son, Guyuk. He ruled for a further 3 years, and during this time declared his intention to launch a full-scale invasion of Europe, even sending a letter demanding submission from the Pope. But his health would deteriorate, and he died while travelling on the 20th of April, 1248. Europe, once again, was spared, and during this time of upheaval in the Mongol Empire, the rest of the world could breathe something of a sigh of relief. The struggle over who would become Khan would eventually come to an end with the rise of a man named Mongke. The previous great Khan, Ogedei, had 7 sons, but Mongke was not one of them. He was the oldest son of Tolui, the one brother who had never been considered for the position of Khan. We can tell that this was an awkward fact for Mongke, since one of his first official acts was to crown his father Tolui as Great Khan posthumously, thus strengthening his own legitimacy. And when Mongke came to the throne in 1251, he is said to have given a statement that acted as a rebuke of the ways of his profligate predecessor, Ogedei.
I follow the laws of my ancestors. I do not imitate other countries' ways.
This question of what kind of society the Mongol Empire would be is one that would resurface again and again over the coming century. Like his father before him, Mongke was an accomplished warrior and had fought as one of the most prominent generals in the invasion of Russia. He also had Tolui's somewhat bloodthirsty and ruthless streak. To quell any resistance when he came to power, Mongke purged all members of the nobility who had supported other claimants to the throne of the great Khan, many of whom were his cousins. More than 300 members of the Mongol aristocracy were slaughtered. While the Mongols were hardly shy about spilling blood, this amount of killing in the upper echelons of Mongol society was unprecedented. After that, he turned his attention to further conquests. He gave command of his troops in Persia to one of his brothers named Hulagu, and his troops in northern China to another brother named Kublai, ordering him to prepare for an invasion of southern Sung China. Meanwhile, the Khan Monka remained back in the imperial heartland, in his capital of Karakorum. It was during the reign of Monka Khan that the King of France, Louis IX, sent an ambassador to Mongolia, a Flemish friar named William of Rubruck. He would write one of the most fascinating accounts of life in the Mongol court of Karakorum at this time. After many months of travel across the steppe of Central Asia, William of Rubruck arrived at the Mongol capital late in the year 1253. He was taken to see the Khan and gives a rare description of the appearance of Monka.
The Khan was sitting on a couch, dressed in a fur which was spotted and very glossy, like a sealskin. He is snub-nosed, a man of medium build and aged about 45.
William was frustrated because his interpreter was drinking continually throughout his meeting with the Khan, and by the end was thoroughly drunk. By this point, he could hardly understand what the Mongol ruler was saying. Nevertheless, the Khan gave them permission to stay in the city, and William of Rubruck began exploring the Mongol capital. In this melting pot in the heart of the empire, he encountered people from all over Eurasia, including one monk from China who seems to have had some fun at his expense.
On one occasion, a priest from China was sitting with me, dressed in cloth of the finest red, and I asked him where he came by such a colour. He told me how in the east of China there are soaring crags inhabited by creatures built like human beings in every respect, except that their knees do not bend and they move along in a kind of hopping, and that they are 1 cubit tall and covered in hair. They live in inaccessible caves, and when men go hunting them, they take the most intoxicating ale they can brew and make cup-shaped hollows in the rocks, which they fill with the ale. So the hunters lie hidden, and these creatures emerge from their caves and sample the drink, crying, "Chin Chin!" And it is from this cry that their name is derived, for they are known as Chin Chin. Then they gather round in very great numbers, become drunk and fall asleep on the spot. At this point, the hunters come forward and tie their hands and feet while they are asleep. And next, they open up a vein in their necks and extract from each one 3 or 4 drops of blood before letting them go free. The blood, the priest told me, is of the greatest value for making purple dye.
But despite his slightly gullible nature, William explored the city diligently, and there he was astonished to find a number of other Europeans living and working in this foreign land, thousands of kilometers from home.
We were discovered by a woman from Metz in France named Pasha, who had been captured in Hungary, and she made us as substantial a meal as she could. She told us about the unheard-of destitution she had suffered, but now she was well enough off. She had a young Russian husband, by whom she had 3 very fine little boys. She told us that there was also a master goldsmith at Karakorum called William, originally from Paris, whose surname is Boucher.
This William Boucher had been working in Hungary when the Mongols swept in from the steppe, and like many others before him, he had been rounded up for his skill in metalworking. When he arrived in Karakoram, the Khan Monka had soon recognized his potential and set him to work building a remarkable mechanical contraption out of silver.
At the entrance to this great palace, Master William of Paris has constructed for him a large tree made of silver, with 4 silver lions at its roots, each one containing a conduit pipe and spewing forth white mare's milk. The branches, leaves and fruit of the tree are of silver. There are 4 conduits leading into the tree, and over each one of them lies a gilded serpent with its tail twined around the trunk. One of the pipes discharges wine, a second fermented mare's milk, a third a kind of mead, and a fourth a rich ale. Each beverage has its own silver vessel at the foot of the tree, ready to receive it.
The fountain even had a method of announcing to guests that the drinking had begun, the perfect centerpiece for a Mongol feast.
Between the 4 pipes at the top, he made an angel holding a trumpet, so when drink is required, a man concealed in its cavity then blows strongly on the pipe that leads to the angel. The angel puts the trumpet to its mouth, and the trumpet gives out a very loud blast. When the stewards in the chamber hear this, each pours his drink into the appropriate pipe, and the pipes spurt it out.
By this time, Christianity had made great inroads at the Mongol court, and many of the Khan's wives were Christians. But there were also Muslim, Buddhist, and even Jewish holy men living in Karakoram, all enjoying the freedom of religion that made the Mongol realm virtually unique around the world. The Khan Monka was curious about religion, but seems to have courted each faith without ever converting to one of them. In order to perhaps settle the matter once and for all, the great Khan organized a series of debates and invited the friar William of Rubruck to take part.
The following day, he sent to me his secretaries, who said, "Our master is sending us to you with this message. Here you are, Christians, Saracens, and Buddhists, and each one of you claims that his religion is superior and that his writings or books contain more truth. So, he would like you all to assemble together and hold a conference, and each one to put his claims in writing to enable the Khan to learn the truth."
William accepted, but he soon found out that the Mongols arranged their intellectual debates much like their wrestling matches. This would be a rowdy, boisterous affair, and like Mongol wrestlers, the debaters were expected to drink a large cup of alcoholic kumis between each round. Quickly, the holy men became drunk. To their surprise, and despite their bitter differences back home, the Muslims and Christians found themselves largely in agreement on the broad points: that there was one God, that he was all-powerful, and that heaven awaited them after death. Together, they argued against the Buddhists, who believed in many gods with limited powers, and in reincarnation after death. They argued over the nature of good and evil, whether everything in creation is good, and why God allows bad things to happen. According to William's own account, he effortlessly outsmarted his opponents. But to his disappointment, no one agreed to convert to Christianity then and there.
Everybody listened without challenging a single word, but for all that, no one said, "I believe and wish to become a Christian." When it was over, the Christians and Saracens alike sang in loud voices, while the Buddhists remained silent, and after that, everyone drank heavily.
But if William had hoped to convince the great Khan, he would be frustrated. For his part, Monka Khan remained unconvinced.
We Mongols, he said, believe that there is only one God, through whom we have life, and through whom we die, and towards him we direct our hearts. But just as God has given the hand several fingers, so he has given mankind several paths. To you, God has given the scriptures, whereas to us, he has given shamans, and we do as they tell us and live in peace.
The debates came to an inconclusive end, and the question over which was the true religion would go unsettled for another day. William would leave the Khan's court soon after. But during his time in Karakoram, he had noticed some extraordinary measures of personal security surrounding Monka and his household. William himself was even grilled by the Khan's security services.
They searched our legs, chests and arms to see whether we had knives on us. They made the interpreter take off his belt. We were summoned by the Grand Secretary and Judge, and they inquired most minutely whence we came from, why we had come, what was our business, and this inquiry was made because it had been reported to Möngke Khan that 40 assassins had entered the city under various disguises to kill him.
Möngke Khan had good reason to be worried. That's because he had become a target for a controversial Islamic sect known as the Hashashin, a group who have given us the English word assassin. The Hashashin occupied perhaps as many as 100 remote mountain fortresses across an area stretching from the Mediterranean coast to Afghanistan. But they coordinated their operations from their headquarters, the lofty Alamut Castle in the Alborz mountain range of northern Iran. Alamut means eagle's nest, and it was perched high up on the mountain crags. The Hashashin had no armies to speak of, no infantry and no cavalry, but they exercised a formidable strategic power. That is, they assassinated any noble, general, or king who stood in their way. One writer named Benjamin of Tudela wrote an account of these mysterious killers and their enigmatic ruler.
They call him Sheikh al-Hashashin. He is their elder, and upon his command, all of the men of the mountain come out or go in. They are believers of the word of their elder, and everyone everywhere fears them, because they even kill kings.
Although it's difficult to unpick the legends from the truth when it comes to this secretive sect, according to Arab, Persian, and Chinese sources, the name Hashashin comes from the group's predilection for the drug hashish, a concentrated resin of the cannabis plant. According to legends, young men would be initiated into the group by smoking hashish, and under its intoxicating effects, they were shown the beautiful gardens that the Hashashin kept in their castles. Marco Polo recounted one version of these tales.
Upon awakening from this state of lethargy, their senses were struck with all the delightful objects that have been described, and each perceived himself surrounded by lovely damsels. He believed himself assuredly in paradise, and felt an unwillingness to relinquish its delights. When 4 or 5 days had thus been passed, they were carried out of the garden.
The young initiates were told that they had visited the gardens of paradise, and would be allowed to return if they were willing to give their life for the cause. So long as the supply of hashish was kept flowing, the group had an endless reserve of brainwashed young men willing to do their bidding, as Marco Polo describes.
Animated to enthusiasm by words of this nature, all went forward to die in his service. The consequence of this system was that when any of the neighboring princes or others gave insult to this chief, they were put to death by these his discipled assassins, none of whom felt terror at the risk of losing their own lives, provided they could execute their master's will.
We don't know if these rumors were true, or just stories made up by the group's enemies. The word hashishi can often mean simply rabble or outlaws, and their name may have actually been the Arabic word asasiyun, meaning something like the principled ones. Regardless of the truth, what is certain is that the assassins were a thorn in the side of the mighty Middle Eastern powers like the Fatimid, Abbasid, and Seljuk empires. Over the course of nearly 2 centuries, they killed hundreds of notable people, including 3 caliphs and 1 crusader king of Jerusalem. And now they had set their sights on the Khan of the Mongols. They had clearly enjoyed the respite that the 10 years of Mongol infighting had brought the world, and hoped that by killing Monka they might bring about another, and perhaps even that the entire Mongol entity would simply unravel. In the 1240s, 1 Mongol general was even assassinated by this group, and for Monka, this was the final straw. In 1253, he ordered his younger brother Hulagu to march into the west and crush the assassins for good. Hulagu advanced into Afghanistan, and from there seized their fortresses one by one. Finally, he rounded on the Eagle's Nest castle of Alamut, high in the snowy mountains of northern Iran. Atamalik Juvaini describes the sight that the defenders of Alamut saw approaching through the jagged peaks.
And from the direction of Ustandar, there came armies all fire and fury, along steep roads as crooked as the covenant of the wicked. And from Alamut, which lay to the left, came the princes Balagai and Tutar, with a great body of men, all clamouring for vengeance with a host like a mountain of iron. The mountains and valleys billowed with the great masses of men.
The approach to Alamut was steep and virtually impregnable, but by now the Mongol armies were experts at siege warfare.
With their morning draft, the Mongol army struck the harp of war and prepared to do battle with mangonels and stones. They cut down and trimmed for these mangonels the trees which these people had watered for many years past, not realizing what purpose they would serve or what fruit they would ultimately bear.
The castle of Alamut soon surrendered, and the assassins were crushed as an independent force. With this inconvenience safely out of the way, the Mongols now rounded on the Muslim Middle East and its great capital of Baghdad. Baghdad at this time was a grand city. It was the center of the Abbasid Caliphate throughout the Islamic Golden Age of the 9th and 10th centuries, growing to be the largest city worldwide by the beginning of the 10th century. And though at this point it had suffered some centuries of decline, it was still the beating heart of the Muslim world. It was a city of cabarets and taverns, places where backgammon and chess were played. On street corners, acrobats performed, and storytellers spun tales for their audiences like those later found in the Arabian Nights. The city also had formidable defences, with a high and thick wall. Each of its 4 gates had double doors that were made of iron, so heavy that it took several men to open and close them. The caliphate was ruled by the caliph, who was the supreme religious figure across the Muslim world, somewhere between an emperor and a pope. Until that point, relations with the caliph in Baghdad, a man named Al-Mustasim, had been relatively friendly. But the Mongols had asked him for soldiers to help them fight the assassins, and perhaps fearing that their daggers might be turned against him, he ignored the Mongol request. This disrespect was enough for the Khan Monka to order his younger brother Hulagu to march down into the lowlands of Mesopotamia and destroy the caliphate entirely. The Mongols gathered a huge force, including 1,000 Chinese siege engineers, and swept into the plains of Mesopotamia in the year 1257. Hulagu sent a letter to the Caliph Al-Mustasim, urging him to surrender in ferocious terms.
I will bring you crashing down from the summit of the sky. Like a lion, I will throw you down to the lowest depths. I will not leave a single person alive in your country. I will turn your city, lands, and empire into flames. If you have the heart to save your head and your ancient family, listen carefully to my advice. If you refuse to accept it, I will show you the meaning of the will of God.
But the Caliph Al-Mustasim did not listen. The Mongols arrived at the capital of Baghdad in January of 1258. The 9th century writer Al-Jahiz wrote the following description of the sight that the Mongol soldiers would have seen as they approached across the broad floodplain of the rushing river Tigris.
I have seen such cities in the district of Syria, in Byzantine territory and in other provinces, but I have never seen a city of greater height or possessing more spacious gates or more perfect defences than Baghdad.
The Mongols settled in for a siege and built a rampart completely surrounding the city. They constructed their vast mangonels and other siege engines and began to bombard the city with their terrifying gunpowder weapons and incendiary pots of naphtha, brought all the way from China. But once these ran out, the Mongols realized that they had a problem. The valley of the Tigris and Euphrates is essentially a vast salt flat and contains virtually no stone. So they had no projectiles for their catapults. Faced with this problem, they would have to be creative. The Mongols began to cut down the heavy date palms that grew everywhere along the riverbank and loaded pieces of their heavy trunks into their catapults. The citizens of Baghdad would soon face the sight of their own date trees being hurled over enormous distances into the city. Mongol siege engines broke through Baghdad's defences within just a few days, and the assault on the walls began in late January. By February the 4th, Hulagu's elite forces had seized control of the eastern wall. In a growing state of desperation, the Caliph Al-Mustasim made frantic attempts to negotiate, but Hulagu refused, even executing the Caliph's soldiers who tried to surrender. The Caliph ultimately capitulated on February the 10th, and the Mongols captured him and began to sack the city. The Hawadith al-Gamia, written by an anonymous eyewitness, records the scenes of carnage.
The inhabitants of Baghdad were put under the sword on Monday, and were subjected to 40 days of continuous killing, pillaging, and enslavement. A great part of the city, including the Caliph's mosque and its surrounding, were burnt, and the city was laid in ruins. The dead lay as mounds in the streets and the markets. Rain fell on them, horses trampled down upon them. Their faces were disfigured, and they became an example to anyone who saw them.
Some among the city's populations were spared. The Shia Muslims in the city, as well as Baghdad's Jewish population, avoided the worst of the massacre. The city's Christian community was also spared, since the Mongol general Hulagu's wife was a Christian and asked her husband to show them mercy. Many of the glorious libraries of Baghdad were destroyed, and the books within them likely burned up in the fires that engulfed the city. Some later sources, like Qutb ad-Din an-Nahrawali, writing around 300 years later, embellished the story with the poetic flourish that the river Tigris had turned black with the ink of the books thrown into it. After the slaughter was done, Hulagu held a victory feast, where he had the Caliph brought to him in chains. The chronicler Nasir ad-Din at-Tusi, who may have been present as an eyewitness, recorded the words of the Mongol general.
Hulagu set a golden tray before the Caliph and said, "Eat." "It is not edible," said the Caliph. "Then why did you keep it?" asked the Khan, "and not give it to your soldiers? And why did you not make these iron doors into arrowheads and come to the bank of the river so that I might not have been able to cross it?" "Such," replied the Caliph, "was God's will." "What will befall you," said the Khan, "is also God's will."
The Caliph was rolled up in a carpet and trampled to death by horses, in accordance with the Mongol requirement that royal blood not be spilled. The sack of Baghdad tore the heart out of the Muslim world and ended the 500-year rule of the Abbasid Caliphate. But the Mongol armies were just getting started. Hulagu arrived at the Syrian city of Aleppo in December 1259, and after a siege of 7 days, stormed it and massacred its population. The Sultan of Syria, an-Nasir Yusuf, was still at large, and when the news of the sack of Aleppo reached him, he and his army fled south. The Mongols followed hot on his heels and captured Damascus 16 days after they had taken Aleppo. The Mongols followed the Sultan down the shores of the Mediterranean and forged through Palestine up to the border of Egypt. They finally tracked down the Syrian Sultan an-Nasir Yusuf at the port town of Gaza, and later had him killed. Now on the border of Egypt, Hulagu sent ambassadors to the Sultan there, a man named Qutuz, demanding that he swear loyalty to the Mongol Empire. The Egyptian Sultan responded by having the men beheaded and displaying their heads on Cairo's Bab Suwayla Gate. It was an act virtually guaranteed to lead to a Mongol invasion, and soon, perhaps the land of the pyramids might have also been added to the vast stretch of the Mongol Empire. But that was not to be the case. That's because news soon came down the Silk Road of another seismic shock that would send tremors throughout the Mongol world. That was the death, on the 11th of August, 1259, of the great Khan Monka. For years now, the Khan Monka had been concerned with how poorly the war in China was going. News of his brother Hulagu's glorious victories in Persia and Mesopotamia trickled back to him in Mongolia. The destruction of the assassins, the seizing of Alamut, the sack of Baghdad. But meanwhile, the news from China was one of slow, grinding progress. The Khan's other brother, Kublai, who had been left in charge of the final conquest of Sung China, could give him only excuses. The Sung Chinese had by now spent decades hardening their border on the Yangtze River against the Mongol invasion that they knew would come, and their fortifications were formidable. Kublai was not a seasoned warrior like his other brothers. He had a much better head for administration and finance. In fact, he had spent much of his life feasting in a luxurious estate in northern China, a kind of quasi-capital that would be called Shangdu, and has been rendered into English as Xanadu. Eventually, the Khan Monka announced that he would leave Mongolia and travel to China to take charge of the war himself. In the steppe capital of Karakorum, he left his youngest brother in charge, a man named Arik Boka. Monka took charge of an army and marched south. His final documented presence was during the siege of Diaoyu Castle near present-day Chongqing in southwestern China. Later Chinese sources claim that he was killed during an assault on the fortress, either by a crossbow bolt or a flying stone from a cannon or catapult. But more reliable sources, such as Rashid ad-Din, record that he simply died of a disease.
Due to the climate there, an epidemic of dysentery broke out. Cholera spread among the Mongol soldiers, and many of them died. The monarch of the world drank wine to ward off the cholera, and he continued so to do. Suddenly he developed an indisposition, and his illness came to a crisis. He soon passed away at the foot of the unlucky fortress. He was 52 years old, and this was the 7th year of his reign.
However he died, the death of Monka in 1259 would mark a watershed in the history of the Mongols. This was the maximum extent of their territory, and the last time that the entire Mongol Empire would ever fight as one force. After the deaths of previous Khans, members of the royal family had mostly rushed back to Mongolia to help elect a new overlord in a grand Kurultai. But this time, none of them moved. They decided to stay where they were and claim their own territory. Now the vast swathe of Asia that the Mongols had conquered fractured into what were essentially 4 distinct empires. Firstly, in Persia and the Middle East, Monka's brother Hulagu declared himself the ruler, or Ilkhan, of the territory he had spent years conquering, which now stretched from Afghanistan to Turkey. It would become known as the Ilkhanate. Second was in the northwest, in the steppe bordering Europe, in Ukraine and Russia, and stretching across the Volga region to the Ural and Caucasus mountains. These lands were held by Khans descended from Chinggis Khan's oldest son Jochi, the Guest, who had fought all his life to prove himself to his father. They would call themselves the Ulus of Jochi, but later historians would give them the name the Golden Horde. Their rulers would be among the first of the Mongols to convert to Islam. Third was in the center of the empire, in the conquered Silk Road regions that had once been the Khwarezmian Empire, and the vast steppe of Kazakhstan and Siberia. Here, the descendants of Chagatai ruled what became known as the Chagatai Khanate, presiding over the cities of Samarkand and Bukhara, which had by now recovered somewhat from the destruction of Chinggis Khan, and once more brought healthy income to their rulers. But it was in the east that the heir to the throne of the great Khan rose. He was the second son of Tolui and the late Monka Khan's brother, the somewhat unlikely new emperor, Kublai. Kublai was born on September the 23rd, 1215, the same year that Chinggis Khan had sacked Beijing. And for his entire life, the Mongol Empire had been at war in China. As an adult, he had been awarded a Chinese estate with 10,000 households, and since then had divided his time between China and the Mongolian steppe. Kublai had a liking for the trappings of settled society, the silks and the finery. He was advised by Chinese advisors, and even a Buddhist monk who converted him to Tibetan Buddhism and taught him to speak Chinese in a rudimentary way. Already, the people back in Mongolia may have begun to whisper that Kublai was more Chinese than Mongolian. When his brother Monka came to the throne as Great Khan, Kublai was made viceroy over part of northern China and set about building an opulent palace at Shangdu. And he was made one of the commanders of the final assault on the last bastion of Chinese culture, the southern Sung dynasty. But much to the frustration of his older brother Monka Khan, the conquest of the Sung was a long and difficult campaign. In the Sung, the Mongols faced without doubt the most technologically advanced army on Earth. The Sung pelted Mongol armies with repeating crossbows, launched huge gunpowder bombs from their catapults, and even filled their explosives with pieces of broken pottery to create perhaps the first shrapnel bombs in history. Rashid ad-Din paints a picture of this grinding campaign.
The roads were difficult and the places and castles hard to capture. They had repeatedly given battle, and entry and exit had been made difficult for them. Moreover, on account of the unhealthy climate, many of that army had fallen sick and died.
Still, the momentum of Mongol advance was by this point unstoppable. Despite heavy losses, they pushed steadily into the heartlands of the Sung. That was until Kublai heard news that his brother Monka had died, and the throne of the Great Khan was up for grabs. Kublai had long dreamed of taking that throne for himself, and as Monka's brother, he was a prime candidate. But he was at a distinct disadvantage. Having spent so many years in China, he had become distant from the life of the imperial court. Meanwhile, his main rival was the man that Monka had left in charge back in Karakorum, their youngest brother, the fourth son of Tolui, Arik Boka. While his brothers Hulagu and Kublai were away fighting in distant corners of the empire, Arik Boka had been back in the capital, living the life of a true steppe Mongol, hunting and riding, and supervising the administration of Monka Khan's empire. And he had been making friends. He was a skilled politician, and over his years in Karakoram had come to gain the support of the majority of Mongol nobility, including most of Mongke Khan's own family. It's possible that people may have hoped that under his rule, the empire would remain an empire of the steppe for all the people of the Felt Walls, and would not, like Kublai, be seduced by the ways of the settled societies it had conquered. When the great Khan Mongke died, Arik Boka knew that his time was short. The chronicler Rashid ad-Din recalls how he plotted to seize the throne.
No sooner had Arik Boka heard the news of his brother's death than his eyes fell upon the imperial throne. And his courtiers and retainers also urged him to seize it.
But it's worth remembering that Rashid ad-Din was writing on behalf of the Mongol court in Persia, who were Kublai's allies. And in fact, all evidence points to the fact that Arik Boka was Mongke's preferred successor, and that it was Kublai, and not him, who was attempting to seize the throne in a coup. To Arik Boka's anger, he soon got news that Kublai, still in China, had held a Kurultai of his own in 1260 in his summer palace at Shangdu, and announced his counterclaim to the throne of the great Khan. This action was by all Mongol standards illegal. It was not held in Mongolia, as was proper. None of the royal family was in attendance, and to make matters worse, it was done with some of the trappings of Chinese ceremony. In virtually every way, it was an affront. Blindsided, Arik Boka rushed to announce a Kurultai in Mongolia, and at that gathering, he declared himself the new great Khan. In response, Kublai gathered his armies and marched north. The Mongol Empire was now at war with itself. In the west, Hulagu's Ilkhanate backed his brother Kublai's claim, and went to war with the Golden Horde and the Chagatai Khanate, who backed Arik Boka. And meanwhile, Kublai gathered all his forces and marched into Mongolia. With him, he brought all the might of northern China. Unfortunately for Arik Boka, his skill as a politician did not translate into strategic thinking. Although he sat at the political heart of the empire, his military position was vulnerable. Karakoram had no natural defenses other than the Mongolian steppe around it, and no one who built it ever imagined it having to withstand a siege. The city had little agriculture of its own, and for the last 30 years had needed to be supplied with food and other necessities along sprawling supply routes, as Rashid ad-Din recounts.
It was customary for food and drink to be brought to Karakoram from China by cart. Kublai cut off the supply, and this resulted in shortages and severe inflation. Arik Boka was helpless.
Arik Boka recognized the precarity of his position, and at his brother's advance in 1261, he fled the capital for the northern steppe. Kublai swept into Karakoram and looted the city that his uncle Ogedei had built, as though it were any other conquest. He stripped it of much of its wealth and sent this back to his palace at Shangdu in China. It's likely that the silver tree of Karakoram, built by the French silversmith William Boucher, was also seized, and possibly melted down for transport. Treasure carts rolled back over the Gobi Desert, laden with precious things, now heading in the opposite direction. Only 50 years after Chinggis Khan's conquest of the Jin dynasty, China's wealth was coming home. Arik Boka spent the next few years being chased from place to place, trying to gather support on the steppe. But his weakness in the face of his brother's advance had destroyed any respect that anyone held for him. At times, it seemed like even the weather had turned against him, as Rashid ad-Din records.
One day, Arik Boka was busy reveling and carousing when suddenly a fierce wind came and tore out the stakes and broke the poles of his court tent, resulting in the injury of several people. The court ministers and commanders took this as an omen of his demise and totally abandoned him. Arik Boka was left there with only a few soldiers, and he was dumbfounded.
The outcome was soon clear. In 1264, 4 years into the civil war, Arik Boka travelled to Kublai's palace at Shangdu to formally surrender in tears to his brother. Kublai is recorded to have also wept as he received his surrender. Arik Boka was imprisoned and died a year later while still in captivity, possibly from poison. Kublai now ascended the throne and was confirmed as Great Khan in another grand Kurultai. But there were some notable absences at this event. None of the Khans of the other sides of the empire attended. Now the Mongol Empire was officially divided and turned its strength not against its enemies, but against itself. The late 13th century Syrian historian Ibn Wasil recounts the solemn words of one Mongol general.
Mongols are now killed by Mongol swords. If we were united, then we would have conquered all of the world.
If Chinggis Khan had been alive, doubtless he would have reminded his grandsons of the story his mother Oalun had told him, of Alun the Fair and her sons, and the arrows that united could not be broken, but divided each would snap one by one. In the coming decades and centuries, this is exactly what would happen. Despite ruling over a now much reduced empire, Kublai Khan still commanded a vast territory. At as much as 14 million square kilometers, it was 50% larger than modern China, encompassing the fertile central plains and a large stretch of the steppe of Mongolia and eastern Russia. And he was determined to build a power base there that would last, and that would perhaps allow him to reconquer the other quadrants of his grandfather's domain. But to do that, he would have to adopt the trappings of power that his Chinese subjects understood, according to their traditions. To this end, in 1271, Kublai Khan formally claimed the mandate of heaven and crowned himself Emperor of China. The following year of 1272 would be the first year of a new dynasty, which he would call the Great Yuan, a word which means either beginning or center. In accordance with Chinese tradition, his courtiers begged him to take the title of emperor, and he modestly refused twice, only accepting the third time they asked. A Chinese emperor needed an imperial capital, and Kublai decided to move his from the site of Shangdu and build a new one near the ruined city of Beijing, that his grandfather had destroyed. There he would build the new city of Dadu, meaning Great Capital, but his Mongolian and Turkic subjects would often refer to it as Khan Balik, which in Mongolian means the city of the Khan. Rashid ad-Din recalls his decision.
He designated as his winter residence the city of Khan Balik, which had been an imperial capital. It had been chosen as a site in ancient times by astrologers and philosophers, and it was considered to be very auspicious and lucky. Since Genghis Khan had destroyed it, Kublai Khan wanted to rebuild it, so for his own fame and reputation he built another city next to it. Inside the city he built a truly magnificent palace for his Ordu. Its pillars and paving are all of marble.
It was to this capital of Khan Balik that a weary traveller arrived from the other side of the world, probably sometime around the year 1271. He had left his home at the age of 16 or 17 and set out on a journey of exploration with his brother that had taken him across Central Asia and through many of the lands that now belonged to the Mongol Khanates. His name was Marco Polo. It was likely the unification of much of Asia under the Mongols that allowed Polo to conduct his journey, since the strict enforcement of the Mongol Yasa law code had kept banditry and robbery to a minimum. This was the period that has been called the Pax Mongolica, or the Mongol Peace, when it was said with some exaggeration that even a maiden carrying a nugget of gold on her head could wander safely across the realm without being robbed. When Polo arrived in Khan Balik, he was given an audience with the Great Khan, which he describes in his later work.
I shall tell you of the great and wonderful magnificence of the Great Khan, now reigning, by name Kublai Khan. He is the most powerful man as regards forces and lands and treasure that exists in the world, or ever hath existed from the time of our first father, Adam, until this day. He is of a good stature, neither tall nor short, but of a middle height. He has a becoming amount of flesh, and is very shapely in all his limbs. His complexion is white and red, the eyes black and fine, the nose well formed.
He also describes the opulence of the Khan's palace.
The hall of the palace is so large that it could easily dine 6,000 people, and it is quite a marvel to see how many rooms there are besides. The outside of the roof also is all coloured with vermilion, and yellow and green and blue, and other hues which are fixed with a varnish so fine and exquisite that they shine like crystal and lend a resplendent lustre to the palace, as seen for a great way round.
Marco Polo was also astonished to see the Chinese invention of paper money being circulated by the imperial mint, a concept that he struggled to understand.
He makes them take of the bark of the mulberry tree, and this they make into something resembling sheets of paper. When these sheets have been prepared, they are cut up into pieces of different sizes. The smallest of these is worth a half silver coin. The next, a little larger, a whole silver coin. One, a little larger still, is worth half a silver groat of Venice. All these pieces of paper are issued with as much solemnity and authority as if they were of pure gold or silver, and on every piece a variety of officials, whose duty it is, have to write their names and put their seals. Anyone forging it would be punished with death, and the Khan causes every year to be made such a vast quantity of this money, which costs him nothing, that it must equal in amount all the treasures in the world.
According to Marco Polo, Kublai Khan was so impressed with his adventurous spirit and command of 4 different languages that he appointed him an ambassador. Over the next 17 years, Polo claims to have conducted a large number of ambassadorial journeys for Kublai, visiting the far south of China, Burma, and other lands around Southeast Asia, before finally being allowed to return home through Mesopotamia. Back home, the Venetian Marco Polo was taken as a prisoner of war by the rival Genoese and imprisoned for a year in Genoa. During his imprisonment, Polo shared a cell with a writer named Rustichello da Pisa. Throughout their time imprisoned together, Polo recounted his extensive travels through Asia to Rustichello, who transcribed them into a work that they called The Description of the World. But it would become known as The Travels of Marco Polo, one of the most famous and influential travel books in history. Polo's work, published in a dialect of Italian, caused a sensation back home, and after being translated into Latin, it was published around all of Europe continuously for the next centuries. But one detail from Marco Polo's journey does stand out. When he finally got permission to leave China and return home in 1292, nearly 20 years after leaving home, he returned not over land, but by boat. That's because the Pax Mongolica, the Mongol peace that had brought stability to Asia and allowed his journey in the first place, was already beginning to fracture. Despite the glowing impression that the empire left on Marco Polo, China under Kublai Khan's Yuan dynasty was a troubled place. For one thing, it was still at war with the remnants of the southern Sung, who held out in several strongholds for many years. But by the 19th of March, 1279, the Mongols had cornered the last child emperor of the Sung in a coastal fortress called Yarmen, at the mouth of the Pearl River. The boy was only 6 or 7 years of age, but he was the final hope for the continuation of the Sung line. When Mongol forces finally closed in and it became clear that all was lost, one of the young emperor's attendants took the boy in his arms and gave the following cry.
The affairs of the nation lie in ruin, and our country is destroyed. There is no hope now. His Majesty has no alternative but to die for the country.
With the boy in his arms, he leapt from the cliffs into the ocean. It's said that hundreds of the royal family and attendants followed the young emperor to his watery grave, rather than face the Mongols. The sorrow of the collapse of the Sung dynasty would haunt the Chinese people for generations. The poet Xie Ao captured the sense of melancholy when he visited the ruins of the former imperial palace at Hangzhou and memorialized it in a poem.
何属何人未守婚？落花台殿暗销魂。朝园阁下归来雁。
Like an ancient ruin, the grass grows high. Gone are the guards and the gatekeepers. Fallen towers and crumbling palaces desolate my soul. Under the eaves of the long-ago hall fly in and out the swallows, but within, silence.
少下山花雾散，万年之上 挂袈裟。
The destruction of the Sung was something that many of the Chinese citizens of the Yuan dynasty would never forget. And for some, it was a wound that they would never forgive. With the south of China finally crushed, Kublai Khan was the first foreign invader to ever conquer the whole of the central plains of China. This was also the first time that the land had been united since the Tang dynasty 400 years earlier. But Kublai had won an empire now devastated by decades of war. The north of China had been suffering from famine ever since it was first occupied by the Mongols. Its agriculture had always been weaker than the south, where the humid weather meant that rice could be grown. But in the north, the major crops were wheat, sorghum, and millet. Since the destruction of Chinggis Khan's initial invasion, the northern economy had recovered somewhat, but famine was an ever-present threat. To remedy this, Kublai Khan ordered the lengthening of the so-called Grand Canal so that it now connected his new capital of Khan Balik with the old Sung capital of Hangzhou, a symbol of national reunification that also allowed the transport of rice from the south to the famine-struck north. This measure improved matters, and for a time a level of stability came to the once divided land. But already the Mongols were finding that conquering a vast and complex kingdom like China was much easier than actually ruling it. The new hybrid empire of Mongolian China was also going through a crisis of identity. Kublai's government was a tiny Mongol minority, ruling over a vast population of tens of millions of Han Chinese, and they were steadily losing their military advantage. Most of his soldiers were now no longer Mongolian horsemen, but Chinese foot soldiers. The old capital of Karakorum, far out in the steppe, had become an irrelevance, its palaces stripped of their treasures and what wealth it once had taken back to China. People back in Mongolia must have begun to wonder who it was that had actually been conquered. To ensure that the empire maintained its Mongol identity, Kublai was keen to keep all the higher echelons of power reserved for Mongols. To this end, southern Chinese people of the former Sung were relegated to fourth-class citizens in their own country, with the northern Chinese above them, the Central Asians and Tanguts above them both, and of course, Mongols as the empire's elite class. Han Chinese were forbidden from holding many of the most powerful positions or holding key roles in the civil service. That meant that many of the people who were most familiar with the land and the workings of its administration were kept away from any positions where they might do some good. Increasingly, Kublai feared that he might lose a grip on this slippery empire, and so he decided to do what Mongols had always done when they wanted to unite people around them. They went to war. First, he was determined to conquer the kingdom of Dai Viet in the south, the northern kingdom of what is Vietnam today. But these plans would be frustrated. Although he swept south in 3 major invasions and managed to capture the Vietnamese capital of Thang Long near modern Hanoi, the Mongol forces found the humid tropical weather and thick jungle landscape impossible to contend with. The Vietnamese soldiers melted away into the matted vegetation and raided Mongol armies with hit-and-run tactics that slowly whittled away their strength, as the history of Yuan describes.
Although the Viet were defeated many times, they gathered more and more troops. Without sufficient supplies, both our generals and troops suffered hardships, and many of them were killed. In that land, the troops and horses of the Mongols could not manifest their talent too. Eventually, they had to abandon the capital, crossing the river toward the north side to discuss the plan of retreat.
While they were never actually defeated in battle, the Mongols eventually withdrew after taking heavy losses, leaving the kingdom of Dai Viet still independent, if somewhat devastated. These tactics of guerrilla warfare were so successful for the medieval Vietnamese that the generals who had masterminded them became national heroes, and the books on strategy that they wrote would be read for centuries to come. As a result, the same tactics would be used again in the 20th century, when they would inspire the North Vietnamese army and the irregular forces of the Viet Cong when they once again faced a more powerful invader in the form of the United States. For his part, Kublai Khan was angered by these failed invasions, and even had one of his own sons named Tokan banished for his part in the disaster. With this embarrassment no doubt stinging, Kublai planned an invasion of one of the last holdouts against Mongol rule in the east, the island nation of Japan. The first Mongol attempt to capture Japan had ended in failure, although they had briefly occupied the islands of Tsushima and Iki. Although they had inherited a large navy from the Jin and Sung, and the Koreans who they had recently subjugated, the Mongols were not used to naval warfare and struggled to seize a credible hold on any land in Japan. This time, in the second invasion of 1280, Kublai sent a larger force of perhaps 30,000 soldiers and ordered the construction of a grand fleet that was probably at that time the largest in the world. He was determined to seize a bridgehead from which a larger force could spread out over the whole of Japan. The armada of as many as 4,000 ships sailed from the port of Masan in Korea and from China, leaving from Ningbo at the mouth of the Yangtze River. They chose the landing site of Hakata Bay, near the modern city of Fukuoka, which sits on the large Japanese island of Kyushu, just 200 kilometers off the coast of Korea. But Japanese resistance would be fierce. They had learned the lessons of the first invasion and spent the intervening years preparing, even building a strong defensive wall surrounding Hakata Bay. When the Mongols landed, they brought all the technological might of China with them. The Japanese source, the Hachiman Gudo Kun, describes the challenge of dealing with these terrifying weapons and notes with scorn the Mongols' lack of adherence to the traditional conventions of warfare.
They sent iron bombshells flying against us, which made our side dizzy and confused. Our soldiers were frightened out of their wits by the thundering explosions. Their eyes were blinded, their ears deafened, so that they could hardly distinguish east from west. According to our manner of fighting, we must first call out by name someone from the enemy ranks, and then attack in single combat. But they took no notice at all of such conventions. They rushed forward all together in a mass, grappling with any individuals they could catch and killing them.
Many of the invading soldiers were Chinese, not Mongol, and they had little stake in this conflict. Many deserted or surrendered when the fighting got tough. The Mongols fought for 2 months at Hakata Bay in a kind of bitter stalemate. They were unable to make any headway against the Japanese defenses, while the Japanese too struggled to dislodge them entirely. Then, on the 15th of August, fate intervened. A powerful typhoon swept in from the west, a common occurrence in late summer in Southeast Asia. The storm struck the Mongol fleet anchored off the coast, causing severe destruction. The Venetian Marco Polo describes the outcome.
Now it happened one day that such a gale was blowing from the north that the troops declared that if they did not get away, all their ships would be wrecked. So they all embarked and left the island and put out to sea. And let me tell you that when they had sailed about 4 miles, the gale began to freshen, and there was such a crowd of ships that many of them were smashed by colliding with one another.
Thousands of soldiers were left clinging to debris or swept ashore by the force of the storm. Japanese warriors walked up and down the beaches, killing all Mongols they could find, only sparing the Chinese, who they believed had been forced into participating in the invasion. To the Japanese, this typhoon was no accident. It was the kamikaze, or divine wind, that had been sent by the gods to smash the Mongol invaders and protect the lands of Japan. To Kublai Khan, this further crushing loss was a disaster from which his morale would never fully recover. In Burma, too, the Mongols succeeded in toppling the empire of Bagan, but the humid tropical environment in the south of the country soon defeated them, along with its host of tropical diseases. The Mongols had now found the geographic bounds of their expansion. There was no more treasure left to plunder, no more lands left to seize. All that was left to do was turn against one another and collapse from within. The great Khan Kublai died on the 18th of February 1294, and his death would begin the slow decline of Mongol power in Asia. In China, 9 further Khans followed the reign of Kublai, but their reigns were largely short, unstable, and characterized by widespread incompetence, corruption, and famine. Kublai's successor, his grandson Temur Olcay II, died without an heir, and a period of struggle followed that led to growing resentment among China's people. Meanwhile, the Mongols who remained back in the Mongolian steppe increasingly viewed these emperors as foreigners who had forgotten their old way of life and began to ignore the rule of the great Khan in China. The last emperor of the Yuan dynasty ascended the throne in the year 1333. His name was Togon Temur, and it's in his hands that the Yuan dynasty would truly disintegrate. Togon Temur came to the throne at the age of 13 and ruled for 33 years. But as a young boy emperor, he mostly left the business of governing to his corrupt officials. And when he came of age, he saw little reason to change that. During his reign, he presided over a China rife with discord and instability. Banditry became rampant, with the weakened Yuan armies unable to restore order. On top of this increasing discord, it was during these decades that the Black Death arrived in earnest and moved with shocking speed and lethality through the population of China and the rest of the Mongol world. The very trade routes that had made the Mongols rich over the last century now became conduits through which the disease flowed unchecked. During the 14th century, it's estimated that China would lose between a half and 2/3 of its population to this plague. One later Chinese source describes the effect of this disease.
In the autumn, there was a great epidemic. The victim first developed a hard lump below the armpits, or between the thighs, or else coughed thin blood, and died before they had time to take medicine. There were whole families wiped out, with none to bury them.
From the late 1290s onward, the countryside endured a truly baffling intensity of natural disasters, including droughts, floods of the Yellow River, plagues of locusts, snowstorms, torrential rains, typhoons, landslides, earthquakes, and even the reported appearance of dragons over the skies of China. These extreme weather events were partly driven by global weather conditions and the medieval climate shift known as the Little Ice Age. But throughout this period of hardship, the Yuan government's ineffective policies made everything worse. And before long, its people became convinced that the Yuan Mongols had lost the mandate of heaven. The later Chinese source, the History of Ming or Ming-Shi, describes the collapse of central order.
At this time, the Yuan government was no longer in control, and bandits rose up on all sides. They amassed armies of several myriads each, and they all appointed generals and commanders who slaughtered the officials and invaded the prefectures and districts. Still other bandits collected their swarms of soldiers and took possession of various places on the sea coast. The world was in chaos.
By 1351, popular hatred of China's Mongol rulers erupted in a major peasant uprising that would become known by the scarlet headgear that its fighters wore. It was called the Red Turban Rebellions. The Red Turbans were a large coalition of different groups, many motivated by a religious conviction that the end of the world was coming, that the prophesied final Buddha, named Maitreya, would soon arrive and bring an end to all suffering. These rebels met at night in clandestine meetings and recruited followers from among the workers conscripted to dig the Grand Canal. It was soon a nationwide uprising. By 1351, the rebels had seized several cities, and even the old Sung capital of Kaifang fell into the hands of one Red Turban group. In the midst of all this chaos, the famine and plague passed through the village of one young man, living in the valley of the river Huai, right in the center of China. He was barely more than a boy, born into the depths of the poverty-stricken peasantry. His name was Zhu Yuanzhang. The History of Ming describes this tragedy.
Drought, locusts, and pestilence came. At that time, he was 17 years of age. His father, mother, and eldest brother all died in succession. The survivors were too poor to be able to provide a proper burial for the dead. He was now alone, with no one on whom he could lean.
This orphaned boy would join a Buddhist monastery, but from there was swept up in the rising groundswell of rebellion. And when he was old enough, he joined the Red Turban Rebellion. Eventually, he would rise through the ranks of this rebel insurgency and then break away to form his own army. To the astonishment of the Mongols, this peasant general even captured the large and important city of Nanjing. After this victory, he announced a war of national liberation in the following terms.
It used to be said that the Yuan, or Mongols, who came from the regions of the north, conquered our empire, not so much by their courage and skill, as by the aid of heaven. And now, it is sufficiently plain that heaven itself wishes to deprive them of that empire. The time has come to drive these foreigners out of China.
Such was the weakened state of the Yuan dynasty that much of Zhu Yuanzhang's energy was spent fighting not the Mongols, but other Chinese rivals among the Red Turbans. But after years of war, he finally won supremacy over all other rebel groups. On the 20th of January 1368, Zhu Yuanzhang formally claimed the mandate of heaven and declared himself the Emperor of China. He announced the beginning of a new dynasty that he called the Ming, meaning bright or brilliant. And this orphaned peasant would go down in history with the name of the Hongwu Emperor. With his rule now secure, he declared his intentions to march north and against the Mongol capital of Khan Balik, as the history of Ming recounts.
On the 9th of November, the Emperor summoned his generals to discuss an expedition to the north. He said, "The Yuan reign will soon be over, and North China is already in ruins. Now we shall strike northward and rescue the living from flood and flame. Let us take our veterans of 100 battles, pit them against their long, untried soldiers, and strike directly at the Yuan capital. So great is our force that this can be done as easily as splitting bamboo."
In August of 1368, the Ming forces arrived in the region of Beijing, and at the sight of the army, the Khan's capital of Khan Balik surrendered without a fight. Beijing was now in the hands of the Chinese, little more than 150 years since Chinggis Khan had sacked it. The later Mongol chronicle, the Altan Tobchi, attributes the following lament to the last Khan of China, Togan Temur, using the Chinese name Daidu for the capital.
My Daidu, straight and wonderfully made of various jewels, the summer residence of ancient Khans. My dear Daidu, that I've lost on the year of the bald red rabbit. Nobles born foolish cared not for their state. I was left alone, weeping. I became like a calf left behind on its native pastures. Kublai the wise Khan spent his summers there. They besieged and took precious Daidu. I have lost the whole of it to China.
Next, the Hongwu Emperor turned his sights on the heartland of the Mongols, the Great Steppe itself, and the city that the Chinese called Holin, the Mongol capital of Karakorum. With vengeance in their hearts, the Ming marched out into the steppe and arrived at the walls of Karakorum in 1372. After a period of bitter resistance, they occupied the city, as the Ming Shi recalls.
On the 1st of March, the Duke of Wei was appointed commander-in-chief of the expedition against the enemy slaves. They were to campaign northward into the sandy desert. He was to depart from the Yanmen Pass and race onto Holin. On the 29th, Li Wencheng defeated the Wan forces at the Orkhon River. On the 18th of May, Lan Yu attacked and smashed the Wan hereditary ruler, He captured his younger son and concubines, princesses, princes, dukes, and others of lower rank, totaling several tens of thousands of people. He then returned to the capital.
The timeline of the destruction of Karakorum is uncertain, but it was likely burned and sacked again in 1380, although by this point there would have been few people left living there. The city had always been a figment of one great Khan's imagination, and when it lost its status as capital, it had been in a state of decline for years. Now the final death blow was delivered, and though it would resurge a number of times, its ruins would eventually crumble back into the grasses of the steppe. In the centuries that followed, its stones were taken and reused to create the Buddhist monastery of Erdene-Zu, which now sits over its ruin. The destruction was so total that for centuries the location of the city of the Khans was lost, until in the 19th century Russian archaeologists uncovered certain inscriptions in the area of the monastery that identified the site. Today, the only sign that the city ever stood there at all is the mounds of earth covered in the grasses of the steppe, stretching out to the north of the Erdene-Zu monastery, and among them a single stone tortoise, one of the 4 that once stood at the 4 corners of the city, symbols of everlasting eternity. Now it stands alone in the grasslands of Mongolia, an ironic statement about an empire that rose so far and fell so fast. Across the rest of the Mongol world, the dissolution of their rule was sometimes gradual, but just as total. In Persia and the Middle East, the rulers of the Ilkhanate, descended from the Ilkhan Hulagu, Saka of Baghdad, would suffer a similar fate. They would convert to Islam and adopt many of the ways of life of their Persian and Arab subjects. During their reign, Persia would experience something of a golden age, creating hybrid styles of architecture that would be repeated around the world, especially in the India of the Mughals. They resurrected the language of Persian, which had until then been supplanted by Arabic as a language of administration and literature, and commissioned a gloriously illustrated copy of the epic work known as the Shah-Nama, or the Book of Kings. And they commissioned the historian Rashid ad-Din to write his work, the Compendium of Chronicles, the first attempted history of the world ever written, and which we have heard much from in this episode. But their time too would pass. The 9th and final ruler of the Ilkhanate was named Abu Sa'id Bahadur Khan. He died in 1335, either a victim of the Black Death or poisoned by one of his wives. After that, the Ilkhanate disintegrated rapidly into several states, which were soon swallowed up by the Timurid and Safavid empires. The Chagatai Khanate in the former lands of the Khwarezmian Empire and Kazakhstan also followed a similar fate, and was snatched up by the warlord named Timur. When his empire collapsed in turn, the region was given over to local powers. During this time, many of the cities damaged by the Mongols, like Samarkand and Bukhara, enjoyed a kind of revival and became once again wealthy trading stops along the Silk Road. But in the 15th and 16th centuries, as Europeans opened up trading routes by sea and bypassed the Silk Road entirely, these cities slowly began to lose their relevance. Eventually, merchants stopped coming. The booming markets grew quiet, and many of these cities were abandoned. The destructive power of the economy eventually left these cities in ruins more effectively than the Mongols ever had. In the western steppe of Kazakhstan, Ukraine, and Russia, the Golden Horde, founded by the descendants of Chinggis Khan's oldest son Jochi, was the dominant power for 3 centuries. But it eventually weakened under the ravages of the Black Death and the competing rivalries of the descendants of Jochi. Eventually, it split into more than half a dozen smaller khanates during the 15th century. The lands were divided between the Kazakh Khanate, the Khanate of Kazan, the Astrakhan Khanate, the Crimean Khanate, the Khanate of Sibir, the Great Horde, the Nogai Horde, and the White Horde. And the steppe once more looked much as it had in the time before Chinggis Khan had united it, a warring mess of competing nomadic states. Throughout this time, the Mongols had favored one Russian city above all others and had allowed it to gather taxes from the whole region on their behalf. This city was Muscovy, which we know today as Moscow. Eventually, Muscovy would break out from under Mongol control and bring the other city-states in the region under its banner, until in 1547 it founded its own kingdom, the Tsardom of Russia. The Russian Tsars would advance into the steppe, now armed with muskets. For the first time in nearly 5,000 years, the steppe horse archer was no longer the deadliest entity on the planet. And with the rise of powerful centralized nations and the crack of powder and shot, the retreat of the nomads quietly began. The Industrial Revolution sealed their fate. Soon railways would carve through the wilderness, and the sound of repeating rifles echoed across the steppe. These technological innovations finally allowed settled peoples to push into the most remote and untamed territories where once only nomads had roamed. Even the fiercest of nomadic warrior peoples were subdued by this new age. The ancient rhythm of nomadic incursions, which had ebbed and flowed for millennia, finally came to an end, and the wild heart of the steppe grew still. In the 170 years or so between Chinggis Khan's first conquests and the collapse of the Yuan dynasty, the Mongols had reshaped the structure of the world. Old power centers had been swept away, and in their place new nations would begin to rise. Russia, Iran, Mughal India, and the newly united China. The Mongols have left their mark everywhere, from a vast genetic legacy to the names that many of us have today. At this time, the Turco-Mongolian word for ruler, Khan, is one of the world's most popular surnames, belonging to more than 23 million people worldwide, and it is the 12th most common surname in the United Kingdom. It's in China that they left perhaps their greatest legacy. In some ways, the Mongols invented the modern concept of China, uniting its two halves, along with Tibet and Manchuria, making up the borders of the modern nation today. But on the Chinese people, the psychological effect of the Mongol conquest and occupation was immense. and the centuries that followed would be characterized by a great turning inwards. The China of the Sung dynasty had been inventive and outward-looking, seeking new technologies and foreign influences. But the Ming dynasty that took its place was paranoid and suspicious of change. While the Sung had experimented with innovative and modern economic systems, the Ming went backwards, reverting to a more feudal society to deal with the damage left by the Mongols. This inward-looking mentality is perhaps nowhere better demonstrated than in the project that would take up much of the 15th and 16th centuries. That is, the building of the Great Wall. While China had built defensive walls for more than 1,000 years at this point, it was in the Ming period that the true Great Wall as we know it today took its shape. This snaking line of elegant fortifications runs for nearly 9,000 kilometers across the northern border of China, turning the entire land into a fortress. Using an estimated 100 million tons of building material, the Ming Great Wall is the equivalent of building the Great Pyramid of Giza nearly 50 times. For much of this era, the construction of the Great Wall occupied an enormous part of the labor, economy, and political will of successive Chinese governments. The cost was so great that the Ming diverted funds from other parts of their budget, especially from their fleets of ships. The Ming had inherited one of the largest fleets in the world, with thousands of large vessels, many larger than any ship being built in Europe at the time. These had been used on voyages of exploration to India, Arabia, and Africa. But in the 15th century, the Ming dismantled much of this naval power, and even burned some of the ships in harbour to save costs. The historian James Waterson describes this inward turn.
After China's painful experience with the foreign invaders, it is no coincidence that the Ming worked hard to seal off the world beyond their Great Wall, and to build it ever stronger in the post-Mongol period. The Ming suffered a self-inflicted wound by their efforts to seclude their state from the rest of the world, and in doing so effectively missed out on modernity.
But while China looked inwards and built their Great Wall, on the other side of the continent, another people looked outwards. While China burned its ships, another people were building them. These were the people who were undoubtedly the biggest winners of the Mongol invasions, and who were now positioned to embark on a wave of conquests of their own. Those were the people of Europe. While Eastern European lands in the areas of modern Poland, Hungary, and Russia had all suffered from Mongol incursions, the kingdoms of Western Europe, in France, England, Spain, and Portugal, had escaped unscathed. And on top of that, they had reaped a huge number of benefits. The anthropologist Jack Weatherford makes the following argument.
Although never ruled by the Mongols, in many ways, Europe gained the most from their world system. The Europeans received all the benefits of trade, technology transfer, and the global awakening, without paying the cost of Mongol conquest. The Europeans, who had been cut off from the mainstream of civilization since the fall of Rome, eagerly drank in the new knowledge, put on the new clothes, listened to the new music, ate the new foods, and enjoyed a rapidly escalating standard of living in almost every regard.
Europe was fascinated by the Mongols and their vast world-spanning empire. In Italy, people even started giving their children Mongol names, with one, Grande Khan, meaning Great Khan, being especially popular. The Mongols had caused Europeans to come into contact with Chinese technologies that might have otherwise taken them centuries more to encounter, among them Chinese paper, the compass, and gunpowder. The Elizabethan English writer Francis Bacon commented on the transformative effect that these Chinese technologies had on European society.
We should notice the force, effect, and consequences of inventions, which are nowhere more conspicuous than in those three which were unknown to the ancients, namely printing, gunpowder, and the compass. For these three have changed the appearance and state of the whole world, first in literature, then in warfare, and lastly in navigation. And innumerable changes have been thence derived, so that no empire, sect, or star appears to have exercised a greater power and influence on human affairs than these mechanical discoveries.
The Mongol conquests helped Europe in another way too, that is, in broadening its horizons. The text of the travels of Marco Polo was still being printed in the 15th century when an Italian navigator bought a copy in a Genoese bookshop. The text had a transformative effect on him. This copy he would read over and over with an obsessive attention to detail, even leaving handwritten annotations in its margins. This navigator dreamed of one day visiting the lands of the Far East himself and the court of the Great Khan that he had read about. His name was Christopher Columbus, and he too would change the course of history. In the journal that he kept on his voyage westwards, he wrote to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain that he wanted to reach this far-off place.
In this present month, in consequence of the information which I had given your highnesses respecting the countries of India and of a prince called Great Khan, which in our language signifies King of Kings, your highnesses determined to send me, Christopher Columbus, to the above-mentioned countries of India, to see the said princes, people, and territories, and to learn their disposition.
With the Chinese invention of gunpowder, by this point Europeans had already developed or adopted cannons, muskets, and arquebuses, and with these in the coming century, they would conquer vast swathes of land in the Americas and all around the world. The age of European colonialism and the following 500 years of European power around the globe all found their roots in the fertile soil left behind after the inferno of the Mongol conquests. In his work, The Canterbury Tales, the first book published in the English language, written around the year 1390, the author Geoffrey Chaucer relates one legend associated with Chinggis Khan and writes in the following glowing terms about his legacy.
This noble king was called Genghis Khan, who in his time was of so great renown that there was nowhere, in no region, so excellent a lord at all things. He lacked nothing that belonged to a king. As of the sect of which he was born, he kept his law to which he was sworn, and thereto he was hardy, wise, and rich, and kept always so well royal estate that there was nowhere such another man. This noble king, this Tartar, Genghis Khan.
In 1876, the Russian traveller Nikolai Mikhailovich Przhevalsky travelled to Mongolia, hoping to find there traces of the great Khans of old, and perhaps even find the lost burial place of Chinggis Khan himself. But he found himself disappointed at what he saw. All he found was the vast empty grasslands and deserts, broken by rocky mounds of stone, and the only evidence of past greatness he could find was in the people's stories.
The effect of these bare yellow hillocks is most dreary and depressing when you are among them and can see nothing but the sky and the sand. No sounds are heard, not even the chirping of the grasshopper. The silence of the tomb surrounds you. No wonder that the local Mongols relate some marvelous stories about these frightful deserts. They tell you that this was the scene of the principal exploits of Chinggis Khan, and here warriors fought against the Chinese and slew countless numbers of people whose bodies God caused the winds to cover with the sand from the desert. To this day, the Mongols relate with superstitious awe how groans and cries may be heard in the sands of Kuzupchi from the spirits of the departed, and that every now and then the winds which stir up the sands expose to view different treasures, such as silver dishes, which may not be taken away, because death immediately overtakes the bold man who would venture to touch them.
Wherever Przhevalsky travelled, he found legends about Chinggis Khan still circulating on the lips of Mongol people. Some even told him of a prophecy that the great Khan would one day return and once again lead his people to greatness.
Chinggis Khan's memory is better preserved in Ordos than in any part of Mongolia. We heard more tales here about the conqueror than anywhere else. The Mongols reckon that 650 years have elapsed since his death, leaving 150 to 350 years more before his coming resurrection. The same people assert that on the very day of the accomplishments of this miracle, some hero will be born in China with whom Chinggis Khan will do battle, subdue him, and lead his people from Ordos to what is now called the land of the Khalkhas, the native country of the Mongols.
And if Przhevalsky hoped to find the grave of Chinggis Khan, he would also be disappointed. If anyone did know where his body was to be found, Przhevalsky found that even after so many centuries, the Mongolian people still weren't telling.
We could not discover the name of the temple where Chinggis Khan is said to be buried. The Mongols, for some reason or other, would not divulge it.
In the 20th century, a communist government seized power in Mongolia and, in close cooperation with the Soviet Union, engaged in purges of some 30,000 Mongolians, including thousands of Buddhist monks. Many of the victims were from one clan who still traced their descent back to Chinggis Khan. The Soviets were haunted by the ghost of the great Khan, fearing that he might become a rallying point for Mongolian nationalists. For this reason, they worked hard to destroy any relics associated with him, closing Buddhist monasteries and trying to erase all memory of the great Khan. But the Soviet-aligned government did maintain one aspect of Mongolian tradition. For 800 years, successive Mongolian rulers had maintained the law against anyone entering the region of the sacred mountain Burkhan Khaldun, the site where Chinggis Khan is most likely buried. For centuries, this land would be known as the Yeke Koreg, or Great Taboo. When the communists seized power, they feared that this region would become a pilgrimage site and a focus of Mongolian nationalism. For this reason, the Soviet-aligned government maintained the ancient prohibition on entering it. The region of the Great Taboo was renamed and called simply the Highly Restricted Area. They built a top-secret airbase there for the use of Soviet planes and most likely a stockpile of nuclear weapons, so that even in the modern era, the land cannot be entered without special permissions. And the grave of Chinggis Khan remains unfound to this day. I want to end the episode with a reading from a piece of Chinese poetry written during this time by a poet from the southern Sung dynasty. His name was Wen Tianxiang. Wen had been a government minister in Sung China, and after witnessing the destruction of his land, he led the resistance against the Mongol invaders. He was eventually captured and held in a Mongol prison. Despite all the tortures and deprivations that he suffered, he never wavered in his resistance. It was during this time of imprisonment that he wrote one of his masterpieces, titled Crossing the Sea of Solitude. As you listen, consider the contradictions and paradoxes of this time, a time of discovery and exploration, a time of new ideas and unforeseen encounters, but also a time of incalculable sorrow, as the great powers of the world crumbled and a new world order took shape. Imagine the hollowed halls and shattered walls, the empty markets of Samarkand, Nishapur, and Bukhara. Imagine the gutted palaces and empty temples of Beijing and Hangzhou. Imagine the emptied streets and burned-out houses, the crumbling libraries of Baghdad and Aleppo, and the fallen churches of Novgorod and Kiev. And finally, at the end of it all, the wind-swept grasses growing through the stones of Karakoram. Imagine the world as you know it coming to an end, and a new one rising from the ashes.
辛苦遭逢起一经，干戈寥落四周星。山河破碎风飘絮。
Through painstaking mastery of the classics, I have risen high. But 4 years of raging war have well nigh brought all-round destitution and ruin. My shattered country does remind me of willow catkins swept by wind. In my life I sink or swim, like duckweed beaten by rain. Through the frightful shallows we fought our way. They tell us now of the frightful battle never won. But on the lonely ocean, I could but sigh for being captured and all alone. Down through the ages, who that ever lived has not met with death? I wish only to leave my loyal heart shining red in history's great book.
人生自古谁无死，留取丹心照汗青。
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode: Michael Hadjiantonis, Lachlan Lucas, Alexandra Bolton, Tom Marshall-Lee, Chris Harvey, Nick Denton, Henry Stenhouse, Amrit Sandhu, Peter Walters, Matthew Biddulph, Garrett Caver, Sebastian Baltzarolo, and Paul Cassell. Readings in Arabic were performed by Osama Taher. Readings in Chinese by Richard Teng. Readings from The Secret History of the Mongols in Mongolian were performed by Wiles Effinhala. The title theme is Home at Last by John Bartman. I'd also like to thank my historical advisors for this episode: Toby Jones of the Oriental Institute of the Czech Academy of Sciences and Jack Wilson of the Central European University, Vienna. You can find Toby on Twitter at Tobias Bahadur, and if you're interested in more information about the Mongols, Jack runs a YouTube channel called Jackmeister Mongol History, where he explores many of the myths and misconceptions surrounding the Mongols. My book, Fall of Civilizations: Stories of Greatness and Decline, is now out in the United States, and American readers can get it from all good bookstores. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Blue Sky, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M.M. Cooper, and if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civs Pod. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and help keep the podcast ad-free. You also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading on to patreon.com/Fall of Civilizations_podcast, or just Google Fall of Civilizations Patreon. That's Patreon. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening.